All right, ladies and gentlemen, hope you guys are doing well. It's go time, just about. So we have two of the four top players in the grand finals so far. So probably within the next, I would say 5 to 10 minutes at the latest, we're going to be jumping into our first match. So we have a little bit of time, but should be quite a bit of fun. Yes, yes, welcome, welcome. So it's been a very good day of sweat so far. We've been having so we had 16 players in the top 8. We can show you the bracket standings for now. Obviously, the earlier rounds I will be casting as replays over the course of the next week. So you guys will be seeing those. But if we take a look at the brackets real quick, we'll give you guys a little quick teaser on things. So let me see if I can pull it up correctly. There it is. And yes, here we are. So we have, you can see our top 16 players. So this is the grand finals for season 7. Season 7 was the previous season on Total Tavern, so usually we have the season finale a couple weeks into the new season, which we're currently in right now, which is season 8. So the winner of this event is going to be winning a substantial cash prize, by Total War standards, and on top of that is going to be qualifying for a special CA event upcoming, which will be a lot of fun, and usually the Creative Assembly events will have a prize pool of, upwards of $2,000. So that is really the big prize for this event. So looking at the bracket so far, we have Tim the Wilder making it the top 4 so far. He defeated Ulrich Rahl and Martinius. And then on the bottom side, we have Solisora defeating Hitman Hippo 2-0 and Boss Toss 2-0 as well. So Solisora looking very, very strong. I believe that's another RTK player. I'm not sure. I've heard, I think they're from China. But nonetheless, a very, very strong player. I played against him in domination tournaments before. A very, very strong opponent. So, and yeah, we're just waiting. As soon as one of the other matches finishes, we have Sera versus Berserk right here, and they've been playing for a while, so they're probably on game 3, I would imagine. We have Sera versus Berserk, and then Catholic Alcoholic, who's coming back to defend his crown because he was actually the winner last season. We have Catholic Alcoholic and Scrambled Egg Special playing it out right now. So that is the deal. Yeah, Tim the Wilder's coming for blood. We could do a little bit of a look at the Hall of Fame so far. So let's pull this up real quick. And let's do this, and here we go. So if we look at the history of Total Tavern, which is our competitive kind of situation here in Old Warhammer 3, we can look at the recent season winners. So this is season 7 right now, so this is these are the top 16. Obviously, some of the players are different based on who can make it and who can't. But the season 1, or the season, okay, I don't know why I said season 1. Should say season 7 champion. I'll fix that later. But this is going to be determined today. Last season was won by the Catholic Alcoholic, who's still in the event as of now. He's playing for his life in that matchup. Berserk won season 5. So you could see a couple of the same players have qualified. So we have Catholic winning season 6, Berserk season 5. Season 4 was won by Houseplant, who's kind of taking a break from the game at the moment, to my knowledge. And of course, we have the other major events. Faction Wars are kind of in the category, but I consider the most competitive events to be the Tavern season finals as well as the Creative Assembly events, because they're usually qualified through the Total Tavern. So as far as the official CA events go, we do have Tim the Wilder winning the 3rd one, Hitman Hippo and Lord Chicken Feed also winning number 5. So, a lot of familiar faces for sure. All right. So let us go ahead and take a look once again at the tourney. We should be ready in a second. Let me check in the Discord and see how we're cooking. So I think we still have a little bit of time. Yeah, a little bit of time. Cool. So we'll jump into the lobby here. I don't know who's going to be finishing first on the top side, but once they're finished, we should be good to go. That's right, Rich. Absolutely. Yeah, Catholic is very, very good. Out of region, you made mistakes in your game. Well, we'll be casting, so all the replays from the earlier rounds, we'll be casting those throughout the week. So I'm going to be uploading them as individual best of 3s, which will be quite a bit of fun. So you'll be seeing those over the course of the week here. So, all right. So we're just going to hang tight for a minute. And we should be getting started, like I said, in the next 10 to 15 minutes. I figured I'd come and hang out with you guys rather than just perpetually delaying the stream. So, yeah, it'll be there in a moment. Hey, Kimsey, thank you for your talent. Oh, right on. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Sounds good. Sounds good, Kimsey. I will. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, bud. And I'm glad you enjoy the work. All right. Yeah, it's going to be a good one today. It's going to be very sweaty. Don't watch my last game, not that interesting. Yeah, well, we'll probably be casting the entire series. Unless the game is like really, really bad, and then maybe we wouldn't. But for the most part, we want to show people the earlier rounds in the tournament, which we'll be doing via replays. Because if we were to cast every round of 16 match for Total Tavern Domination Finals, it would be probably like a 10-hour stream. It would be very long. Like if we did every single match, like kind of Faction War style, where we jump in, because there's best of 3s and best of 5s, right? So yeah, it's a little ways. Yes. That's a nice one, Poet. Yeah. Who is the upcoming Greenskin Lord? I actually don't even know the name. I'm sure some people in chat can answer. I know we have we have the ogre guy, Maneater, and then there's the Skull Taker dude. I'm kind of out of the loop, to be honest, but once it comes out, we'll be really on top of it as well. Yeah, this will be two best of threes followed by a best of five, and knowing domination mode, that can go 3 to 5 hours. If it's just all clean sweeps, like a 2-0, a 2-0, and a 3-0, then yeah, it'd be like a 2.5, 3 hour stream. But with the build orders, and doing all the builds in between games and all that good stuff, it can take some time. I think we're about ready. Cool. All right, so we have, they're just finishing game 2. Sounds good. Spec slot, please. I'll cast game 3. So we're going to be jumping into a series real quick. It should be fun. It is not going to be one of the round of 4, but it's game 3 in a deciding series to see who's going to be getting to top 4. So I'm just going to jump in and cast that, just to give you guys a little action here. So it's Sera versus Berserk. So let me message them. All right, lobby code for game 3, and let me message Sera. All right, these are two very, very strong players. One of the best Wood Elf players in the world. And Berserk, I would say, is one of the best Chaos players in the world. He typically is really, really on top of the Chaos action. All right, so just got to find the lobby here. So we're going to go find this, and there it is. Cool. So this is game 3 between Berserk and Sera. If you guys saw the brackets earlier, I can show you again. It's a little bit of a refresher. Here we are, and here's the bracket. So you can see this is the top side. The winner of this is going to be going to play Tim the Wilder in top 4. Tim's certainly a very scary opponent, but so is Berserk, and Berserk is a major event winner as well. He has won one of the main seasons, which I think is one of the biggest accomplishments in Warhammer 3 competitive. So he has done that, and he's coming for Tim, and as is Sera. This would be Sera's first major event win. Sera has obviously won a lot of kind of regional tournaments in terms of the total Tavern standard tournaments, but I think this would be their first major event win. So that's very exciting indeed. All right, so let's go to the tourney here, and I'm going to update the nameplates to match the players and all that sort of good stuff. Master Boyan, thank you for consistently being the primary source of entertainment for us so many, keeping up your enthusiasm. Hey, thank you, man. Yeah, all right, let's go, baby. It's going to be fun. All right, so player 1 here is going to be Sera, so we will get this to fit. I will do the magic power of graphic design, and player 2 is going to be Berserk. And I believe he spells his name like this. Great. So they're 1-1 of this series. This is game 3, and it looks like are we going to have a Kislev versus Warriors of Chaos game? I don't know if they've already done their picks and bans and whatnot, but that would be a very, very interesting one, for sure. Yeah, Berserk is also God in Conquest and Land Battle. Yeah, he's one of the few players who really just dominates both formats. I don't know what the equivalent is of like Land Battle season, total Tavern season finals. I would imagine that they have something similar, like an ongoing season with the championship. But yeah, this is going to be a good one. So this is game 3. The winner is going to be going to top 4. Who else remembers the reign of the Dark Lord Falcon? Those were good times for sure. Yeah, those were good times. It would have been nice in Warhammer 2 if they just had given us Conquest mode, right? That would have solved so many problems. Man. Tim versus Boss Toss. Boss Toss has already been eliminated. So Boss Toss was eliminated by Solisora. So Solisora is the other player in the top 4 today. If we take a look once again at the brackets, you can see we have Solisora, defeated Boss Toss 2-0, and is in the top 4 right now. And all those series that you see above, I'll be casting as replays. Maybe either doing the full series or just picking the best games from all of those and then going from there. So, we're doing Berserk versus Sera right now. This is game 3. Normally for these streams, I only do top 4. I do the top 4 matches, but since we have a little bit of time and we're still waiting for the other side, I figured, hey, let's get this going and let's have some fun. Yeah, Vermin League also have playoffs. Yeah, I would imagine they have something similar. All right, so let's go to the tournament here. Here we are, and let's see what is cooking. I legitimately think that it's going to be Warriors of Chaos versus Kislev. Now, I'm a big Warriors of Chaos enjoyer. I know people consider them to be on the weaker end of the spectrum in domination mode, but I personally feel that Warriors of Chaos are actually decent and pretty good. They have so much variance. It's, when you play against Kislev or you play against, somebody who's more meta, like Wood Elves, whatever, right? It's very easy to predict the meta of what they're going to bring, more or less. So you really have that information. Like, okay, they have like 2 good Lord options. You know the compositions for the most part. But against Warriors of Chaos, there's so many Lord choices that they can really, really, diversify their playstyle, and it's kind of hard to account for that, in my opinion. Fun times, yeah. Fun times for us. Oh, there's no stress here. We're all good. Made this tournament hero. Hey, Goji, how you doing, man? I was watching your stream last night, Goji, a little bit. I saw you doing the old Conquest, which was fun. Yeah, I don't think Warriors of Chaos are like a top 7 faction. I think they're like a low mid-tier faction, but they can surprise people. Against Kislev, what would I expect? They might still be doing their picks and bans. Let me just go ahead and double check real quick and see if this is indeed the armies that they're playing. So we're just gonna hide this real quick, and we're gonna see. Yeah, it actually is. Okay, so wow, Warriors of Chaos versus Kislev here. That's really fun. I'm digging that, man. That's super cool. Hell yeah, let's party, man. Let's party. But nonetheless, Warriors of Chaos, like I said, very cool. You've seen me play them in a couple tournaments and had some mixed success. I'm curious to see what Berserk is going to be bringing, but I would imagine you had Mono Gods obviously open to them. The system for picks and bans today, we're using the 3x3 system, which is very, very popular for competitive play and domination. I assume Land Battle does something similar as well. It does take a little bit of time. That's the only downside of the pick and ban format, but overall, I think it's a very, very good one. Rooting for Kislev. Yeah, Kislev is much more fair now. They are sitting around, I think, 52% win rate, whereas in the previous seasons, they were sitting at, 70% win rate? So the nerfs they received, I think, appear to be doing the job so far, which is great. And I still think they're a very viable faction. I still think Kislev is incredibly powerful. And what would I bring against Kislev as Warriors of Chaos if I were playing? Oh, probably a Metal Caster. Like Final Transmutation and Searing Doom would be my choice, because Searing Doom is really good against armored infantry, Kossars and their cav. And on top of that, Final Transmutation punishes their Kislev blobs. So if they go with like a Frostworm blob, you can just get like 1,000,000 value. Hey, Cody, thank you for becoming a new channel member. Greatly appreciate it. Is that the map with spawn points? No, this is a standard map. This is the Glade of the Everqueen, which is a very normal domination map. It has a fair amount of places to hide in the woods, but it does eventually become a bit of an open field battle. Double Frostworm is very good. It's very good, but Final Transmutation could punish that pretty badly. So I'd probably go with a Metal Caster, and for the core army, it's tricky. Obviously, Marauder Horseman throwing axes are really good in this matchup, but you need a good front line to buffer them. So what are you going to do? Marauder Horseman throwing axes, Metal Caster, followed up by, I don't know, Armored Chaos Trolls are good here, but you have to be very careful that they don't get flank charged by some of the Kislev Cav. Oh, they were doing their picks and bans. Okay, well, all that talk was for nothing. So that was their previous game. So the previous game was... Hey, this is an awesome matchup too, by the way. We had Kislev versus Warriors of Chaos in the previous, so I was looking at builds from the previous matchup. Okay. They just hadn't finished their picks and bans yet. So now we have the builds. It's officially going to be Warriors of Khorne versus Dark Elves. Okay, so Berserk is going to be on his main, and Nerexa is going to be on an elf, which, again, they're one of the premier elf players out there. They've been a little bit inactive this season, but even still, taking Berserk to game 3 in a series, the blade is still sharp for sure. Yeah, that's right, Cody. Welcome, brother. Yeah, so it's not going to be Warriors of Chaos versus Kislev. That was their game 2, which, again, I'll be getting the replays for all these and casting them over the course of the next week. So, what instead of a Metal Caster was a Freaky Caster? Are you talking about, like, Pavane of Slanesh? It'd be good. If they unnerfed every faction back to release power, who do you think would win? Probably Chaos Dwarves. If we're talking Warhammer 3, Chaos Dwarves were just disgusting. Oh, my God. The Magma Cannons were so dominant. Bull Centaur Renders were like super buggy and undercosted. Astragoth was like the most powerful lord in the game. Chaos Dwarfs would be nasty. Yeah, this is going to be really fun. And Berserk is the best Khorne player in the world, hands down. And we do also have Nerexa being just a god tier elf player. The elves kind of play similar in a way. Like, even though Wood Elves and Dark Elves and High Elves are, thematically pretty different, I mean, they do have a lot of similarities in terms of their playstyles. And their kind of durability. So having knowledge of one elf faction is going to give you a little bit of kind of topical knowledge of how to play the other ones. I mean, High Elves are much tankier than although Dark Elves can be resilient. Cold One Riders, and you don't really see the super heavily armored Dark Elf infantry too often. Whereas you do see Silver and Guard as well as White Lions of Craze very, very often. But yeah, I think that this is going to be fun. Oh my God, Astragoth was so busted. He was just like an unholy Terminator. Yeah. Yeah, it was nuts. Those were wild times. But yeah, as far as this matchup goes, probably a Valkia pick. Valkia is very elusive. Sleipnir is super good. She can chase down skirmish cav, repeater crossbows. Sleipnir will wreck anything of good quality in the infantry department, and she can duel the dragon lords, right? Although Nerexa, in my experience, I played a lot of games against Nerexa in tournaments, and Nerexa doesn't really like to use big dragon lords. I think Nerexa will probably go for like a very cheap caster on either a horse or some sort of a steed, like a cheap like Dark Pegasus or something. It won't be anything too big, would be my guess. Yeah, so we'll see. We will see. As far as Khorne supporting units go, are Bloodletters necessary here, or baseline Marauders with dual weapons going to get the job done? Probably you're going to be seeing mostly Marauders. I don't think this is a matchup where you bring a lot of Warriors, maybe like 2, followed up by a bunch of Marauders and Marauder dual weapons and Khorne Tors. Khorne Tors are going to be good. As long as you can screen out the Dark Elf missiles with your mobility, then the Khorne Tors will rip up the Dark Elf front line as well as their cav pretty hard. I don't think we're going to be seeing anything too crazy in regards to like Medusas or, well, maybe Medusa, but Hydras and, Charybdis, unfortunately, are just meme tier units. It's a shame. I mean, the Hydra has fringe play, like very fringe. Its breath attack isn't bad and passive healing is very, very good. But the Charybdis is just, unfortunately, just such a junk meme. Buffed Hellebron, you think you're going to see Hellebron James? Doomfire Warlocks? Double Hydra? No way. Double Hydra would just be so haggard. I mean, I feel like the Marauder Horsemen in tandem with Valkia and the Centaurs, the Minotaurs, excuse me. I just woke up a little while ago. The Minotaurs with great weapons would just tear them to shreds. Seems like a hard match for Dark Elves. We have the data on it. So as of this season, let's go ahead and look and see what the data looks like. Checking here. Okay. So going to look on old total Tavern here. We have what? So far, Khorne this season is sitting at a 50% win rate, give or take. Against Dark Elves, they appear to have they played any games against Dark Elves? Only 2 games this season, so yeah, the season's still too early on. We don't have enough data. Yeah, damn shame. Yeah, Dark Elves are really good in Dom, though. They're very solid. I don't know what they're like in land battle, but in Dom mode, they're pretty good. They are pretty good indeed. Nope, here we go. So we're loading in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this party started. Oh my god, you guys called it! Bob, how did you know? It's a freaking Charybdis Hydra build. Oh my god, what the hell is this? And it's Lokir Felheart. He's not memeing, right? Doesn't he want to win? Is this some forbidden tech? I feel like Berserk is just going to be all over this. Okay, guys. Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, we got Lokir, and he's probably going to be on his dragon, from what I can see. Berserk with a very standard build, right? And we pretty much called Berserk's build. It looks like it's going to be a couple of the Marauders backed up by the Khorne Minotaurs, although the characters are certainly a little bit interesting. Yeah, guys, I guess we're getting a Hydra build. Losing with style. I mean, I don't think he's trying to lose, right? It's because I knew Serki was a Chad. Yeah, I guess so, but I mean, he's so close to the grand finals, like getting to top 4, right? Like that's cool stuff. All right, so he's got Lokir Felheart going to be on the dragon, and Lokir is at a bad combat, and he does have passive healing as well, right, with the Kraken Helm. So, a healing dragon is never a bad thing. Breath Attack and the Dreaded Duelist. And now for the ground, we do have 2 characters, sorceresses of dark magic, and they are both going to be rocking Word of Pain. So what does the lore passive do for dark magic? Because there's got to be some synergy there. So we got the Word of Pain and the Darkstar Cloaks for power regen. Okay, it's just going to be 2 sorceresses, both of whom are going to be spamming debuff spells, so lowering melee attack by 40. It only costs 8 wins of magic, which honestly isn't the worst deal in the world. We have Spearmen, we do have the Blackguard of Nagaron, who aren't terrible here. If they can avoid Bloodletter characters, they can do okay. Like, they can take on Minotaurs, Warriors, and Marauders, but they will suffer really bad against Bloodletter tier units. Charybdis, in theory, like on paper, should be good against Minotaurs, and we do also have the War Hydra as well, which is just kind of a generalist character. This is going to be very tough. Very, very tough indeed. All right, so on the other side, looking at Berserk, the champion of the Blood God, he's going to be rocking Valkia the Bloody up in the sky with 2 Hounds out in Vanguard. The Hound's going to be moving out on the map to grab the objectives. And for the rest of the army here, we do have Marauders of Khorne, so there's going to be an unholy legion of those. We got Minotaurs and Minotaurs, and also the Blood Reapers. Really interesting. I mean, Blood Reapers are really good at just fighting on an objective and killing things. They're a little bit squishy as it pertains to characters with low-ish melee defense and low armor, but against like spears and bleak swords, I mean, they should be fine. So the Word of Pain spam, Like, my concern with the build with the Word of Pain is that what's going to happen is Berserk is simply going to disengage while that debuff is active and then re-engage, and it's probably going to mitigate its effectiveness. But I really like the Khorne play here of using all the hounds. Like, getting all the hounds up really quickly to grab the objectives is going to put a lot of pressure on the Druchii, who have a very static kind of slow army compared to the forces of the Blood God. Collins are probably going to be throwing axe spam, right? You're going to want to see, for Khorne, you're going to want to see mass throwing axes to try and kill the Hydras and the Dragon. I mean, there is a bit of a monster overload for sure. I mean, we do have the Dragon and the two big monsters here, which is going to be tricky. And now Valkia is going to be going in, but the breath attack from the Hydra gets a little bit of work done. Oh, that's actually not bad at all. It does do some damage here, and we do see Lokir Felhart going to be dueling against Valkia, who does have the Word of Pain activated, so now her stats are going to be a little bit low. And here we do see Nerexa, or aka Sera, getting a decent fight, routing off the Warhounds. Valkia is chased back, although at the end of the day, I still think that, Khorne comes out ahead. The damage that was done here against Lokir Felhart is not insignificant, but the Hounds are going to be pushed back, and there's some decent HP losses on those. And we do see the objectives being put in a 2-to-1 situation. So Khorne is going to be grabbing objective 2, and objective 3 is going to be belonging to Khorne as well. And here it comes. So now the Bloodletter is going to be advancing in, and this is going to be an absolute massacre for these Druchii here. These Spearmen do not have the offensive prowess to get through these semi-elite foot characters. Granted, Blood Reapers are very, very cheap, and they're certainly good at grinding out objectives. And now Khorne is just going to be chilling out, using their skirmishers to try and hunt down the enemy skirmishers here. The Dark Riders get a really good salvo. We do see Berserk eat a shot to the face, but a bit of a lapse in micro here from Nerexa, maybe going to eat it. Yeah, the Khorne Horsemen pulling back, getting their throwing axes in, not too bad overall. And up in the sky, we do have a Duel of Fates. It is going to be the dreaded Duelist activated, and Valkia once again hit with the Word of Pain. Her Demon Shield is now gone, so there's a chance the big dragon's going to make contact. He is the dreaded Duelist after all, 84 and 80. So he does manage to push Valkia back and down to the ground. We do see the Dark Elves moving in with the Black Guard. The Black Guard now getting ready to try and flip this objective. Not going to be easy. Meanwhile, on this side, the Hounds of the Blood God are harrying and harassing the Druchii forces. And it seems like the big monsters are just having a big problem getting into combat, right? So we see this Crib just kind of waddling around here. Though on the other side, the Hydra and Lokir Felhart getting a little bit of work done on the Blood Reapers. That would be a very nice catch. To pick off these two Khornate characters would be incredibly strong. Blackguard going to be saturating in, trying to pursue these Minotaurs of Khorne. Meanwhile, Valkia the Bloody going to be descending from the skies and getting a nice charge on Lokir Felhart, who again does have passive healing, but that's a lot of Minotaurs getting in, and Word of Pain activated. Okay, so Minotaurs are down to 4 melee attack, which means they're going to have almost a minimum chance to hit, which I think is just over 10%. I think it's like 13%. We do see one Blood Reaper is going to be going down here to the big dragon. Value trading is somewhat even, a little bit advantageous for Khorne, but there is healing, of course, for the forces of the Dark Elves. Now, the backside, very problematic for the Druchii. Oh, man, one Charybdis is down already, so the Minotaurs of Khorne get on top of the Charybdis, and they take this thing to Pound Town. And also, you have all these throwing axes, right, which are just doing so much work. So losing this big, expensive monster early on is an absolute disaster for the Druchii, right? That's something that maybe should have been used on the outside with the main army. And for the Dark Elves, they have a lot of light cav coming in, so it's going to be Dark Rider City, but Dark Riders cannot hold up to the might of the Marauder Horsemen, the Furies, and all these Fleshhounds of Khorne. I mean, that's so much freaking pressure coming in. And yeah, Dark Riders are all right. They're pretty cost-effective for what they are, but they're not going to be able to fight against Khornate mobility. It's not going to be great for them. Now, can the Dark Elves pull the game back over here? They already lost the Charybdis, which set them massively behind in value. It looks like Nerexa is making some pretty considerable micro mistakes. Using the Dark Rider repeater crossbows in melee here against Khorne Minotaurs is disastrous. And it is looking like it's going to be a full envelopment, right? Khorne moves up, takes this objective here, and now we see all the forces of Khorne gathering. This is what we needed to see earlier. Nerexa needed to be bringing out the old Cold One Knights, right? Cold One Knights are really good against a multitude of units here. We see a Word of Pain going down. Value trading is still 4K against 5.6. Pretty tough disadvantage here. Lokir Felhart is pretty beat up, and the Cold One Knights are trying their best to chase down the Horsemen, but this is going to be a very, very good play by Berserk. Basically, using Furies to jump on top of the Cold One Knights is excellent because they have anti-large and they struggle to kill infantry-sized targets with only 28 melee attack, so that's going to be very, very tough. Lokir is quite low. Breath attack from the Hydra is not bad at all, and now the Cold One Knights do manage to get into combat, and it's not a bad fight for them with the Word of Pain activated on the Minotaurs, the Blackguard saturating in. It's not the worst thing in the world, but Lokir is kind of getting his butt kicked by Valkia as well. Valkia is a premier anti-large duelist, and she can also go invulnerable for 12 to 13 seconds at a time. So what good Khornate players are going to be doing is they're going to be using Valkia, they're going to be going invulnerable, and then as soon as it wears off, they run away. But it looks like this is going to be GG. This seemed like a meme build from Sera, which is so risky in a one, like you got to 1-to-1 with Berserk. I mean, Then I mean, maybe it's not a meme build. Maybe it's a build they've had some success with, but just had some micro blunders here and there. But overall, it looks like it's going to be a crushing defeat for the Blood God. Berserk is not somebody you can take lightly and meme around with. You got to play your best to get wins off him, and that is for sure. So Witch Elves are being called in. Witch Elves not a terrible choice. They will be able to ground down the Marauders. And here we have the War Hydra on the outside. Unfortunately for the Hydra, it is surrounded, and that is going to be a tap out, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be a 2-1 victory here for the forces of the Blood God. So there it is for Berserk, and Berserk, on that note, is going to be advancing on to the semifinals of the tournament to face off, I believe, against Tim the Wilder. Yeah, just too many things. I mean, the Khorne mobility was able to just outmaneuver the Dark Elves so hard, and Valkia was able to bully Lokier really aggressively, which obviously, you see that coming, right? Valkia is going to usually give, big characters the business and then run away when her shield is down and then come back. It's very hard. Crib does 400 value. At least the Hydra got 800, but that was a tough one. That was basically like a borderline meme build in my opinion. So updating the brackets here real quick, that is going to be a 2-1 victory for Berserk. So well played to both those players. Shout out to Sera for bringing a cool build for us. And now I'm going to go ahead and set up the semifinal lobby, and we will get the score plates adjusted and all that sort of good stuff. So let's do this. And right on. Good luck, have fun. Let's get Berserk in here, and let's get Tim the Wilder. And we're going to be starting on our next match here. Berserk and Tim the Wilder. Okay, cool. So lobby is up. Thank you guys so much for joining. Let me direct message these guys, and direct message the other guys as well. So in order to reduce downtime in today's matches, what I'm probably going to be doing is jumping between the two series. So once the other top four is decided, we're going to be jumping between those. So I just need to see where the players are going to be appearing here in a second. We should be good. All right, there it is. And it will be Berserk versus Tim the Wilder. Now, as far as the maps go, I believe the first map is the Proving Grounds, although these guys are topside, so the maps are actually different. It is going to be the Haunted Vale is going to be the first map. All right. Let's get it going, and they will start. And this is like, watching Tim the Wilder and Berserk play is like the pinnacle of sweat. These are two of the sweatiest players in the community. You guys are going to be seeing peak play right now. Yeah, the Cribdus is tough. I'm always rooting for Berserk. He's really fun to watch. Oh, don't tease me with the Chaos Dwarfs. I would love to see Chaos Dwarfs. My Chaos Dwarf champion has been eliminated. Hitman Hippo is a Chaos Dwarf enjoyer. And unfortunately, even though they are a major event winner, they did lose in the first round. So, yeah, tough stuff. All right, so let me tag the other players and see how we're looking here. All right, replays have been submitted, and now we're going to get started. Outstanding. And cool. So Catholic Alcoholic and Scrambled Egg Special still playing on the bottom side. So for anybody just joining, we can give you guys a little bit of a teaser of what is to come. So we have Berserk and Tim the Wilder playing up here on the top side of the bracket. You can see the maps that we're using from Total Tavern map pack up there. On the bottom, we have Solisora waiting to play against Catholic Alcoholic and Scrambled Egg Special. So we have, I believe, VM. Berserk is in VM. We have an RTK player. Solisora, I don't know if they're an RTK, but I think the player's from China, so I don't know if they're in a Chinese clan or something, but really, really cool to see that. We have a very diverse pool of players from all over the world. Catholic is German, I believe, and then we have Scrambled Egg Special. I think he's from the United States as well. He's not in a clan. So Catholic, I believe, is in one, though. I believe he's in RTK, right? Could be wrong. All right, anyways, let's get these score plates all set up here and fix it up. And we are good to party. So they're going to be doing their picks and bans. Hopefully it won't take too long, although it is very sweaty. There is a lot at stake here. So I can imagine if they're going to be taking their time. I don't hold it against them. So we're going to be forgiving here today. All right. By the way, how does the stream quality look during the game? I've gotten some comments saying that the streams look a little pixelated like the actual battle footage, but let me know if that's the case. I feel like it should be fine. Okay, let's do that. There we go. And then we need to get Tim's name and make it look nice and fitting here. Okay, there it goes. Almost got it. Cool. Yeah, let me know how the stream quality looks. Like, hopefully the gameplay was fine in the last game. Solisora is RTK. They're everywhere. Yeah, it's an RTK infiltration. So we have VM and potentially 3 RTK. If Catholic is able to win, it will be triple RTK in the semifinals. Yeah, semifinals there. Yes. Look good today? All right, good. Looks fine on my end? Yeah. It's 5 a.m. in China right now. Yeah, brutal. A lot of the a lot of these power gamers though have weird sleep schedules like myself. Yeah, so they'll be ready. Looks good on 1080. Awesome. Solisora is RTK. Got it. Thank you. Very cool. Yeah, I always wondered what the Chinese community is like. Like do they do domination mostly? Do they do land battle? Do they have their own kind of modded version of the game? Is anybody in chat up to date on that? I have back in Warhammer 2, I actually played in a couple Chinese tournaments, which was fun. And it wasn't actually that laggy, which was weird. So back in Warhammer 2, there was an invitational tournament where they invited 4 Westerners to come play the top 4 players in China. And for some godforsaken reason, they invited me. I mean, I was a decent tournament player, but yeah. So it was me, Falcon, Talaxalon Soothsayer, and Fistek, I think, who is an old school competitive player in Warhammer 2. And we played against some of the Chinese players in a best of 5 tournament. It was really, really fun. Oh, did I put Total War Warhammer? Tim is Total War Warhammer. Okay, I screwed up his name. You gotta love it. All right. Tim the Wilder. Tim the Wilder has become Total War Warhammer. He has taken over. Didn't you have for the Chinese? Yeah, we did. It was fun. Yeah, but the Chinese players, I believe, they probably use a VPN to get around the firewall. I mean, most of there's a lot of applications that are banned in, various countries, and people just use VPN to get around those. Yeah. Yeah, Flying Taco. Flying Taco is somewhat active. He appears for specialty tournaments so he can play his ogres. And I know Flying Taco is a big, big ladder player. People run into Flying Taco all the time on ladder. He's the great ogre tyrant of ladder. Yeah. Yeah, Soothsayer. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Yeah, Soothsayer was awesome, and he was a really good guy too. I only have ever had good experiences with him. How well did you do in the Chinese tournament? Or this in the Chinese tournament, I went 3-1. So I actually won all my matches but one. And then I in the last match, it wasn't ordered or anything. I ended up losing a 2-3 series. It was really close. But I had a pretty good run in that tournament. I mean, I don't know what the final results were, but I'm pretty sure I tied for first or second in that tournament. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Don't need VPN for playing on Steam. Got it. Understood. Yeah. That tournament took place right after the Grom de Ponch and the Wood Elf DLC. Yeah, I remember, because the Wood Elves were really, really the hotness. Soothsayer stole your lunch money. Yeah, Chinese players are very good. I mean, you're going to see today, Solisora is extremely good. And I didn't even know who this player was. I saw them come on to the scene a couple months ago, and Solisora was just I ran into them in a tournament, and I didn't know who they were. And I saw they didn't have a ton of match history on Total Tavern, so I was like, oh, okay, this should be an interest. We'll see how this goes. I got beaten pretty good by Solisora. And then today, Solisora comes in, this Chinese player. I hope I'm right about that. I had one person tell me that, but nonetheless. And if we take a look at the bracket, I mean, Solisora defeated Boss Toss 2-0 and then also defeated Hitman Hippo 2-0. So those are really impressive wins. And those are 2-0s, not giving up a single game so far today. So they'll be playing Catholic or Scrambled Egg Special on the bottom side of the bracket in our next set of matches. So that's very exciting. I love to see it. And, that's a cool thing about kind of these communities is you see different playstyles for sure. I would say there's a pretty distinct playstyle between American players and, I don't know, I think American players and Western European players play more similar. Whereas there's a more distinct playstyle actually from Eastern Europe, and even the Chinese community has a very distinct playstyle. At least they did back in the day. As far as now, it's hard to articulate because, I haven't had as much exposure, but yeah, it's pretty hyped. All right, checking here. Oh, Tim's just telling me what's going on. So Nurgle and Tomb Kings have been global banned. There's global bans for each series, so each player gets one global ban. So no Nurgle and no Tomb Kings. And that's funny because Berserk is the best Nurgle player out there, one of them, as well as Harrison. Harrison's very good. And Tomb Kings, Tim is probably the best Tomb King player. So they both banned each other's mains, which is pretty funny. Yeah. Yeah. Anticity stole your girlfriend? What are you talking about? This is a best of 3 series. It's best of 3. Yeah. So this is best of 3, and then we have best of 5 grand finals. The prize for today's tournament is that we have a couple prizes. So for first place, it's going to be a $250 cash prize. Is it $200 cash prize? And then you get an invite to the Creative Assembly official event, which is going to be coming up in December. And so that's really exciting, right? Because the Creative Assembly event has a $2,000 prize pool, so pretty substantial. I mean, this is, but for Total War standards, that's pretty huge. And then second place today is also guaranteed a prize. They're going to get a $150 cash prize too. So not huge, but you know, it is what it is. Do you play land battles anymore? Occasionally I'll do conquest games. I like conquest. I just don't like having. I like true competitive RTS that just function on their own, and you don't need like player imposed restrictions to make them functional. Granted, I do enjoy conquest a lot, and I still will play land battles casually with friends. I just don't like playing land battles like hyper competitive. But yeah, it's great. I mean, land battle is the backbone of old school Warhammer, and it's what brought us here, right? So I think it's fun, and I think conquest is probably going to be the future going forward. For future Total War games, we'll probably see some sort of a conquest variant, maybe domination. I mean, 40K in tabletop is basically domination mode. You have objectives. You get points. You know, usually in 40K you get points for killing things, or excuse me, for controlling objectives and doing secondary missions. So I think that if they do a 40K game, I think it makes massive sense to have a domination style game. Now, maybe no reinforcements. You know, in 40K, you could bring tactical reserves like Terminators and Deep Strike, but maybe you do like a domination variant. Like, so it's more of a 40K experience, and then you just don't have reinforcements except Terminators and Deep Striking units, right, that you want to keep off the board. Yeah. Let's see here. Next question. Solisora is a Chinese player. He's a beast at the game and a really nice guy. Yeah. I've only ever had good interactions with him. Great player. You going to be in the CA tourney? Yes. So I'm casting the Creative Assembly tournament. I don't play in any of the major events, even if I qualify. I've qualified for 4 seasons of Total Tavern, but I give my spot to somebody else because it's kind of ridiculous, right? I want to be focusing on casting. So I'm going to be casting it with Dov Plays, which is really exciting. So Dov mainly does land battle and conquest, but he's going to be coming on over to do some domination casting with me, which is going to be really fun. Dov is an OG. He's one of my favorite people in the community. I've known Dov pretty well since 2017. We spent a lot of time chatting and hanging out together back in the day. So yeah, I'm really excited to be able to kind of do this with Dov. He's the man. He's a really cool dude. True OG of Total War competitive casting. So we're going to be doing that together. And Dov is hosting a qualifier, I believe tomorrow. So if you want to qualify, you can play in his event. And yeah, it's going to be fun. Yeah, isn't that awesome? It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Yeah, there will be in December at some point. The date, nothing's quite finalized yet, but you know, we'll let you guys know when it's all set. Dov is the man. He is. He is indeed. I also do plan on doing a major land battle / conquest in December as well. So I'm gonna see if I can talk to some of the folks at CA to also do like a big. I want to see if CA is willing to sponsor one of the faction wars. So maybe we could do it on their official channel, or we'll do it here and they sponsor it or something. But I want to have a big faction war with an open qualifier as well, so people can try and qualify for their faction. I just have to figure out a good way to do that. Maybe it's like whoever gets the furthest with their respective faction will get to play as them. We'll see. But yeah, it's going to be good. Could you see a tournament where the finals is best of 3, Dom Conquest, each round being different? That could be fun, yeah. That could be really interesting. But like, if it were best of 3, what would you do? Like Dom, Conquest, Land? I mean, Conquest and Land Battle are very similar, but yeah. Yes. Any Spice Wars events? Probably not in the near future until there's a big update, like a new faction or something. All right, so they're doing their 3x3 right now. We'll be getting started in a minute. Once they get the ball rolling, it's going to be much quicker, so don't worry. All right, so we have our match here. All right, so it looks like Catholic Alcoholic defeated Scrambled Egg Special 2-1. So it must have been a very sweaty series. Catholic is the defending champion, by the way. All right, so let's do this. Great. Let me tag you guys. Solisora, go ahead and get in lobby, keep spec slot open, and do your 3x3. All right, great. Yes, we'll be switching. Probably. Okay. Just communicating with the other players real quick. Message. And get ready with spec slot. Cool. So once we get this first game going, it's going to be rapid fire games. So we're changing the format today where we're going to be alternating between series. So we're going to cast Berserk and Tim the Wilder game 1, then we're going to be going to the other side and doing their game 1, and then we'll come back and forth, so it's going to be less brutal. For the players keeping me entertained while I work, 25 to the pool. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. The Google greed tax, yes. Well, it's not just the Google greed tax. For the record, if you want to donate, I will take care of that for you this time. But in the future, if you want to donate directly to the players and like do a prize system, hit me up in Discord instead, and we'll coordinate it there, because that's easier to do. Because right now, what happens is, obviously YouTube takes a percentage of what I make, and on top of that, I have to pay taxes on the other percentage, right? So there's more than just that. YouTube takes more than 15% as well, I think. So hit me up in Discord. Normally, if you want to like give players prizes, what I do is I just communicate with you in Discord, and then you send the prize directly to the player. That's the best way to do it. But for now, I'll take care of you. Don't worry about it. I'll put that towards the players. Yeah. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, bud. And the players will appreciate it as well. Richie, thank you for becoming a channel member. Yes. All right. Outstanding. And what's it going to be? Is it going to be... Ooh, interesting. Okay. It's either going to be Wood Elves or Tzeentch, or Skaven versus Tzeentch is going to be the matchup here. That's very fun. And they'll start their builds. But again, after this, it's going to be rapid fire games. And then we won't have this like massive downtime, as much as I like hanging out with you guys. Yeah. Yes. What's a Google tax? Yeah, so in terms of like ad revenue on YouTube, I know somebody asked me about this, but YouTube, you get... As the YouTube creator, you get 55%, and YouTube takes 45%, which, considering the platform they provide, honestly, I think is pretty reasonable. I think it's the same with Super Chats. Maybe, no, not quite. Super Chats are better, I think. I think you get a much higher percentage. Yeah. Oh, don't worry about it, AL. I got you covered, man. You want blood? You're going to get it. But it looks like there's going to be Tzeentch in game 1 no matter what. And, Tzeentch does have a low win rate right now, but I think in the hands of good players... Oh, Slaanesh. Oh, did I miss there was a Slaanesh in that pick and ban system? Oh, there is. Okay, never mind. Oh, okay, I misread it. Sorry, it's going to be Slaanesh versus Wood Elves or Slaanesh versus Skaven. Oh, that's actually really good picking there. Okay, Berserk is on Slaanesh. We don't know what Tim's on quite yet. Yeah. And it's go time. Yes. Slide an envelope filled with money under the door that says for the players. That's basically what you need to do, yes. Yeah. Patreon is different. Yeah. I think, I don't know. I'm not like super active on Patreon. Yeah. Usually I prefer to just do everything on YouTube. I'm a bit of a caveman, I'm a bit of a caveman. But we are going to get Slaanesh, so Berserk just cannot resist the temptation of the Dark Prince. The chaos calls to him, and Tim is deciding between Slaanesh and Wood Elves. Ooh, all right. That's fun. Slaanesh and a Wood Elves, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the first match of the day. Technically the second, but that other one was like a teaser. It was a preview of the Dark Gods advancing through the realm. No, it's going to be Wood Elves. So yeah, these are two very good factions. Slaanesh is top tier right now. Fiends are really good, but, I think that Wood Elves have some decent tools here too, right? The Swift Shiver Shards annihilate most of the demons, so any of the demonic units are going to be peppered by the magic arrows. The issue is dealing with the Shielded Warriors. That's one of the harder elements for the Wood Elves. Dealing with the Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh with Hell Scourges and or Basic Warriors is very, very hard, so we got our first one. It's not a mirror match. Yeah. Hey man, hype for this. Can I get a shout out to my partner to first finals? Hey, shout out to your partner. Hope you're doing well. Hope you and Battle Tutorial are having fun. I don't know your real name, or else I would, I would call you by it. But yeah, welcome. Good to have you guys. Yes. Berserk, the big chaos enjoyer. That's right. Battle Tutorial, you do YouTube, right? Your avatar looks like a YouTube channel avatar. That's why I ask. I think I've seen your stuff before. I could be wrong. Bladesingers, yeah, Bladesingers are good here. They can do some serious work. Magic damage, anti-infantry, armor piercing. They're kind of like the WD-40 of, you know, that like classic boomer meme? Like, you know, I don't know. Growing up, my grandpa, he was like a mechanic, a very redneck guy. Awesome. Awesome dude. But he used to always like make the joke like, oh, you know, WD-40 will fix everything. Like a squeaky door, it's going to fix your, you know, whatever you need to fix, it's going to take care of. And I feel like maybe the Blade Singer could be that. Now, the only issue is the Blade Singer is very squishy in some ways. It has light armor, and if it takes a big charge from like Chaos Knights or like it's hit with the Pavane of Slaanesh into a big impact hit, it's going to die very quickly. Very, very quickly. Zotes in this matchup, probably not. I would be pretty surprised to see Zotes. I would indeed. Hey, French, thank you. Finally catching a tournament. If you could only pick one, which Lord would you make top tier? Ooh, which Lord of every faction? Man, that is a hard question. Okay, let me think about this. Oh, man, that's a tough question. That's really tough. Oh, man, who's the best Lord in the game? WD-40 and Duct Tape, that's right. This game is the LeBron James versus Kobe. It really is. These are two of the best players of all time in Warhammer 3. The best Lord in the game. Man, that's a hard question. Okay. Man, Greasus? Yeah, no, of course. Boomer Breakfast, Oats, and WD-40, that's right. God, who is the best Lord in the game? Okay, I'm literally thinking, so definitely not on the Dwarves or Chaos Dwarves. Probably not going to be on Empire. And we're talking only Legendary Lord, okay? Probably not on Wood Elves. Dark Elves, no. High Elves, no. Oh, that's hard, man. That's really hard. Archaon is good, but he's not the most competitive choice. I mean, if we're just talking about who's the best fighter, it's obviously Kugath. Nobody in the game can beat Kugath in a one-on-one fight. But if we're talking the most competitive pick, who's like always good almost, I mean, Valkia is very good. Valkia could be a contender of one of the strongest in the game. I know people meme on her a lot, but she's like always good. Like elusive, extremely hard to kill, does a ton of damage. Kairos is, if we're talking land, we're not talking land battle. That changes everything because we're talking this game mode. Dude, I don't know. Festus is kind of, he's all right. He's all right. He's not. I mean, yeah, Lewin is really freaking good. Yeah, arguably Durthu is really good. I agree. Durthu is god tier at the moment. Lewin is god tier. Valkia is god tier. Iron Dragon is god tier also. I mean, he's insane. But Cathay is just kind of on the weaker end of the spectrum in domination. Those are probably some of the choices, I would say. I mean, Valkia is like an auto take most of the time. But those would probably be, yeah, Iron Dragon, Valkia, Lewin, Durthu. Those characters are raid bosses. As a matter of fact, we're probably going to be seeing Durthu right now. You just kind of reminded me. He got some milk in the last patch. Yeah, probably Valkia would be. If I had to choose, I might even say Valkia might be one of the best in the game. All right, ladies and gentlemen, spawning in on the south side of the battlefield, it is going to be Tim the Wilder with a double Waystalker. So Waystalker is very, very nasty in this patch. Arrows of Kurnus do a ton of damage. There is, of course, a bug where you can recycle the Waystalkers and just like auto-shoot the Arrows of Kurnus, I believe. But again, if any of the players do that, they're going to get an instant match loss and just be removed from the tournament. So that is not going to be an issue here. They know that. They've been made aware. On the other side, Tim is going to be using Dryads. So he does have Dryads as well as Wildwood Rangers. Okay, so Wildwood Rangers kind of got a bit of a rework, and they're basically just like greatswords, right? Yeah, they have similar stat line to greatswords. You do have a nice bonus for its infantry of 14. So this is a really, really cool tech here by Tim. Dryads into the sunset, double Waystalker. In the back, it's going to be Hagbane Tips. Hagbane Tips, of course, do magic damage and poison damage, but giving them good utility against demons. And it is going to be a Spellsinger of Flock of Beasts. Flock of Doom, which of course is very meta. Look at that, double Wildwood Ranger. I'm really excited to kind of see how they work. I mean, Tim is one of those guys who practices with other high-level players behind the scenes, so you don't often see their really powerful builds, like in public tournaments. You know, he kind of treats it like, you know, other RTS pros do, right? When you look at other RTS communities, they usually have small training circles, so their meta and their strategies that they employ are not known by the common competitive population. And Tim is one of those guys, so that's going to be very fun. For Berserk, we have Hellstriders of Slaanesh, which are much better in this patch. A bunch of Hellscourge Warriors. Wow, that is a wide freaking build. Devoted Marauders everywhere. It's going to be a Herald of Slanesh who's going to be spell spamming. So we do see Acquiescence and also Pavane. And do we have the lore passive here? Actually cutting the lore passive, which is very, very interesting. I feel like the lore passive is super good, but it is not going to be brought here today. The Arrows of Kurnus going to be singing, immediately going into one of the warriors here. So Tim the Wilder, a Bloodhound, he does see the Chaos Warriors of Slanesh and immediately targets them with the Arrow of Kurnus right here. So he is able to get some nice value, picking off 17 of those models right out of the gates. Wood Elves have a similar rule in Tabletop. It's really cool. So when the game starts in Tabletop, the Wood Elf Lord has a rule where he can try and fire a warning shot at the enemy Lord, and there's a chance that he could do like a wound against the enemy Lord before the game even starts. It's like the super cool, cool army ability. Now, it is going to be Devoted Marauder spam, and Devoted Marauders will get smashed up by Dryads pretty hard, right? So it looked like Tim was expecting that. Granted, he does have contingencies in place for armor with the Wildwood Rangers, and Tim is going to be pulling back. He's going to be kiting a little bit. The way he likes to play is very, very gamey. He usually will yield the objectives for value trading and then try and come back later and just steamroll you off the objectives, which is a playstyle that makes me just massively nervous. So out of the gates, Tim is not even going to be contesting Objective 1. I think this is a mistake. I think if you're Tim, you should park 2 units here just to make sure that he doesn't get that objective for free. At least keep it a 2-to-1 cap. On the outside, we see a Dryad running away. It looks like the Dryads are going to be relinquishing Objective 3 right now, so they're going to be pulling back this way. And there is going to be a call-up of the Wildwood Rangers and more Dryads, and the battle lines will soon be clashing as the forces of Berserk are squaring up, eating some archer shafts to the face. And they are going to be eating a big charge from the Dryads. So the Dryads do break the armistice here, the peace that they had on the battlefield. And they do start to cut down these Devoted Marauders. Dryads, of course, very, very solid there because they do have Phys-Res. A big Chaos Knight charge is going to be coming in, and Tim was not paying attention. He gets steamrolled by the armor of the Dark Prince as we see those, oh man, so much damage going down there. That's like 40% HP. Berserk's Cav Micro, insane. So now he's going to be moving through. The archers have turned their shots onto the Chaos Knights. Berserk's Micro really, really heavy with these. Tim does brace his spears and get a good flock of doom, though. And now it looks like the Chaos Knights are going to be pulling back and through, but not before they do a ton of damage, right? Almost destroying the Wildwood Ranger unit, also hammering one of the Dryads on the flank and making it very, very scary indeed. Wildwood Rangers out here, though, trading well into the Devoted Marauders, and the Dryads should be winning many of their frontline fights. This is also a big win here for Tim, as we do have the Wildwood Rangers fighting the Chaos Warriors, which is the ideal choice. And look how one-sided this is, right? Even despite it being a bit of a 2v1 situation, the Wildwood Rangers are actually cutting up both the Chaos Warriors as well as the Devoted Marauders. Now on the outside, we do see Berserk getting in for a bit of a charge here, so he is setting up his Hell Scourges, and we have 2 units of infantry purging into the secondary, so they're going to be coming in. Berserk also sweeping in with this, as well as more mobility. Now, Tim is probably going to be calling in the Wild Hunters of, some big sort of cav units. He's going to have to sacrifice something. So Berserk pulls back with the Hellstriders. He knows what he's doing, and the other Hellstrider unit's going to be charging in, and he is going to be taking the fight. Now, head-to-head, Hellstriders do defeat these cav units. Tim going to be responding with a Flock of Doom, but the Devoted Marauders have broken through the front line. We see 2 Marauders on top of the Archer units, and that's going to be a big win for Berserk there. Berserk, of course, is down in value, but that's pretty normal against Wood Elves out of the gates. And wow, the Flock of Doom just straight up wins that fight. That spell is so freaking good. And the Wood Elf Cav, the Glade Riders, able to push those units back. Meanwhile, the Devoted Marauders and the Hellscourge boys purging into the secondary, like I said, on the Glade Guard with the Hagbane tips, and these ones going to be pushed back as well. But Tim's melee battle lines are holding up super well. Berserk losing most of the melee fights, like losing here, losing here, losing here. And the Wildwood Rangers are just being absolute giga-chads, actually cutting through so many of these Chaos Warriors. And that's normally something that you see favored for the Warriors of Chaos is the infantry fight. But the Wood Elf Wildwood Rangers and Dryad Corps have done some excellent work. So Tim is going to be kiting back with these units. And where are the Chaos Knights going to be going? We do see a call out of Eternal Guards, but the Chaos Knights are going to ride down a lot of the archers here. But a beautiful Flock of Doom from Tim is going to be hitting those Chaos Knights and doing some very respectable damage. And now the Chaos Knights surging forth, charging into the Glade Riders of Spears. But the Wood Elf melee line, like I said, doing very well. The Wood Elves do own a couple objectives here, and the Warriors of Chaos are moving in with their Devoted Marauders. But look at these Rangers, absolute chads, cutting through the Chaos battle lines. Now, they actually got buffed in this new patch, right? And they look so freaking cool. I think Wildwood Rangers are one of the coolest looking units in the game. But yep, they're moving in, and these Devoted Marauders going to get mulched by that bonus force infantry of, what was it, 14, I think? And now Tim is going to be rushing towards Objective 3. Who would have thought that Wood Elves would be annihilating the Warriors of Chaos in melee today? I don't know, man. The Forbidden RTK tech is shining pretty bright here. So looking at the value, 6,000 for Tim the Wilder, 3.6 for Berserk, as the Chaos Knights do look for some juicy targets, but they're certainly having trouble finding them. The Devoted Marauders in the secondary field are pinning down some of the Eternal Guard, but the Glade Riders should be able to hammer those guys down. Meanwhile, the Wildwood Rangers are going to be heading back to try and intercept some of the Cav, and that is going to be another really good Flock of Doom, which is just doing such excellent damage against these units that are very dependent on their physical resistance. So what is Berserk going to be able to do to get back in this game? I think a Chaos Knight call-in here would be very strong if he has another one, because all the Wood Elf units here basically get hard countered by Chaos Knights. They're going to be having a terrible time. In the meantime, the Chaos Knights are still alive. They're going to be getting a charge into the back of this Wood Elf position, and they do get a little bit of DPS, but there's a Spear unit here, a very healthy Spear unit, which is going to be able to turn about face and do a lot of damage. And a nice pin coming in from Tim the Wilder. Tim does get that flank charge and pins in the Chaos Knights, and now these Chaos Knights, though they're very good against, Wildwood Rangers as well as the Glade Riders, there are Spears mixed in, and there's still good AP values on the Wildwood Rangers as well. So the Chaos Knights are going to be losing models very rapidly. And I think Berserk is starting to waver a little bit in terms of the overall state of the game. He is holding on to this objective just barely. Some of the Devoted Marauders are pushing back these Dryads. Granted, the Dryads could probably turn around and take them down. Wildwood Rangers engaging against the Devoted Marauder should have a pretty favorable fight. And are these warriors? No. Just every time I look at a fight, it looks like it's favored for the Wood Elves on the map, right? The forces of Slaanesh are just trying their best to get what they can. There's going to be some witchcraft going down here, so Acquiescence is going to be activated, and this is a really nice one for the Slaaneshi Cav. They're going to get into the back of these units, and their melee defense is going to be very, very low, and they probably will get folded up very quickly, although Flock of Doom, once again, getting a lot of punishing value. Looking around the battlefield, what are the call-ins going to be for both players? We do have the Spellweaver of Beasts hiding in the bushes to make sure nothing bad happens to it, so very, very conservative play from Tim the Wilder. While the Wood Elf core continues to advance, Wildwood Rangers at 90 models here. These Wildwood Rangers sitting at 58. Dryads looking to be in pretty good shape as well. And I think it's only a matter of time before the Dark Prince loses their grasp on this far side objective. And yeah, not seeing any more Chaos Knights, and it looks like that's going to be a call there. So that's going to be it. GG, well played in game one. A very decisive victory for Tim the Wilder, showing us the power of the new and improved Wildwood Rangers, right? They looked really, really good there. So that's going to be that. And let's update this. So that is a 1-0 lead for Tim the Wilder against Berserk. But again, it is a long series to be played. 1,700 value from the Flock of Doomcaster is very, very good. And we do also have the Wildwood Rangers. Not a lot of value on them, but I guess they were kind of I wouldn't say a distraction piece, but something that forced Slaanesh to play more cautiously. Arrows of Kurnus did good. Dryads obviously performed and were still pretty healthy. Nothing really got a ton of value except the one caster there. Some of the Wildwood Rangers did okay too, but it just seems Slaanesh really just struggled to get value anywhere. Right, 295 on their caster, and yeah, nothing on the Slaanesh army got like over 200 value really. Yeah, that's looking really bleak. The only thing that performed for the entire Slaanesh army really were the Chaos Knights, and they even still didn't do super hot there. So, all right. So, GG well played to that game one match. Now we're going to be jumping over to the next series while those guys get ready. So let me just find this other lobby here, and we're going to do it. And Phone sent me a funny gift. That made me laugh. The Flock of Doom, yeah, that was a good one, Phone. It is. Flock of Doom is very good. I think it needs to be nerfed a little bit, but that's just my opinion. All right. So now we're going to be jumping into our other match on the other side, and this is going to be Solisora versus Catholic Alcoholic. Meanwhile, Tim the Wilder and Berserk will be getting their game ready, and we are on the proving grounds, and it looks like it's going to be the Sons of Sigmar versus the Dark Elves in this next game, which is very, very hyped indeed. So here we are, and let's switch on over, get the player names updated. You ready for the power of technology? I sure am. We're just going to put Catholic for short. It's a very powerful name, so we need to keep it in check here. All right, and that's going to be Solisora. All right, and this, of course, is going to be 0-0 here. Okay, looking good. And it's going to be 0-0 in this series. 0-9, I don't think so. All right. Oh, by the way, the donation question was, what lord would you make top tier? Karl Franz all day, dude. I want the Prince and Emperor to come in with Gall Miraz and just hammer shit, you know? Empire versus Dark Elves, a classic matchup. I don't know what it is about the Empire, but they always end up playing Dark Elves. It's like one of the most common tournament matchups in Warhammer 2 and also in Warhammer 3. It's just so common, right? So for anybody joining, this is the pinnacle of competitive in Warhammer 3. This is the grand finals of Total Tavern Season 7. The winner is going to be earning a cash prize as well as qualifying themselves for a upcoming Creative Assembly official event. So very, very hyped stakes for sure. And wagons are good in this matchup. They're okay. I don't think Catholic is a wagon enjoyer, though. Wagons are also better on open field maps. This map is very kind of shrouded in foggy kind of map, so you're probably going to see more heavy state trooper play. The Lord choice is up in the air, so it's absolutely up in there. Steam tanks and land ships are banned in the tournament, so we're not going to be seeing that. What will we have for Empire? I mean, Volkmar did get buffed, but I feel like he's too weak against Dark Elf AP. Could see an Elspeth build. Could even see, a Balthazar Gelt Searing Doom kind of spam. He is playing, is that Tilia or Astalia? I don't remember off the top of my head, but we'll find out. No, tanks and land ships are still a little bit broken, unfortunately. Yeah. Hopefully they'll just, I don't know what they can do with them, but yeah. Well, what if Flock of Doom had its range nerfed and it was overcast was similar to other spells where it only increases range? That would probably be a good solution logic. Yeah. The Empire isn't too strong in domination right now. They're a mid-tier faction, like a lower mid-tier faction at the moment. All right. All right, it's cool. I will be alternating between games. So get ready. Then when I join, we play. All right, so you guys can start now. Just letting them know. You guys can start now. Cool. So Catholic is ready. Just waiting on Solisora. Probably doing some final touches to the build here. And it is go time. I want a Croak appearance. Ooh, yeah. Oh, Croak. No, Croak is not very good, but Lizardman could make an appearance. One of the best lizard players in the world, actually, is Tim the Wilder. Tim the Wilder is extremely good at Lizardmen. His playstyle is very much like a kiting playstyle, though, with dinos. He really likes to use salamanders and chameleon skinks and skink skirmishers. So he likes to pull people apart, and then Alpha Strike later on. He's not like one of the big Monster Mash Croxagore enjoyers. There are a fair amount of lizard players, and I would say the more standard meta for lizardmen is probably Croxagore spam. So you just get a bunch of big angry crocodiles with spanking paddles, and you just run down your opponent with really durable troops. Yeah. The best part he said is when it's Timming time and Tim's all over them. He did. Although, we'll see. It's only game 1 there. Berserk and Tim are going to be working out game 2. Which faction are you most excited for in the next update? Probably greenskins. Yeah, I don't enjoy ogres that much. They're all right. Greenskins I think are very fun, very flavorful. So probably them. Let's go elves. That's right. It is time. My favorite factions in Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer in general are Empire and Chaos Dwarves. So I'm always a little bit partial to those. But Dark Elves, of the elf factions, my favorite is probably Wood Elves, followed by Dark Elves. High Elves are my least favorite. Ooh, Marathi, Marcus Wolfhart. Oh, in the loop. Oh, dude, look at this build. This is just such a snipe build. I love it. Catholic going for the snipe. Yeah, Nagash will be fun. I hope we get that someday. And Thankful. We need Thankful, too. And Storm Fiends. I don't care if they were like an End Times unit. Skaven should get Storm Fiends. Those things are like the coolest thing ever. All right, guys. So we have Marcus Wolfhart. So Marcus is going to be netting. So probably Marcus with Fireball Burning Head and double Hockland Long Rifles with the Luminarch. So if there is one blunder from the Dark Elf player, if he screws up and doesn't pay attention with his Lord and gets caught in a net and then sniped, there's a double net here for the Empire, right? This is going to be very, very scary. Tell CA it's time to bring back pre-nerf Be'lakor. That was probably the worst meta we've ever had. It was Be'lakor, Hellstriders of Slanesh with Marauder Horsemen. That was the shittiest I think Warhammer has ever been competitively. Was when that was the meta. That was so freaking awful to watch. Oh my god. And that was back when we still had Lord Unsummoning, just so many awful mechanics. Domination's in a good spot now, but those were the dark ages. We had an Age of Enlightenment, right? Like this time of rapid advancement and everyone was enjoying themselves. And then there's that meta. That meta was humanity regressing 500 years. And now we've come back up to the point where we're in a really good spot. Yeah. Marcus is stealthy. He is. He's very, very sneaky. All right. So taking a look here at the forces of Sigmar. Sigmar is going to be rocking Greatsword. So we have a Greatsword in the middle line, which is a good tech. They can counter pretty much all the Druchii infantry. So very good, except Harganeth, which of course you're not going to see. Spearmen with shields, just high melee defense, cheap unit, state troopers. Hockland Long Rifles, kind of cool. They're hunting in the Drakenwald Forest here. Very creepy kind of chaos woods, which I think is very, very thematic and very fun. So it is going to be Hockland Long Rifles. This color scheme is really good too. I like it. I don't know if my army in tabletop is painted the classic red and white, but I wouldn't be opposed to this scheme. I think they look really cool. The Templeoff Luminarch is a disgusting sniper. If this thing is able to hit your Lord, it can do just brutal damage. On that same coin, though, it's actually not bad against even infantry and archers and things like that. So I don't hate that at all. And that's pretty much it. Marcus Wolfhart, very big sniping build for Catholic Alcoholic. And now on the other side, we have Solisora playing from the far east here. It's going to be Marathi up in the sky. So Marathi is going to be rocking the wand to bombard just some basic state troopers. We have Power of Darkness and Melkoth. Melkoth is extremely good against Empire Heavy Cav, like Empire Knights, Knights of the Black Rose, Blazing Sun, whatever. So that's a very good tech. And yeah, aside from that, it's going to be a very, very cool build. We got triple Dark Shard with shields, Blackheart Corsairs to annihilate state troopers, Bleak Swords to just kind of be your frontline chaff, and more Dark Shards on the other side. So it looks like the Druki are going to be going for like a wide playstyle where they try and contest the entire battlefield. And we do see some light Vanguard out here as well. So there are going to be some Dark Riders up here. Looks like a Marienburg color scheme. Very cool. Yeah, it looks really good. It looks really, really good. So Marcus is going to be Vanguarding. Now, I wonder if Marcus is going to be grabbing this objective right away. That would be an interesting choice. It would reveal to the fact that he has stealth units. Solisora would be very privy to that, because otherwise you could assume they're in the trees. But if you see a stealth unit up on the objective, it's either a Huntsman or Marcus Wolfhart, right? Yeah, welcome to the stream. We are on the semifinal match. This is going to be Catholic Alcoholic versus Solisora, up-and-coming champion. And here advances Marcus Wolfhart. So Marcus is going to be getting on objective 2 right away to grab that objective. Obviously wants to get their name on the board right out of the gates. And the Empire does also Vanguard Sterling's Revenge. All right, these guys are super cool too. They have good armor piercing, pretty respectable combat stats at 36, 32, and 28, so they can certainly fight off like a Bleak Sword or a Dread Spear. And Marathi probably going to be dropping a Wand and or a Melkoth over here. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. We do see Solisora coming up. Marathi advancing, and is there going to be a bombardment here? They're thinking about it. There's a little bit of a pickle being teased, but I suspect the Melkoth would be dropped there. Marathi. Oh man, a little bit of lag. It's all good. We got players connecting from the States and China here, so considering it's actually not that bad. But really good micro by Solisora as well, right? Solisora pulls back as Catholic moves up, and Germany. So Germany, America, and China in a three-way peer-to-peer connection. That's great stuff. But yeah, Marathi's going to be forced to the Shadow Realm, and now the Hawkland Long Rifle is going to be opening up, so the super, super cool unit. They got their long rifles, and they are going to be ripping their shots downtown against the Dark Shards, I believe. So the Dark Shards, of course, are going to be tanking it like champs. And do they have Shield Breaker? I can't remember. They do not. So the shields of the Dark Shards should be relevant here, if memory serves. But even still, it's a lot of DPS. State Troopers are advancing up. More State Troopers coming. And what is the Templar Luminarch going to be shooting? Looks like it's going to be moving out of the trees while the Great Swords come around the flank to try and overwhelm the Druki infantry on objective 1. A little bit of firepower coming out of the Sterling's Revenge. Definitely should issue a charge order to get that charge bonus of 14, but not going to happen. Okay, Luminarch shot. Oh, Marathi gets nailed in the face. A giant shaft in Marathi's face right there. Big damage from the Luminarch, and now she's going to be forced back. That is going to be making the Dark Elf players play very cautiously. However, we do see the Dark Shards here getting a very cost-effective volley into the Great Swords. The Great Swords are going to want to flee from that. On the backside, there are some Dark Riders trying to get back here to compromise the old Hawkland Long Rifles, but very good defense from the Sigmarites. Catholic Alcoholic able to get his Empire Knights and Spears to screen that out, and a beautiful Burning Head coming down as well. What a nice one there by Catholic Alcoholic. That is some fat erect damage, ladies and gentlemen. So Marathi is now relegated to living in the trees, so she's going to be hiding in the bushes and just casting spells from the shadows. While we do see the Coldwood Knights coming up to advance, Coldwood Knights are excellent against the Empire. They definitely dominate the Cav game. And look at this really nice play by our Druki player, moving up 2 Dark Shard units and actually taking out one of the Hawkland Long Rifles very effectively. Now, what I would probably do if I were Catholic is try and get some of these Cav through on top of those Dark Shards. Because if these Dark Shards are allowed to live, I mean, they're just going to melt a lot of your units. So Luminarch shot does hit the Dark Shards. You can see it does respectable damage, certainly not bad. The Spearmen forming ranks to fight the enemy Spearmen, while the Hawkland Long Rifles continue to perform very, very well. On the far side, we do see Witch Elves being summoned, and looking at the overall power valuation, we do see Catholic a little bit ahead, but overall I think he's losing the ground fight. That value is including what was done to Marathi, which is a lot. And here we do see Melkoth going down from Marathi at range, and the Luminarch is going to be zeroing in, but is it going to get the shot then? Oh, it's going to hit the tree. Oh no, it's not. Okay, we're following the shot. Here it comes, the Super Saiyan shot, and does it get off? Okay, it's going after Marathi. No, it was actually shooting against the Dark Shards, it looks like. Another Burning Head going. It does force the Dark Shards to move, who then get run down by Empire Knights, but there's a little bit of crossfire. We do have the Dark Shards right here, who can put some good firepower down as well. Grenade launchers being called in by the Sigmarites, a great answer against the Dark Elf Infantry. Looking at the objectives, it is a triple cap for the Druki. So the Empire is going to be forced into a situation where they're going to really have to scrap here and try and fight for these objectives back. Corsairs moving into the secondary. Murderous Prowess is now active. So the Dark Elf army is going to be pissed. We see grenades moving in as the Blackheart Corsairs close their distance with the Hawkland Long Rifles, and the grenade launchers draw their cutlasses and their sabers, their cavalry swords, and they charge in, trying to break the Blackheart Corsairs. Certainly not going to be easy. We do see another Melkos going down, and now Marathi has gotten into the secondary. And look at this. We do also see the Luminarch tied down, so the Luminarch is going to be tied down by the Coldwind Riders. So the Coldwind Riders and Bleak Swords break through the front line. Empire State Troopers trying to hold it back, but now it seems the build for Catholic Alcoholic is kind of falling apart. He wasn't successful in sniping the enemy lord. His build was, I wouldn't call it like a cheese build per se, but it was very, very focused on just, I'm going to cheese your lord, I'm going to cheese your SEs, and then I'm going to win the game. But Solisora was very cautious, did not let the Luminarch get too many cost-effective shots. Luminarch sitting at only 700 value, and now it is going to be forced back, and I think the Druki have taken over this game. Overall, we do see the triple cap going in here for the forces of the Dark Elves, and the Empire is going to be on the run, as the Hawk and Long Rifles are trying to rip shots into the advancing Coldwind Knights. I don't think this is a map for the Empire for sniping. This map is too hard to snipe on. There's too many tree lines, there's too many woods. Even the Hawk and Long Rifles on this map are not very good in my opinion, because there's just so many obstructions, right? You have this, you have the woods here, you have these woods, you have this rock. I mean, there's too many line of sight blocking variables, I think, to effectively be able to do that on this map. Marathi was able to get revenge for the Giant Shaft, and now she is going to be taking down the Hawk and Long Rifles, so they're pushed back. Does the Empire have any play on the objectives? We do see Catholic Alcoholic getting a bit of a cheeky grab on this side. So out here, we do see the Catholic grabbing objective number 3. And on this side, we do see objective 1 being, loosely contested by the Sterling's Revenge. But overall, this game is over in my opinion. I think that the Dark Elves have secured the victory here. Marcus Wolfhard is just going to he's not going to do a whole lot. We do see Greatswords being called in. Greatswords are good against Druki, but only if you can take down the Dark Shards. If you can't, you're just going to lose. Because the Greatswords are going to get wrecked. And it looks like there's some sort of witchcraft going down. I think Marathi is going to be dropping a Melkos on the Greatswords, and the Bleak Swords are just going to be tar pitting in. Dark Shards will soon follow up. Oh, misclick by Solisora. He misclicked, but it didn't matter anyways. GG, game 1, going to Solisora. All right, on an absolute tear. Taking game 1 off the previous season's champion. So Catholic Alcoholic, of course, was the champion of the previous championship of Total Tavern. And that is going to be game 1 going to Solisora. What an absolute tear on the scene so far. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. All right. Solisora, 2-0ing Hitman Hippo, 2-0ing Boss Toss earlier, and then coming in and winning this game against the Catholic Alcoholic. We're going to see, though. We'll come back to this series in a minute. Looking at the value, Marathi was a beast. Dark Shards carried that game, I think. They just did so much work. This one had 1,000 value. And the Coldwind Knights, when they got there, they were awesome. The Empire build was just too snipe heavy. It didn't have enough. It had, I don't know what would be the potato and what would be the meat in that situation, but it basically just had all potatoes, not enough meat. We could just say that, right? It was just, I don't know, potato isn't really equivocal to sniping, though. I don't know. That analogy was terrible. But basically, he had too much sniping and not enough substance to contest the battlefield. And if the snipe fails, you kind of just lose the game, right? So let's go ahead and switch on over to the other lobby here. Yeah, cool Druki victory. So those guys are going to get the lobby ready. Meanwhile, we will find the other match. Tim the Wilder and Berserk should be ready now. So we're going to get on over there, jump in, and now let's go ahead and make sure we're in the right lobby here. And here we are. All right, so let's go to the primary game here, the tournament. Yes, yes. Switch the nameplates. So this is going to be, who's on this side? Berserk. Berserk. And then we got Tim the Wilder here. And currently, Tim the Wilder is up 1-0 in this series. Yeah, all meat, no potatoes. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no starches. There was no carbohydrates in that build. Right. Okay. Sounds good. All right. All right. Keep me posted. So the factions that have been picked for this series, Tim the Wilder will either be playing Dwarves, Skaven, or Demons of Chaos, and Berserk will either be playing Grand Cathay, Tzeentch, or Khorne. All right. Very cool. So they're still finalizing everything, so they weren't able to get ready in that time. I suspect one of them needed to take a break or something, but all good. That other game, to be fair, was very, very quick. So, it's understandable. Luminarch saw the build and just wanted the game to be over. Did he ever fix the Luminarch's haggard targeting? It still shoots pretty well. The Luminarch is certainly better than it used to be. Yeah. Warriors of Chaos I think Warriors of Chaos are sadly my best faction right now. Like if I had to play for my life, it'd probably be Warriors of Chaos. Even though they're kind of a weaker faction. It's what I know the best. Yeah. I know the dreaded Grand Cathay tournament pick. I know. I'm in your lobby. Okay, I'm going to attack these guys. Feel free to start when ready. Okay, so I don't know what they're doing quite yet. I just told Tim that I'm in the lobby with him, which is awesome. And we're going to find out. So the Haunted Vale is the next map, I think? Or did we just do Didn't we just do Haunted Vale? Yeah, they got to update their map. So the map is going to be Imperial Road. Okay. Road is map. And I'm going to message both these guys. Let them know what the map is so they can change that up. And yes. Sad Carl Franz noises, I know. What would I bring against Dark Elves? I would probably go way more State Troopers. And I would even consider an artillery piece. Dark Elves don't like artillery. In that matchup, though, maybe a couple mortars. Dark Shards are very meta nowadays. If you just went like super wide State Troopers with mortars and maybe the Royal Altdorf Griffites in your backfield as a sweeper unit to make sure nothing gets back there with some Empire Knights, could be pretty strong. Like State Trooper, sword and board with, sword State Troopers, spear State Troopers maxed out, like as many as you could possibly bring with a couple mortars. The Lord choice against Dark Elves would probably be Boris Todbringer with Burning Head. He can be sniped, but he's very elusive and very disruptive too. Although you could just go like, you can even do Elspeth, like just a Elspeth Buna Spirit Leech caster. You just like Buna Coldo Knights and call it a day. You know? Huntsmen, yeah, Huntsmen are also good in that matchup. They're not bad. Wait, Berserk on Beastmen? Wait, what? Am I looking at the wrong pick and ban thing? All right. Yeah, he got it. Berserk has got it. So we got Dwarves, Skaven, and Demons of Chaos versus Zinch. Oh, no, wait, that must have been for the previous game, right? No. That can't be the case. No. Oh, he played Khorne in the previous series. That's why my brain was confusing it. Okay, so we could be seeing him on Khorne here. I would be really interested to see a Grand Cathay pick. So as far as like maps go for Grand Cathay, this is one of the best maps for Grand Cathay. You have a super easy to defend home objective that's incredibly hard to steal. And then you can just go to the middle and fight over that, you know, with your blob or your formation, right? So this is a really good Cathay map, actually. Holy shit, is it going to be Grand Cathay versus Skaven? Oh, let's go! Master Boy and Prey Starlink still in the middle of the ocean. Oh, nice. I'm glad you're able to watch. Stay safe out there, man. Avoid the benthic horrors and the Cthulhu monsters and all that scary stuff. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Ben. Yeah, rugby is a sport that's not super popular in the States. One of the colleges I went to, it was there was a rugby team. Yeah. I wonder what sport gives you more concussions between rugby and like American football. Probably depends on the position you're playing, right? Because some positions in American football don't get concussed that much, whereas some are just like nonstop concussions, right? Like if you're playing like any sort of the like middle linebacker, outside linebacker, you're gonna have CTE, you're gonna have brain injury when you're older. Running backs probably as well. Running backs take a lot of hits. Quarterbacks is probably pretty safe for the most part. Quarterbacks actually, I mean, they get hit a bit, but many times it's not like every single play. And I probably would assume American NFL linemen take a lot of hits to the head. Like those guys probably get screwed really bad because they're like point blank range with another like 350-pound man and just like full force into each other's heads like nonstop. Yeah, I would probably say American football is probably worse, right? The way they tackle and hit each other. Yeah. Is it really, Arena? You think so? I don't know. Like quarterbacks do get hit a fair amount, but I played football for 8 years, and our quarterback didn't take a lot of bad hits. I mean, he would occasionally get tackled or drilled, but it's nothing like a running back or a linebacker. You know, I don't even want to count the number of concussions I probably had. Thankfully, my memory's still pretty good. I didn't play college. I almost played college ball, but it's one of the best decisions ever to not do that. Yeah, more armor, more injuries. Yeah, that's kind of the argument with like people say the same thing about boxing and MMA, right? Like in MMA, like there are wars, but oftentimes the shots are more decisive, right? Whereas in boxing, you take a lot of repeated blows over the course of like a long fight, and I think that's probably more damaging than what people receive in MMA. And many MMA fights do end in grappling and wrestling, so that's not going to be concussing you as much. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, Arena Emperor. That makes sense. Rugby is freaking awesome. Could have gone pro. Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I was way too small. I could have played. I was probably fast enough of a runner to play Division One football, but I never would have started. I would have been a practice dummy, right? Because I was too small. I was like 5'10", 180 pounds, which is way too small to play Division One football, probably. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, no, I would have been a practice dummy. They would have just used me as punishment in the practice squad. Would have been bad. As a high school middle linebacker, I've never been so injured. Yeah, absolutely. Middle linebackers take it rough, dude. I know a couple guys who played middle linebacker in my local teams in my area, and they like, you could even see in their late 30s, they're like a little slower than they probably should be. Yeah. Some of the older MMA fighters that fought in the early days are pretty rough now. Oh, yeah. Well, it was way worse in early MMA. Early MMA fights were really bad. Have you guys seen the what's it called? You know what I would love to do is I would love to just hang out with you guys and watch Freak Show MMA fights. If we could get away with that on YouTube, God, I would love that. Freak Show MMA fights are nuts. Have you seen that fight of the guy who gets like so there's two guys grappling. It's one guy, it's like an early UFC fight. There's a dude with a mullet and he's like wrestling this I believe it was the fighter he was fighting was named Joe Sun. He was like a horrible criminal, the guy who was getting punched in the wiener. But he basically has the guy in like a sort of a crucifix position of sorts, and he's just wiener punching this guy just like over and over. Have you guys seen that? It's like the most absurd shit ever. Oh my god. Could do a Discord event? Yeah, maybe. Oh my god. Yeah. No, it wasn't Dan Severn. It was, I'll get you guys a screenshot of it. Hold on. I probably can't show the video, but I could do a screenshot. Okay. It's so savage. Hang on. This is what happens in between games. We just do stupid shit like this. MMA. All right. Oh, man. Am I going to get demonetized for putting this up? I think you can see a little bit more than you probably should. Yeah, I don't know. I'll play it safe. You guys can look it up, though, if you want. Yeah, Keith Hackney versus Joe Sun, if you guys want to look it up. Well, my favorite fighters of all time in MMA, Mirko Cro Cop, Daniel Cormier, Georges St. Pierre, would probably be Demetrius Johnson. Let's see, who else? Those would probably be my top four beyond that. Yeah, Don Fry is amazing. I didn't follow his career super heavily, but Mirko Cro Cop was one of my favorites. That guy was badass. When he was fighting in the whole arc he had with the Emelianenko family was crazy, right? Like he knocks out Fedor's brother, like super brutal, and then they had a really good fight after that. It was like a super cool storyline. I'm a big Daniel Cormier fan. I love his style. He just like picks people up and ragdolls them, and he's just like all jolly and stuff. He's great. And who doesn't love GSP? Yeah. GSP is the man. In between games, we study punching wieners, yeah. Yeah, Fedor is one of my favorites as well. Like, Prime Fedor was just the beast. Mirko Cro Cop, one of my favorite... Okay, before this will be the last bit we talk about MMA. Oh, I love... Yeah, Charles Oliveira, he's the man, dude. He rules. One of my favorite scenes ever. So there was an MMA fighter named Vanderlei Silva, who was like known for having like one of the most intimidating stare downs ever, right? Like everybody was afraid to do these stare downs with him. Well, then Mirko Cro Cop rolls up, and like he was like the first guy to just like I think win a stare down with Vanderlei Silva, and because Mirko Cro Cop is like apparently like involved in law enforcement back in Croatia, and like also is just like a Terminator MMA fighter. So he just like was used to dealing with like hardened criminals, and he rolls up to these MMA fighters, and like he's like, "What are you gonna look at me scary?" Like, dude, that was so cool, dude. It was so cool. Yeah, Prime Fedor is one of my favorites. I would say he's in my top 5 too. He could be in the top 5. I also really like Jan Blachowicz. I think he's awesome. Like Jan Blachowicz is so cool because he's like almost 40 and he's still just kicking butt. You know, taking people the distance. All right, anyways, guys, sorry. I know a lot of you aren't here for MMA, but it's my favorite sport, so. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in Game 2 in our series between Berserk and Tim the Wilder. It is going to be Cathay versus the Skaven. Now, looking at the Cathay Lord here, it's going to be a dragon-blooded Shugengen Lord. And we have Missile Mirror being brought by Berserk. I don't know if he's going for style points. But man, oh man, he is. We do have Ancestral Warrior Summit as well, and Storm of Shadows for slowing, but Missile Mirror against Skaven, that is some seriously forbidden tech. All right. So on top of that, we got Peasant Spearman. It is also going to be an Alchemist. So Alchemist is going to be there with Plague of Rust. On the outside, it's going to be Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen of the Vanguard. And in the main battle line here, it's going to be what appears to be Crane Gunners. So a triple Crane Gunner build against Skaven. Going to be trying to contest the open field, but Tim is going to know this. Tim is going to be deploying in the woods back here like a little sneaky rat and trying to cause some havoc. So looking at Tim the Wilder's build, we do have Clan Rats in the bushes, so it's going to be triple Clan Rat. I need to probably change the cinematic smoothing settings because for some reason that's already down the most. Okay, weird. But it's going to be what appears to be Clan Rats, Skaven Slave Slingers. Doom Flayers are really good against Grand Cathay, extremely hard for Cathay to deal with. They wreck the infantry. They can actually fight against cavalries and it'll be well too. Rat Ogres, and look at this, Throth the Unclean. Man, we are in an age of such a cool meta where you're seeing like just faction diversity, lord diversity, and Throth is a pretty good character here. He's going to be able to summon Rat Ogres. He can fight the dragons if he needs to. Very fast, very disruptive, and we just got more Ogres and more Flayers. So the Skaven army is going to be very centered around its Rat Ogres and its Doom Flayers, which again is extremely meta with Throth the Unclean, and the forces of Grand Cathay are going to be trying to shooting gallery. So they're just going to be rocking a ton of Crane Gunners, which is going to force the Rats into a very defensive posture. I would like to see Berserk send a Cav unit to go grab Objective 2 in the middle just to get that advantage out of the gates. I think that would be very, very good. Up here in the trees, it's going to be Peasant Horsemen. And where are they going? I think they're scouting. The Rat army is kind of sneaky back here, but we are going to be seeing the Peasant Horsemen discover the rats in the bushes. Although I think on this map they're openly visible. I don't think these trees actually hide you very well. So the Peasant Horsemen going to be looping around, and we do see Throth the Unclean heading to the middle. Is he going to be eating the Crane Gunner fire? Crane Gunners are moving to the high ground. This is very good play because, you know, Berserk knows that Tim's army is mainly over here, right? So he's positioning on this hill away from the epicenter of the enemy army. Granted here, the Skaven do have a bit of a split pushing force, so they could push very heavily on multiple fronts. Now look at this. The Peasant Horsemen trying to be sneaky, but Throth the Unclean able to hunt a couple of them down. So we do see the Peasant Horsemen getting feasted on by Throth the Unclean. So there they go. Actually, none of them dying yet. Throth's trying to keep pace, but the Peasants are very quick, so the Rat isn't able to kind of sink his jaws in. Looks like there's going to be some sort of witchcraft coming in. I'm not sure what it's going to be. We see the Sorcerer here. So the Dragon-Blooded Shugengen Lord. Not sure what it's going to be doing. Maybe dropping the Missile Mirror or something. I don't know. We'll find out on today's episode. More Peasant Horsemen coming in, and it looks like Berserk's going to be getting aggressive with this Horseman early on, running into the Skaven Slave Slingers, which I think is a bit of a bait. There's Ogres and Flayers, and Tim is in a very good defensive posture. You're just going to lose more Peasant Horsemen than it's worth. And I think Berserk realizes this. He pulls back and is going to be using his Peasant Horsemen to grab the objective. So the middle objective does go to Grand Cathay, and that's really valuable for Berserk because Cathay is very poor at playing the objective game. So, you know, making sure to have a lock on that is good. On the high ground, Jade Lancers try to get on top of the Skaven Slaves here. And overall, it looks like they're going to be fleeing the scene. Did I get a game crash here? Nah, that's weird. Shit. That's strange. Let's see. No, we're back. We're back, baby. I think we're good. Okay. So the game stabilized. I've never seen that before. That was a very strange crash. Or attempted crash, but I think we're fine. So Jade Lancers being harried by the Doom Flayers. Doom Flayers did get nerfed. In the previous patch, Doom Flayers were disgustingly overpowered against cav units, but they had a stat line nerf and they became better against infantry. So instead of like being something that was good against all armor, now they're exclusively just really good against infantry. And I would say mediocre against armor. Still not useless, but you know. Well, now look at this. Storm of Shadows activated. That's a strange call. Why the Storm of Shadows on the Doom Flayers? I mean, it lowers their speed down. Oh, it's because he wants to get these Skaven Slave Slingers. Okay, that's respectable. But I mean, the Ogres are just going to be collapsing here. And overall, it's going to be very, very tough. I mean, sure, like you're going to lose a lot of Peasant Horsemen just to kill a couple Skaven Slave units. That's tricky. Although I think a lot of the harass that Berserk is doing, he's just trying to overwhelm his opponent with micro and just, you know, see if he can catch Tim slipping up. But Tim, of course, is a micro god as well and isn't going to be making too many mistakes. Throth the Unclean is also really good against his playstyle. With 95 movement speed, he's going to be able to move around and cause a lot of bullying here. But now we do have this Celestial Lion. Celestial Lion's going to be attacking into the Doom Flayers, getting some nice armor piercing, but Throth is going to be able to dunk on this thing. He's a very good stinky rat, and he immediately gets the impact on the Celestial Lion of Berserk, and Berserk is going to be taking a lot of HP damage on the Lion. But okay, the summon here I do like. So there is going to be the Jade Summon, not the Jade Summon, but the Ancestral Warriors are going to be called in beneath, which is going to be excellent. The Ancestral Warriors will provide halberd attacks into the Rat Ogres and the Doom Flayers. So Berserk ends up with the reverse Uno here, calling in the Ancestral Warriors, who are actually prison shanking down these Rat Ogres very effectively. They're going to potentially do good work against the ogres as well, but the Celestial Lion is having a bit of a tough fight against Throt the Unclean and is going to want to retreat. So Berserk's going to want to pull this thing around and get that thing up and away from that fight. Otherwise, he's just going to be giving up a massive amount of value. Peasant Horsemen are fleeing the scene. Ancestral Warriors were able to hurt one of the ogres pretty badly. And I really don't like this thing fighting here. This is a huge mistake. It's eating so much firepower. Berserk making very, very uncharacteristic mistakes here early in the game, as the Celestial Lion is annihilated by Throt the Unclean and also by all these slingers. And oh, these are Storm Vermin. So Tim the Wild, they're bringing in the elite rats. Storm Vermin are so freaking cool. Look at these things. So they're going to be moving down with their halberds, getting ready to head to Objective 2 probably. But eventually Tim is going to have to move up and contest the objectives. Berserk, I think, living a little bit too close to his name of, getting just super aggro here. What sort of a mage do the Skaven have? I haven't seen their mage yet. It's around here somewhere. I'm not sure. But looking across the battlefield, we do see some Jade Lancers coming here, and they do manage to run down some Skaven Slave Singers. So Berserk getting a bit of a gimme right back there. In the meantime, the sharpshooters are preparing to shoot. Okay, so the sharpshooters are about to be charged pretty heavily by the Rout Ogres. They are ripping some very cost-effective shots, and the Peasant Horsemen are going to be forming ranks. Likely going to come around behind with the Crowmen and sandwich that Ogre formation, but he's going to need some more mass here. Really nice staggered positioning as well. We do see the Crane Gunners getting effective shots here, more Crowmen being called in, but Ogres do make contact with the Peasant Horsemen. And now the Skaven are going to be sounding the horn of war, while Throt the Unclean continues his pursuit. Hunting down the Dragon-Blooded Lord here, but Throt probably going to be left to his own devices here as he is attacked and surrounded by the Jade Lancers. And it looks like did the Beast come back? Okay, the Celestial Lion actually did come back here, which is a big win for Berserk. The fact that this thing is still functional and potentially it's going to be routing these ogres off the battlefield is actually a very, very big win there. So that is, a little bit of breathing room for Grand Cathay. Crowmen descending on Rat Ogres, doing solid damage. We do see some of the Rat Ogres here being attacked by the Crowmen as well as Peasant Long Spears, and the Crane Gunners are going to be forced to retreat. In the meantime, the Crane Gunners are shooting on all fronts. We do see Crane Gunner shooting here into what appears to be Ogres and or Storm Vermin. So one unit of Storm Vermin getting melted pretty heavily. It seems like Berserk is clawing his way back into the game there. Yeah, we see the Storm Vermin Halberds taking massive casualties from the Crane Gunners. Peasant Horsemen just active all over the battlefield. Berserk's Cavalry micro is pretty insane. He's got that scariness for sure. And I've noticed that. I think that the players, if I had to categorize players who have the best micro by region, I would say that players from Eastern Europe tend to have the best micro in the game. Hands down. Their micro is, and of course, they don't always win every game, right? Builds and macro and decision making is very important, but their micro is really, really nuts. Absolutely. But there is such a thing as over microing too. Sometimes you can get a little bit too carried away trying to do too many things at once, and you can pay the troll toll with that. Throt the Unclean actually taking a lot of damage here from the Alchemist as well as the Dragon-Blooded Lord, but it looks like he's zeroing in on the Crane Gunners here. Now, how is Grand Cathay going to be defending this? We do see the Storm of Shadows activated, so he's going to be down to 46 speed right now, getting rear charged once again by the Dragon-Blooded Lord. Peasant Spearmen are on their way in, and many of the positions here in the backfield are in some danger. So the Crane Gunners are going to be getting attacked by the Clan Rat Spears. Tim the Wilder with relentless pushing, although this fight over here doesn't look bad for Skaven. We see Crowmen annihilating a Rat Ogre unit down to the last man, and now maybe going to be getting a pick on a Doomflayer. Also a little bit of stabilization from the Crane Gunners here. So Tim Berserk very much playing like a quarterback in the pocket, using his linemen here, the Peasant Long Spearmen, to buy time for the Crane Gunners, which then are able to crossfire and protect their buddies on the other side of the battlefield. Now, the objectives, though, are very, very Skaven favored, though Berserk has started to pull some value back. We do see Tim up a little bit in value, but the objectives are very much in the favor of the Rats, which is going to be tough. But Iron Hail Gunners are called out. Very, very good defensive unit here. Going to be ripping some beautiful shots into the back of these stinky rats. So we do see the Clan Rats getting eviscerated. That's one way to deal with spears, is to shoot them with guns. And the objective here potentially going to be flipping Skaven. The Vermintide has arrived on the point. A lot of rats, just bodies and bodies. Now, what sort of magic do we have from Grand Cathay that can be useful here? Unfortunately, Grand Cathay doesn't have any crowd clearing. The Missile Mirror tech is very strange. I'm curious why he brought Missile Mirror. Maybe it's like a forbidden tech against mortars or something. I'm not sure. On the backside, Ogres do manage to get on top of the Crane Gunners, but there is an Iron Hail Gunner being called in with a good micro. Tim should be able to, Berserk, should be able to turn across and shoot the Ogres here. But downhill charge going to be coming in from the Jade Lancers. And the fight in the woods, how's this going? We did see the Storm Vermin arriving, and it looks like Berserk is going to be trying to escape, and he does escape with the Crowmen. Tim's big pointy sticks doing some work as the Celestial Lion now going to be maybe pressuring this back objective, but there's no capture weight here, right? I guess there is one unit of Peasant Horsemen, which is something, and we do see some Peasant Horsemen surging into the backfield of the Skaven. Looks like they're going to be making a play for Objective 1 and trying to steal that from the Rats. Because Rats do have a rock hard triple cap right now. Granted, Cathay does have some time to get the objectives back. Storm of Shadows activated on the Doom players once again, which is a really cool tech. So the Doom players are locked down, and the Iron Hill Gunners are going to be forming ranks and preparing to rip some big shots into them. That is going to probably kill a couple Doom players and send them running to the hills, so the Doom players are going to be fleeing at -16 leadership. Meanwhile, more and more Night Runners are getting mowed down. So Berserk is value trading all right, but so too are the Skaven. The Skaven are swarming, their Storm Vermin are grinding. It doesn't seem like there's any crowd clearing magic to deal with just the copious amounts of rats on the battlefield. And over here, this position is looking very, very bad for Berserk. We do see the Crane Gunners being run down by Jade Lancers, and the Iron Hill Gunners probably going to be in some similar danger as well, as another Iron Hill Gunner is being called in to try and address the situation. In the backfield, it looks like a little bit of harass going down. Berserk with very scrappy micro, trying his best to salvage the game and get some backfield play. But at this point, he's going to be tapping out, feeling as if it's over, which in my opinion, it was 100% over. So GG, well played with that. Tim the Wilder bringing the fury of RTK. Very clean build, extremely tight defensive play. Tim not letting anything get into his cookie jar in the beginning, and then alpha striking and swarming the Cathay army. Very gun heavy, right? It's really risky to go triple gun against a Skaven army. Skaven are very wide. They're very good at just absorbing firepower and sending their crappy rats in. So that is going to be GG. So that is going to be Tim the Wilder advancing on to the grand finals of Season 7. That is a big old win there. Him and Berserk play each other all the time in tournaments. They're, I would say very much rivals, but friendly rivals, of course. But that is going to be a victory for Tim the Wilder here in this match, ladies and gentlemen. And now we can go make it official on the bracket. So we're going to head on over to the bracket here, and let's find it. There it is. So Tim the Wilder wins the series in a very, very decisive fashion 2-0. So there he is advancing, and now we have Solisora versus Catholic Alcoholic Game 2. So this could be a relatively fast series. We're going to have to see how this goes. Now remember, the grand finals are best of 5, so it's going to get real sweaty. Real sweaty. All right, so let's get into the other lobby here, and they should be ready for us. Let's refresh that. Well played to Berserk. I'm sure he'll be back. Berserk, of course, is the champion as well. He has won a major event. He won the previous season before Catholic, so he won 2 seasons ago. All right, and I believe it's this lobby. Let's go check it. Yeah, great matches, indeed. Indeed. Oh, Wood Elves versus Greenskins. You guys wanted some Green Tide. Let's go, baby. Green Tide is a blast. Okay, so heading over to the game. So we got the tourney game here. Let's update these scorecards here, make it official. So we got Solisora. Solisora. I believe we got the name right. Powerful Chinese player facing off against Catholic Alcoholic, rockin' Germany. Okay, so here we are, and we will do Catholic for short. There it is. And the score in this series currently is favored. Solisora is up 1-0. So we're jumping back to the series, and we're going to see if we can get game 3. The hardwood. Oh, Grom the Punch. Let's go. Warhammer 2's back, baby. Yeah. Grom is actually decent against Wood Elves. I believe he got an AP buff in this update as well. So it should be fun. Roll Green Tide. I like that. Roll Tide. Yeah, that's really good. Roll Green Tide. Yeah, I mean, Catholic is an elf main, so any opportunity he has to play elves, he's going to do it. But he is down here. He needs to win. And remember, Catholic Alcoholic is the defending champion on Total Tavern. So he won last season, had an epic finale series, and is here to defend his belt. So we're going to see if he's going to be able to get the job done here in today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Any reason to pick Sword and Shield Storm Vermin? In a couple niche matchups, yes. Typically, halberds are better, because they're almost as durable and they have armor piercing and anti-large. But in matchups where you're really not expecting any large and you just want armored, shielded infantry, yes. But I would say the Storm Vermin are usually the go-to pick. Yeah. Yeah, this is fun. We're going to see the forbidden meta here. So players are loading in, and here we are on Itza. So this is going to be a very fast game, one way or the other. Yeah, Grom has some play here. I think he does. Against Wood Elves, he's really durable and hard to kill, and can really get into archer lines and kill infantry effectively. He's a beast. So looking at the army here of the Catholic Alcoholic up in the sky, he's going to be rocking his beloved Glade Lord on the Dragon. So Pravenoth Rema, you lock things down, you kill him. Brutal stuff. You can even use Pravenoth Rema to lock things down and breath attack them, which is really cool. Front line's going to be Dryads. Dryads are probably your best infantry choice against the Greenskins. They're very killy against Chaff and against like Workboy tier units. We have the Branch Wraith. Branch Wraith going to be rocking Melkoths as well as Earthblood. And in the secondary, we do have a Glade Guard with Starfire Shafts, or just regular ones. Okay, combination of Starfire Shaft and basic variants. They're there to shut down Greenskin Archers, shoot Boar Boys, shoot Squigs, deal with all that sort of good stuff. So this is going to be the build for the hardwood. Now looking at Solisora, We do indeed have a little bit of Vanguard. It's going to be Forest Goblin Spider Riders, backed up by the Tiefrabbas. So Tiefrabbas are here. And yeah, I don't hate this pick. Tiefrabbas are annoying, and, you can use them to just run down just like Haggard Dryads and things on the flanks, and, maybe get into archers. We'll have to see. And Grom the Paunch, he's going to have to be careful. I mean, the dragon will decisively defeat him in combat, but with good micro, Grom can be an annoying nuisance that's very tough to lock down. We got Orc Boys, Orc Boar Boys, and just a lot of boys. So it's boys and mass amounts of goblins. By the way, just legions of goblins, including the new and improved anti-large goblins. We have an Orc Shaman here. Orc Shaman going to be using, looks like Gaze of Mork, as well as Fist of Gork. Okay, cool. So Gork and Mork represented here in the game. And I would imagine you'll be using that on the Boar Boys. But the battle is going to be on. One forbidden tech I like in this matchup is to use Doomdiver Catapults. They're really, really fun. But, yeah, I guess it's kind of tricky to defend against, like, Arrows of Kernus and things like that. Grom the Fat, his immensity, his enormousness, yeah. He's great. It's going to be super fun. All right, guys, the battle is on. Catholic Alcoholic fighting for his life here in this game. Down in the series by 1 game in a best of 3. So if he does lose, he's going to be eliminated from the tournament. So he really needs to make sure he holds on here and gets the dub and takes it to game 3. And for Solisora, really been just crushing it on the scene lately and is looking to get their first major event win in the community. So let's see how this goes. Oh, I thought the game had started. It looked like it kind of had. Okay, the Vanguard deployment is ready. Let me make sure they're not asking me any questions in Discord. Tim the Wilder says to be in chat, he says, Solisora is my Sith apprentice. They train together. Oh, okay. So Tim the Wilder has a Sith apprentice. So Tim is basically Palpatine, and Solisora is Anakin. Okay. I see how this is going. I was wondering what was going on there. Okay. The forbidden apprentice. I love it. That's so funny. All right, guys. So the battle is on. Grom the Paunch, the enormous one, the big Chungus himself, is going to be charging in, and he's like, screw this shit. I'm going to get right in your archer line, dude. And all the archers are going to turn about face. Uh-oh. Oh, Solisora, not like this. Oh, not like this. Oh, God. You had to see that coming, though, right? That was, oh, my God. Oh, no. Grom, why would you send him in like that? Oh, man. Okay, Grom the Paunch gets annihilated. We were just hyping up that totally, by the way, while we're on the subject of that analogy, that was totally an Anakin move, right? Like Anakin, he thought he could get past Obi-Wan on the high ground, but alas, he did not. Now, it's not going to be over. Grom will come back and does have healing, but that is a very bad start for the Greenskins. Very, very bad start. Now, on the front line, Dryads are, of course, able to crush the Goblins pretty effectively, but on the other side, Pump Wagons coming in. All right, so we got Snotling Pump Wagons. The Flap is arriving, and they're able to steamroll several of the Wood Elf infantry on this side, right? Helping the Goblins to win this fight. So this Dryad unit is for sure going to be losing. And Grom, he didn't hear no bell. The Wog is here, and it looks like the Arrows of Kernus come in, try and snipe Grom, but he is back, baby. He's back in business, and he is fat, and he is pissed. And now the Greenskins are pulling a lot of value back, as the Orc Boar Boys are going to be pumped up by the Wog, and they're going to be moving in to flatten down some of the Dryads. Fist of Gork activated. Magic damage is going to be huge. Sweet pig! And they get in there, big old charge. Those Dryads get steamrolled by those squealers right there. That is going to be a brutal amount of damage the Dryads will continue taking. And now the Pump Wagons have gotten into the secondary. So look at this. Solisora getting back here, moving in with the Pump Wagons, eviscerating the Archer line. And I guess it's the age of the Pump Wagon. Are they back in business? Grom the Paunch is doing his job now. Running from the Dragon character is going to be very big. And if the Dragon wants to waste its time chasing Grom, that's going to be a huge win for the Greenskins, because the Dragon is much more impactful probably than Grom in the battle. But overall, these Pump Wagons are just doing the backline dirty, right? They're running it over here. On the flank, we do see the Greenskins with the decisive victory on Objective 3. On the middle, the Boar Boys able to flatten down the Dryads, but now engaging against the Eternal Guard. We do see some War Dancers arriving. War Dancers should be pretty functional in most of these fights. But yeah, Pump Wagons running very, very aggro here, man. Very, very aggro. And where's the second Pump Wagon? All right, it's right here. Archer line's still functional, but I would assume that the Pump Wagons are going to be peeling back here, and yes, they are. So they've got their flappas going, and here they go. So they're moving on in, and they do get in, and a lot of those archers are going to be getting mowed down by the Pump Wagons. The Walmart trains. Uh-oh, Solisora with the lapse in micro, though, forgets about Grom the Paunch for a second, and Catholic Alcoholic has that laser focus, and it's going to be coming in to try and finish off Grom. And he didn't bring the Lucky Banner, so there's not going to be any ward save. There's a heavy chance that Grom the Paunch either gets killed or routes here. So Pravenoth Ramo will be wearing off it right now. Grom the Paunch needs to be microed. It looks like Solisora is sort of paying attention. Yeah, okay, so now Grom is going to be fleeing. If Grom dies, that will probably give Wood Elves the game, because leadership for the Greenskins is so iffy, right? But Solisora going to be calling out Forest Goblin Riders while the Glade Lord continues to hunt Grom. I would honestly probably go hide Grom in the trees and just let him heal, right? So Greenskins do have the double cap against the Wood Elves, and they're pushing the Wood Elves back. Like, if we look at the middle of the battlefield, these Pump Wagons and just the mass amounts of chaff units have been doing so much work. I mean, Pump Wagon's very, very strong right now, man. You know, taking down the War Dancers, also able to take down, you know, the infantry units and the archers. It's been very effective. The Goblins of the Wog trading very cost effectively. Up on the high ground, we do see Objective 1 being firmly controlled by the Greenskins as well. And Grom the Paunch going to be getting nailed with an Arrow of Kurnus. And I think Catholic Alcoholic knows that he needs to get this kill to win the game. Because right now the Greenskins are dominating the battlefield. The Archer line was heavily compromised. The melee fight is not going well. There's not like too much mass for the Wood Elves, so the Pump Wagons are killing everything. They're basically killing the infantry, they're killing the archers, and Grom the Paunch is doing, this is like giving me flashbacks to Warhammer 2, and Grom the Paunch would cackle away with like, a quarter of his health and just be a menace for the rest of the game. And like, you spend this so much time with this big dragon, like this thing has just been chasing Grom, and the downside of doing that is if you don't get the kill, you're missing out on your dragon for these important fights where you need to get those terror routes off, right? And now the Squealing Pigs are going to be coming in. The Orc Boar Boys. Oh, the dragon jukes the charge. Grom the Paunch does use Degraduns here, trying to stabilize his leadership, but probably he's just going to want to hang out with those Orc Boar Boys right now. But triple cap for the Greenskins. Are the Wood Elves going to have any opportunities to get these objectives back? We do see archers up here being run down. A couple of Glade Riders going to be trying to contest objective 1 at the moment, but the Greenskins are even spawn camping the Wood Elves a little bit, as we do see Solisora with a massive value lead. And remember, all the value that the Wood Elves do have is pretty much against Grom the Paunch, who is in serious danger. The last Prey of Anathrema going down here. But Grom, is he going to get the final laugh? He might. His big chungus, his enormousness, he might escape here. Okay, his melee defense holds, despite, having pretty low melee defense, but he does hold firm. And Grom is going to be escaping, leaving the dragon in his dust as the Forest Goblin Spider Riders apply poison, and the pigs are going to be swarming the big beast right there. All right, so Grom the Paunch fleeing away. We do see some Orc Boys sitting comfortably on that objective. Rock hard triple cap right now. This is game over. It's over. The Greenskins have just dominated the fight. Like, the Wood Elves, did a good job sniping Lords, but that's about it. The archers seemed horribly ineffective. Like the Glade Guard archers against this Greenskin Wog, which was just filled with trash units. Shielded Goblins, shielded Orc Boys, shielded Boar Boys. Well, not these ones, but there was some. The archers just were not good against anything here. And Grom the Paunch, did his enormousness escape? Okay, he's still around. He's broken now. Dude, Catholic just wants the ceremonial victory at least. Maybe he thinks he can mount a comeback if he's able to kill Grom the Paunch, but I don't think it's going to be the case. Grom looks like he's a little bit stuck on something here. I'm not sure what's going on. I've never seen that before. But anyways, the dragon's going to get the kill here. And finally, his enormousness will go. But don't worry, he's going to be regenerated. Okay, he found his way. The dragon bumped him out of his stupor, and I think he will finally be escaping. But man, oh man. The Wood Elves, guys, literally have nothing on the battlefield. The Pump Wagons were just so destructive this game. They just ravaged that army. And literally the Wood Elves had nothing on the battlefield. Nothing. There's like a couple tattered, raggedy old units over here. You have this. You have like these raggedy units. Grom the Paunch chase off the battlefield to fight another day. But yeah, this game's over. Like, what can the Wood Elves possibly do to muster a defense here? I mean, the Dragon character can come back and get some terror routes, but that triple cap is just so powerful. You do have some Dryads over here, maybe making a play for the point. If this would be one of the biggest comebacks of all time. If the Wood Elves were able to come back, that would be absolutely insane. Because the Greenskins are so dominant on the field. Granted, up here we do have a little bit of capture weight via some Dryads, but the Boar Boys are going to be able to hammer them down. So sweet pig. The pigs get in there. A nice charge right there as they run down the Dryads. Beautiful stuff. Melkost Vintifying Miasma, a very, very good spell. Against Greenskins, it's all right. I think against Greenskins, you need to bring more crowd clearing. Although I don't know what magic the Wood Elves could bring that would be good here. Treekin would have been very good in this matchup. There needed to be some sort of mass to deal with those freaking Pump Wagons, dude. They were just rampaging. So the Green Tide continues. I know a lot of people were kind of thinking Greenskins were bad after their wave of nerfs, but honestly, I still think they're extremely good in the hands of top-tier players. Wood Elves are considered to be a top meta faction, and the Greenskins, made it. If Grom didn't get blundered like that in the beginning, this game would have been probably over by now. Like, I think it would have been a tap out by Catholic, but that one blunder, despite making a massive mistake, Solisora still was able to come back here. So coming on down are the Savage Orc Boar Boys. They're going to be getting a big old pig charge into the Dryads. That is going to be 1 point going to the Wood Elves. And it looks like the Wood Elves are going to be methodically trying to get the objectives back here. Fist of Gork activated. I love it. The magic damage is so relevant because it mitigates the 20% Fizz res that the Dryads are rocking, right? But there's so many Orcs coming in. And Grom the Paunch, honestly, is probably just going to get resummoned. I wouldn't be surprised to see Grom the Paunch put back in the pool. Matt, so that was a pump and dump. Yeah, it was. It really was a pump and dump. All right, Snotling Pump Wagons coming back in. The Flappas are back on the menu, guys. Take note of the dreaded meta that we have yet to see. So the pumps will get in. Dryads are going to get steamrolled. That's going to be basically crushing the cap and ending the run of Catholic Alcoholic in Season 7. But a very good performance by Catholic. He was able to defeat 2 really strong players in the earlier rounds and is the defending champion from the previous season. It's always a pleasure to see him in action, but it looks like this is going to be all she wrote. And we are going to be seeing Palpatine fighting Anakin in the grand finals. It's going to be Tim the Wilder versus his Sith apprentice, Solisora. So that is going to be a really fun series because they train together, right? So that is going to be... They probably didn't want to have to face each other in the finals, but it's what's going to happen here, which is super fun. Yep, the Flappas come in and flap all over their faces, and a couple archers are back, but just some raggedy old goblins are going to shut them down. In the middle, we do see the Wood Elves with a bit of a desperation cap. Double Glade Rider and some Eternal Guard do arrive, but more piggies are there. Currently, is there any play on this objective with the Dragon? The Dragon is getting some fat terror routes. I mean, okay. Could we see a comeback? The rule of 2. Yeah, there can only be 1, right? So eventually the Sith Lord and his apprentice are going to have to fight each other. Although, I don't know. Is there any chance for the Wood Elves? Okay, so the Wood Elves do reclaim 1. Are they going to be able to take advantage of the leadership issues in the Greenskins to get some other objectives back? We do see Desperation Archers being called in, but the Goblins are going to be able to screen them. Currently, we're getting 2 victory chickens per second. No capture weight on this objective. The Pump Wagons have annihilated the Dryads. Do the Wood Elves have anything coming out here? Currently, we do see Catholic with no victory tickets. As a matter of fact, sending Dryads to all sides. Okay, could we see a little bit of a cheekiness here? Pump Wagons, you're saying they have ammunition? Yeah, I don't know why they have ammo, do they? Ammunition, I guess they have some sort of an attack, a ranged attack or something, I'm not sure. It's very weird. So the middle objective has been taken by the Wood Elves. The terror routes are becoming a thing, but the Boar Boys and just waves and waves of goblins are going to be a big issue to get off the points. Will the Dryads be able to secure the high ground point? Intercepted by some of the pigs. 1,400 points here. A very good scrap back by Catholic. You can see he's starting to pull value back and starting to outtrade the Greenskins because of the fact the Greenskins don't have a Lord anymore. A couple Dryads are going to be bum rushing the point. Desperation capture weight is in the middle. It is in flux. Greenskins sending a lot of cav in there. And yeah, he obviously needs a triple cav. This is actually a little bit closer. I mean, if there was a couple more minutes, this could actually be scary for the Greenskins. So Dryads do arrive at the point, and the Glade Riders are going to help them get that. So that is going to be a double cap. But there's only 50 seconds left, so less than a minute, which is not going to happen. The middle is going to flip back. We do have Savage Orcs just chopping it up here. Melkoth's going down on top of one of the Boar Cav, but not going to be enough as more piggies are being called in. And these are just regular Orc Boar Boys, right? They're not even the big ones. So I guess he just likes having that mobility. And, you know, honestly, regular Orc Boar Boys, even though their stats are crap, on the charge they do okay. So it's not bad. They have a super short-range explosive attack. Yeah, I know. Yeah, all right. Grom was a distraction Carnifex, if anything. But the Pump Wagons were the MVPs. I doubt their value. Oh, 1,400 and 1,300 on the pumps. Damn, dude, he did pump and dump it. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be a victory for Solisora. The rule of 2. Yes, the Sith Lord and his apprentice will now duel in the grand finals. And let's go ahead and update this. So that is a 2-0 victory. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be making it official. So let's go over to the bracket and see what's cracking here. So where are we? And there's the bracket. Cool beans. So Solisora with the 2-0 over the defending champion. All right. Anakin was able to survive the high ground disadvantage. And now he's going to be facing the Dark Lord, Tim the Wilder. All right. Very fun. So let's get it. Let's set this up. And the winner, of course, these guys are both guaranteed a prize. But the winner gets to qualify for the CA event. So that is very, very fun. All right, so Turin finals. Let's set this up here and get the invite code going out to the champions. Okay, and where are we at? There it is. And we have Solisora. All right, so they both should be arriving soon. As far as the brackets go for the tournament, the map, it's going to be Lustry and Narrows is our first map, which is a really, really fun map. It's a lovely one, designed by Hitman Hippo. Shout out to our boy Hitman, always a Chad. And cool, so now we're just going to hang tight and get into the tournament here. Update the scores. And they're both here. All right, so we need to fix the names. Okay, so this is going to be Tim the Wilder. And this is going to be... Oh, there we go. It's going to be Solisora. Awesome, awesome. Really cool to see, one thing about Warhammer 2, I don't know what it's like in the land battle community nowadays, but I noticed in Warhammer 2, we didn't get as much new blood coming in. Like, the scene was very heavily dominated by, like, the same 12 players. Whereas in Warhammer 3, there's a massive influx, at least in Domination, there's been a massive influx of new talent that comes in and really, really challenges the status quo, which is really fun to see. It's been one of my favorite elements of Warhammer 3 so far. The green team's basically won from their your AI chat summary, yeah. It is an RTK Civil War in the Grand Finals. It is. I believe we had some Rat Clan in here today, right? Hitman Hippo's in the Rat Clan, isn't he? Rat Clan is very powerful as well. Yeah, so we had Rat Clan, we had VM, we had so Rat Clan, VM, RTK. I don't know what other clans we had. I think that was it. Yeah. ODM doesn't really play a lot of Dom. They're mainly enjoyers of land battle. Granted, Alfredinho is one of the best players in the world in land battle. He enjoys domination. He plays it from time to time. Yeah, Hippo's Rat. Yeah, that's right. Cool. So this will be a little bit slower in between games since we have to do the full pick and ban process here. But it's all good. You know, we can hang out and just talk about, you know, dong punching and all that good stuff. Yeah, it's going to be great. RTK schemes, yeah, rigged finals. Oh, Via Anime is also Rat. Yeah, Via's very good. Via's very good. Hippo, we're using one of your maps, man. We are. We are indeed. Have they said when the DLCs are going to be released? I don't know. I actually don't know. We'll have to get Anticity back in. Anticity was the champion of ODM, for sure. He was very good. Anticity was a great player. I don't think he won any major events. Did he win any season finals or any CA official events that weren't like creator ones? He might have. I'll have to go check. But he is definitely like up there. He's very good. Like Anticity was very good for Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 3. He did win Faction Wars in Warhammer 2, which is very competitive. So he did get a couple of major events back then. Yeah, the Warhammer 2 Faction Wars were very sweaty. And he played like an absolute Chad in those. He's super good player. Are the players Chinese? Solisora is Chinese, yeah. And Tim the Wilder is American. But they train together. They're like training partners, apparently, is what Tim was telling me. So these guys are going to... I think Solisora is an RTK, too. They don't have the clan tag on, but they are in the clan as well. Why no Menace from below for Skaven? Oh, you're talking about in multiplayer? That would probably be a little bit OP. I mean, Tomb Kings do get a summon, but it takes a while to get it going. If Skaven had Menace below in multiplayer, they would be brutal. Like, you just literally couldn't bring artillery against them. They would just pop up and insta-kill any of your artillery. Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah. Sons of the Mountain. Yeah, Sons of the Mountain is pretty good. There's some strong dwarf players in there. I don't think any of them qualified for this event. Grombrindle is there. I'm in their Discord. Let me see some of their top players. All right. All right. So yeah, just a quick 3-minute break for the players to grab some tea, take care of business. Yeah, who's in the Sons of the Mountain here? I'm trying to think what other sweaty players come from that clan. I don't know if that's Sons of the Mountain. I think that's just the Polish Discord, Polish players. I don't know. Maybe that's just them. Yeah, there's a handful of them though. They're solid. There's a lot of good Polish Warhammer players. Tim the Wilder says, I'm ready for my Michelle Kwan moment. So many second places. Yeah. So a running joke with Tim is, so Tim the Wilder has one major event win, right? Which is a really big accomplishment in Warhammer 3 competitive. But he has literally gotten second place in like 4 of them. He's gotten to the grand finals. Like, he's so close to just being the GOAT of Warhammer 3. But like he says like he's like Michelle Kwan. He always gets second place or loses to Houseplant. So he's trying to break that curse here today. We're gonna see if he can. I think they should just give the Skaven the Doom Rocket multiplayer. That'd be so funny. Oh my god. Imagine just getting Doom Rocketed. How much gold would you have to pay for a Doom Rocket for it to be fair? Like 5,000? 4,000? 4,000 probably. Because then if someone just spreads out, it's not going to do much, right? Yeah. Yeah. That would be funny. Give Skaven stock stance in multiplayer so the map automatically puts him in an ambush. That would be pretty epic. I think once, like in Warhammer 2, we had an ambush tournament once. It was really stupid. It was just like... There were a couple players who were able to win the ambush, though, which was very impressive. He's the LeBron of Total War. Yeah. It's pretty funny. That's why he raised up his successor and trained them with a fatal flaw. That's right. Eric knows. So you're saying that Tim trained Solisora with a one weakness that he like kind of like manipulated that weakness into the training patterns, and he's going to take advantage of it now. Yeah, it's like why he put Darth Vader in a metal suit, so he could just like force lightning him, right? Yeah, pretty wild. And for 2 SC monsters, yeah. Maybe a nerfed version of the rocket for 2000. Fix Chowie, give them all the army abilities from campaign. Oh, I heard that Chowie are like busted in campaign. Like really, really strong. In Domination, Chowie are okay. They're a lower tier faction, but they can compete with some higher up ones. I actually feel like Chowie do pretty well against Kislev nowadays. What else are Chowie good against? Chowie are decent against most of the melee factions, like Khorne and Nurgle and things like that, if played properly. They're really map dependent, though. Chowie need to have the right map. Hey, Turin, I'm following you for a very long time, but I already never know what's going on in videos. Oh, no worries, Dennis. That's fun. Well, this is fun. This is just like Warhammer battles. Yeah. Who is the Obi-Wan to Malekith's Anakin? Obi-Wan to Malekith's Anakin. Well, it'd probably be like... Grombrindle and Malekith used to be like best friends, so it kind of makes sense. Like Grombrindle would be like the... Although the thing is, Grombrindle's like uber vengeful. And like Obi-Wan is more like sorrowful and, you know, pities Anakin rather than just wanting to get like straight up revenge on him. So it's kind of a hard analogy to draw, I would say. Yeah. I thought you'd appreciate... You're drinking a beer called War Mullet? Oh, that's pretty fun. That's powerful. Yeah, that's how you get me. That's the kind of marketing that'll grab my attention. If you just put like some ridiculous like branding on a food or a drink, I'll be interested. Dwarfs are good in campaign, but complex, and their unit caps mitigate their power somewhat. Yeah. Their off-map bombardments are crazy strong. Yeah, that's fun. I know, I got to play a Dwarf campaign someday. Yeah, so some of the Empire exclusive units I think wouldn't be unreasonable in multiplayer. Like I think you could add like the Stubborn Bulls, the ROR Cav unit that has great weapons. I think that would be fine. Because like Questing Knights they're barely used, right? So I think you could add those to the Empire and it wouldn't be the end of the world. Which grunge rock bands align to which legendary lords? God, that's a hard question. I could probably give you at least a couple. Alice in Chains probably would apply to Nurgle in some ways, because Alice in Chains, a lot of their songs are about like depression and drug addiction and like sad things and sickness. So probably Alice in Chains would relate to Nurgle a little bit. I would say like if you're talking Slaanesh, it would be some of those like hyper-sexualized 80s like hair metal bands would probably be more Slaanesh. Khorne is for sure just like Slayer, right? Like Slayer is like, I mean, but you asked specifically for grunge, which makes it a little bit harder. But yeah, hopefully those are some decent answers there. Hey, Simon, how you doing, man? Still loving all the content? Always, brother. Man, you've been here for years, dude. You've been here for years. Jar of Flies tracks, yeah. Yeah, Alice in Chains is amazing. They're a great band. They have a really, really underrated song, which is Don't Follow. If you guys want to look it up, it's called it's more like depressing blues. It's one of my favorite songs of theirs. It's Don't Follow is what it's called. Yeah, by Alice in Chains. So the global bans for the series, no Empire and no Demons of Chaos. So Empire has been banned for the series, and Demons of Chaos have been banned for the series as well. So you will not be seeing them for the entire series. Yeah. Not a lot of grunge and Slayer. That's right. Yeah. Okay, so Soundgarden could be a little Zinchian. Like, early Chris Cornell, like Black Hole Sun. Kind of this uncanny, like, bit of a creepy aesthetic. If you've ever watched the music video for Black Hole Sun, it kind of has like a creepy reality altering element to it. So maybe some songs of Soundgarden could be a little bit Zinchian, perhaps. Greenskins are like Limp Bizkit. Oh, dude, they're blasting Limp Bizkit off the back of their little like rickety wagons. Yeah, Dirt. Yeah. Oh, it's a great album. Yeah. Tool is very Zinchian, but Tool is not grunge. They're like progressive metal, right? Why did the Empire get banned? So how it works is each player has one global ban for the series. So Tim the Wilder banned Empire out, and then Solisora banned Demons of Chaos. Each player gets to ban one blind. So then the potential factions that we're going to see here are Beastmen, Dwarves, Wood Elves for Tim, or Tomb King, Skaven, Beastmen for Solisora. So we need to see what they're going to end up playing. They're going to do their whole picks and bans, and then this is the long part where we have to wait, unfortunately. Yeah, Nine Inch Nails is not grunge, though. They're industrial rock. Nine Inch Nails is probably my favorite band. Nine Inch Nails is easily my top 3. Like, what's so good about Nine Inch Nails is like, if you want like sad, melancholic, like kind of slow ballad, I don't know if ballad's the right term, but slow, melancholic, sad music, they have it. You want like super aggro, heavy metal with like industrial backdrops, they have it. You want like catchy, kind of like more mainstream beats, like they can do that as well. You know, like Discipline, Only, Less Than. Nine Inch Nails is so freaking good, and hands down the best show I've ever seen live, by the way. Nine Inch Nails, hands down. Creed, the Empire listens to Creed. All right, that's probably true. With Arms Wide Open, they're just like power fantasizing about hugging Sigmar. Okay, I can see that. Yeah. God, I was so sad. I almost met Fred Durst on Halloween. He was trick-or-treating in my neighborhood. But he didn't stop by our house. I was so bummed. I was like, no, we missed Fred Durst. Yeah. Yeah, Nine Inch Nails is for sure Slaanesh. There's some mad Slaanesh vibes there. Are there any tournament bans for balance? Yeah, there's a couple. So we've restricted. Let me look real quick. Okay. Let's see here. So what do we got? So looking at the bans real quick. Dwarf gyrocopters are limited to 2. Bolt throwers are limited to 2, which I don't know if we even needed those. Probably I'll get rid of them in the future. Oxyotl, gyro bombers, land ships, and steam tanks are restricted because they're all bugged or broken. Skaven Master Assassin is blocked because he's bugged. Yeah, so those are the main things. Yeah, you guys are having fun with the music. With Arms Wide Open under the purple sun of Xerius. That's pretty good, actually. Yeah. The bloated corpses? No, we're not going to see any of those. Those are just freaking a joke. They're a meme unit. You know, they just like could be a campaign only unit, honestly. So these guys like share all their builds together too, which was really funny. So they like literally have each other's builds in a folder, like on their computers. That's so funny. Oh my God. Nine Inch Nails and their secret music videos on VHS in the late 90s. Yeah, it was fun. 90s were freaking awesome, man. It was a great time to grow up. It was a great time. There was this mystery. I would say in the 90s, one of the big things that like is a stark comparison to now is in the 90s, there was this massive sense of, at least for me, like mystery and wonder about what's out there, right? Because we, like in the early 90s, we didn't really have internet. You know, there was like early dial-up internet was coming into play, but it still wasn't like, you didn't have access to as much information, nor did you have like information on hand. So you just kind of had to wonder what was out there more, which I think was pretty magical, you know? Yeah. It was. I mean, I love technology and gaming and stuff, but yeah, it was a pretty amazing time. The world was bigger, yeah. Yeah, everything felt like kind of grand, I suppose. There was certainly a lot more optimism in society in the 90s, I feel. I don't know, at least from what I remember with my parents. Like, I remember, as far as my parents were concerned, I think they considered the economy to be pretty good in the 90s. You know, things were happy-go-lucky. I remember things got stressful in the late 2000s when we had the economy collapse in like 2008, the stock market and all that. I remember that kind of was like a changing point of like optimism, culturally speaking. We've really lost that. It's sad, yeah. Yeah, the smartphones do kind of suck, yeah, for sure. I mean, they're cool for, you know, utility, but I mean, I find myself scrolling all the time and looking at things, but we're all doomers now, yeah, a little bit. I'm still optimistic, you know. I would say I'm an optimist in general. How much of that is just being your childhood, though? I don't know. I'd have to talk to some people who weren't, you know, their childhood wasn't in the 90s. I'm sure we have some older folks in chat who could articulate on their experience in the 90s. Yeah, I think a lot of it is for sure. I agree with you guys. Nostalgia is a huge variable. I think like if we talk to anybody in chat here, they're going to say the time they grew up was like the best, right? It's just human nature. Yeah. Yeah, millennials have been getting a rough run though. Oh god, The Matrix was so good. I remember watching that in my living room with my parents in the 90s and when it first came out. I think it was 99, right? God, The Matrix was so good. Remember Bullet Time? How freaking cool Bullet Time was when that first came out? Yours was kind of that's funny. Yeah. As it was that interesting here. Yeah. I guess it depends on where you grew up. You know, which country. It's going to be different experiences for everyone. Like the 90s in America is going to be very different than the 90s in somewhere in, let's say, like Eastern Europe, right? Yeah. 80s were far better. 70s were pretty cool too. Yeah. Yeah, I heard 80s was pretty fun. Yeah. Now is the best. I grew up in the 80s. Oh, dude. Speaking of 80s, you know what show's been pretty ridiculous and fun is the Cobra Kai show. I don't know if you guys have seen that, the Karate Kid stuff. It's so haggard. I love in Cobra Kai. It's just like they go to these karate tournaments and they just have like 15-year-olds like fighting bare knuckle, you know? Like it's just like super savage, right? If that like actually happened, it would just be like horrific outcomes, you know? Yeah. Cobra Kai is pretty fun though. And Arcane was great too, by the way. Man, it's a shame. I think this is the last season of Arcane, right? I don't think they're continuing the story after this, but man, Arcane is such a good show. Like I really don't like animated shows that much, but Arcane is like, it's super good. Yeah. I can hear that. Chocolate milk. That makes sense. You've seen it, right? Yeah, and like in Karate Kid and Cobra Kai, they're like literally bare knuckle fighting. They like put the kids up on like rafters and have them like karate kick. Dude, there would be like spinal injuries, neck injuries. It's like what they're doing on that is so absurd, you know? I love it though. It's fun, you know? Yeah, it was fun. Oh, Kung Fu Hustle is a great movie. That's a really fun one. I love Kung Fu Hustle. Tomb Kings vs. Dwarves, by the way, in round one. So just kind of treat this like a bit of a podcast where we hang out with a couple games sprinkled in between. Yeah. So Dwarves versus Tomb Kings is going to be the match. Tim is on Dwarves. This is definitely favored for Dowie, in my experience, but we're going to see. I mean, the meta build for Tomb Kings would probably be double Khemri and War Sphinx and just try and bounce around and ping pong the Dwarves, but it's not going to be easy. Yeah, season one was great. I like season two. Season two is it's fun. You know, I used to play League of Legends very heavily. I was super intense in it back when it first came out. So seeing some of the characters brought to life is really fun. Like I remember playing League of Legends when it first came out and Warwick was there, and like you have Warwick, like that haggard potato Warwick from the olden days, and like seeing like how far they've come with character design is so good. How much funds does each player get? Let me show you. Oh, well, I'll show you after, but I think it's like 9 something. Yeah, it's like 9 point something for your starting army, 9.4 or something, and then the same amount for reinforcements. Finals best of 5. So we got potentially a lot of games in here. You know, we got potentially a lot of games. Oh, hobby's going good. Yeah, I'm painting my Chaos Dwarves every night. I'm pretty close to finishing the army. I just need to paint the Bull Centaur Taruk, who's going to be arriving in the mail. And then I need to paint like maybe 20 more Infernal Ironsworn and touch up the army, and then it's done. And then from there, I'm going to start working on Empire, because Empire is they're bringing War Wagons back to tabletop, which is freaking sweet. So you're getting War Wagons back. 9,000, thank you. Yeah, so very hyped. Oh, Zion is very cool. Is he going to be in this season? Yeah. Yeah, Zion would be fun. My favorite character in League of Legends was Darius. Darius is my main. I used to just play Darius top and just love slam dunking. God, it was so fun. Who beat Berserk? Berserk was defeated 2-0 by Solisora, who is a new up-and-comer in the competitive scene, training with Tim, RTK player. Very strong. Oh, no, excuse me. Berserk lost to Tim the Wilder. Solisora defeated Catholic Alcoholic. So Tim defeated Berserk 2-0. Sorry. Brain scrambled. I'm trying to reach out and comprehend all this. There's an abominable intelligence in your chat trying to summarize the conversations. Oh, yeah? That's fun. That's fun. Equilibrium? Oh, Equilibrium's the movie with Sean Bean and Christian Bale, right? Yeah, that was a fun movie. It's not great, but yeah. Darius, how dare you, dude? Darius is such a Chad. He's awesome. I do have the Dunkman Darius skin. Unfortunately, I lost my vintage account, so I had to make a new account. But I do have Dunkmaster Darius on there. I would do a league stream. You guys wanna do some ranked league? I collect Chaos Knights. Ooh, yeah, Chaos Knights are awesome. I think their aesthetic is a million times cooler than the Loyalist versions. Yeah, I'm a big enjoyer of Chaos Knights, dude. I don't play them myself. I just play Death Guard in 40k. I only have one 40k army now. I got rid of my Chaos army. I gave it to my friend so we could play together someday. Yeah, Equilibrium was fun. I like that movie. Yeah. Yeah, sci-fi, it's most sci-fi is like is pretty bad these days. Like a lot of the I don't know if I could say like they'll yeah, so basically my wife and I, when we see like really bad movies, you guys obviously know the term for adult entertainment, right? You know, like we refer to them as like those quality movies. Like it's like that level of acting from like adult entertainment, right? And most sci-fi movies are that caliber. You know, they're just like so bad. Oh, Battlefleet Gothic Armada. That game was actually really fun. I would go back and do that. Yeah. Yeah, Tim beat Berserk, yes. He beat Berserk 2-0 in the previous round. Been a League player since 2009 and I still enjoy the game. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I would do a League stream. Yeah. I'm still going to do Age of Empires. Don't worry. Age of Empires is like a staple on the channel. It's not going anywhere. Dwarves are ready. Tomb King's still loading up. I don't know if you're ready for the current state of League. The Reddit is overflowing with salt over 3 ranked splits and matchmaking at the moment. I would ignore all that. It doesn't affect me. I would just be a potato. It doesn't, you know. The only thing that makes me salty in gaming is if I'm lagging. That's it. That's like the one thing that breaks my back. If I'm lagging and losing because of lag, I get so salty. Yeah. The new Dune was good. Really? Wait, are you talking about the TV show? Has anybody here seen the Dune TV show? Can we talk about that for a second? Is it good? The one that's about the Bene Gesserit, and it has Travis Fimmel in it, I think. I'm nervous about that. But if it's good, that would be awesome. Yeah. Yeah, the Dune movies are amazing. But the show, I'm curious about the new show, because I know it's out, right? The deleted stream. It's not deleted, it's just unlisted for us. Yeah. Oh, Pandorum is a great movie, right? The Pandorum is the one on that's like a deep space horror sci-fi movie from 2009. That movie was awesome. Yeah, they need more movies like that. God, I would love it. Yeah, there's a new Dune TV show. It was good so far? Nice. Yeah, it's like about the Bene Gesserit. So it takes place like a couple generations prior to the Paul's ascendancy. I've heard good things. The show is good so far, but only one episode. Okay, yeah. New Dune show is on HBO, yeah. It isn't based off Frank Herbert's writings? Oh, really? That's unfortunate. Yeah, we'll see. Time will tell. Time will tell. All right, let me see if there's having any problems here. Just making sure. That's the way. Looks like Tim letting his opponent know he's ready. I'll let him know that to keep army building under 10 minutes. In the future, let's keep army building under 10 minutes once picking is done. I'll let him know to try and keep it under 10 minutes so we don't have to sit here all day. I mean, I'm sure you guys got better things to do, so yeah. This is the downside of Total War Competitive. Yeah. Who has read the entire Dune saga, all 23 books? I've only read I've read the first 3. So the Dune, and then I've read Dune all the way through Children of Dune. I'm very nervous about the Gladiator movie, like very nervous, because the original Gladiator was like probably my favorite movie for many years. I love that movie. It's so good. And then when they released the trailer, like you guys remember how good the original Gladiator soundtrack was? You know, like you had that really like I guess ethereal kind of like and intense music at the right. I think it was Howard Shore who did the soundtrack for the original. I can't remember. It was so freaking good. And then when I saw the trailer for this one, I was like, uh-oh. Like the music they were using and kind of the ambience of it, I was like, oh boy, this could be rough. The Fallout show was awesome. Like I love the Fallout show. Dude, 300 is the most bro Chad movie ever. I love 300. I think most millennials like who seeing 300 in the movie theater with the boys back in like 2005 was an experience, or 2006, whenever the hell it was. I think it was 2006 or 7. Was it Hans Zimmer? Hans Zimmer did the soundtrack. That's right, for Gladiator. Yeah, thank you. I knew it was one of those guys. It's like if there's a good soundtrack, it's often Howard Shore or Hans Zimmer. Yeah, Howard Shore did Lord of the Rings. All right, guys, we have the Dowie. So taking a look at the legions of Tim the Wilder, he's going to be rocking a Demon Slayer, which makes sense. Demon Slayer does have anti-large, so he's going to be pretty effective against constructs and also good at hunting down big monsters if he can catch them somehow, which is the hard part. We got Quarrelers Into the Sunset. Quarrelers good against skeletons and chaff. They have good range as well. And we do have double Bolt Thrower from Tim the Wilder. So Bolt Thrower is coming off a big nerf. They did have a HP nerf, so their crews die much quicker now, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, they're not going to be as devastating as they once were. Potentially easier to shut down. But, yeah, we'll find out. For the rest of Tim's army, we do have a Vanguard out here on the outside. So this is going to be the Expeditionary Force here. So it's going to be Miners with Blasting Charges. So we got 2 of those, as well as Dwarf Warriors. And on the other side of the battlefield, it is going to be Solisora. So Solisora is here, and it is going to be Cetra the Imperishable. A good choice. Cetra is the meta. Cameron War Sphinxes are a little OP, so you got to take advantage of that. Anti-infantry, what's not to love? If you can avoid the bolt throwers and the artillery. So basically, Tim has got these bolt throwers out here, right? So if you just play Cetra on this side of the battlefield and then like bounce to the middle, bounce back, bounce to the middle, bounce back, stay out of the bolt thrower line of sight, that's going to be pretty good. So what else? Nahakar Warriors, couple spears, melee Shopti are great. Melee Shopti do a lot of damage against Dwarf Infantry, and then Chosen of the Gods. So melee Shopti are coming off recent buffs. They do have a bonus versus infantry of, I think, 12 now, right? It used to be 6. So that's a big buff, right? That's a pretty substantial stat line buff against infantry. And that's going to be it. So really just a very standard Tomb Kings build with melee Shopti, chaff infantry, Cetra as the carry, Chosen of the Gods just to generate value. And the Dowie with bolt throwers and the dreaded Demon Slayer to hunt down the big lords and all that sort of good stuff. So, yeah, very fun. Let us know who you guys think is going to win. Let's put up a little poll here. All right, winner. Okay. Let's see how many of you guys are right. Let's see what game sense all of you in chat have. Okay, so the Tomb Kings are obviously going to get the objectives first. It is going to be Solisora advancing up with the dreaded skeletons. So the Skeleton Horseman Archer is going to be grabbing objective Uno, and the same thing's going to be going down to the other side. A lot of mobility coming in here, so they're going to be heading up towards objective 3. And that's really good. Against dwarves, you want to take advantage of their potato speed and do what you can. And we do get a gyrocopter coming out, so it is going to be a steam gyro. Steam gyros are very strong still. They can't shoot and move anymore, so if you chase it with a carrion, for example, it's going to be shut down, essentially, until they can peel for it. And what Tim would probably do is just land it on the ground and try and bait you out. But we do see a carrion coming out from Solisora, which is very good, because that's going to be taxing Tim's micro very heavily. In the meantime, blasting charges are retreating back. It looks like Tim is not going to be going for a triple cap. Rather, he's going to be consolidating on the far side here. Or which 2 objectives is he going to play? It can't be this one. This one's too far. I think dwarves are going to have to play here, and they're going to have to play here. Oh, no! Tim! What? Or Solisora, what are you doing? No! Get back on that objective! Oh, that's such an L right there, man. That's such an L. So he moved off the objective. Is he going to get back on it and capture it? Oh, I hate when that happens. It's such pain. Okay, so is he going to get it? Come on, run over the objective. I always feel bad. If they lose because of this, it's just such a feel-bad situation. Okay, so Solisora does notice it and gets back on the objective. Crisis averted for now. So the Ushapti Great Bow Chosen of the Gods are shooting, and we do get the Screaming Skull Catapult shooting from out of the trees. So we're going to end the vote now. It looks like 59% of the guys who voted believe that the Dowie are going to win, which is very much in line with the matchup favorability. Typically, the dwarves are favored in this matchup, so I would say that's a pretty reasonable vote. Chosen of the Gods living in the bushes, putting some firepower down to the gyrocopters, meanwhile carrying or keeping them honest, and Tomb King's going to be swarming towards objective 3 with a couple units here. So we do have the Nahakar Warriors and the Spearmen going to lock that down. Granted, blasting charges could give them a really bad time. In the middle, Cetra's thinking about it, but the dreaded Demon Slayer is here. Demon Slayers are super cool. Look at this guy. Oh, man. Look at that hair. That's powerful. He's got some sort of a gold trim on there holding up his mohawk. That's pretty legit. But yeah, Screaming Beam catapults have always been super good against dwarves, but bolt throwers, when they get in range, are going to be able to counter it. So the bolt throwers are taking the high ground position. The dwarves very, very aggressive here as the Ushapti Great Bows shoot into the gyrocopters, which are hiding in the trees. So this, again, is, like I said, the pinnacle of play. These are, as of right now, 2 of the best players in the world playing for the #1 spot. And yeah, there's not going to be too many big mistakes, I would imagine. Nothing like catastrophic. This is high stakes, although I know our Chinese player must be like 4 or 5, 6 a.m. for him in the morning. So yeah, he's going hard in the paint. So Dwarf Warrior, great weapons hanging out here. We do have the Bolt Throwers, which are going to counter the Screaming Meme Catapults pretty well. So Tim does have the high ground, Anakin. And they are going to be launching big shots into the Bolt Throwers, or excuse me, into the Catapult. Should be able to eventually finish that, although it looks like he's moving it right now. I'm not sure what he's doing. He's moving his Bolt Thrower up. Meanwhile, in the middle, we do have the Demon Slayer pushing back the Skeleton Warriors, and the Dowie Infantry securing the point here, while the Chosen of the Gods shooting pretty effectively into the infantry. Now, big swarm on this side. Tomb King's going to be pressuring the weak side away from the Bolt Throwers, and now we get the Chariots of Cetra coming out. That's a very cool shot, right? Look at the Chariots getting in there, running down the Dwarven Miners. But even the Dwarven Chaff Infantry do have pretty good mass. Dwarves are very thick and very proud of it. Cetra going to be moving in to cause disruption, but he will be eating some Quarrelers and some Blasting Charges, which does some damage to him, nothing terribly substantial. And I would imagine that Tim the Wilder is going to be using the Gyrocopter to try and pressure Cetra, while the Dwarven Chaff on the flanks are being overwhelmed pretty heavily. So very, very even game so far. Both of these guys are playing pretty well at taking advantage of the weaker positions on the other side. Here we do see a bit of an advance. It is going to be some Nahakar Warriors moving towards the Bolt Thrower. The Dwarves are going to need to do something about this. We do have Slayers nearby, so one unit of Dwarf Warriors versus the Nahakar Warriors will do all right. And it looks like these Dwarves are going to be forming ranks, but those crossbow bolts will do great damage against the 45 armor of the Nahakar Warriors. And this Bolt Thrower is going to need to turn and run right now. It's in a bad position. Currently, though, it has done some good damage against the catapults, hasn't taken them offline quite yet. On the backside, one Dwarf Warrior unit does overextend, and Solisora is able to control this side pretty well. We do see the Nahakar Warriors working hand in hand with Cetra while the Chariots continue to ravage the Blasting Charges. And that's a good tech. I really like the Chariots against Blasting Charges. They're not going to take too much damage. But the Demon Slayer gets in, gets a big damage chop on Cetra there, while Nero's Incantation of Protection does go down, giving Fizz Res. Blasting Charges coming in. That's going to be friendly firing a lot of the homies there. But it is what it is. You know, the grudges must be satisfied. Carrying up in the sky, doing a good job keeping the Gyrocopters in check. So the Gyrocopters are being chased. And Tim is going to be splitting them, which is the common tactic, while the Chosen of the Gods are going to be switching their sights onto still the infantry. Interesting. I thought they would be shooting against like Quarrelers. Now, let's take a look at this fight up here. Tim did press in, Solisora, pressed in very hard using his Nahakar Warriors, but they were intercepted by Slayers. And the Bolt Thrower crew was able to get away. So that dive was not very successful. And you do not want to be even value trading with the Dwarves. It's typically not good for you. If the Dwarves are even with you and they also have the objective advantage, you're likely going to lose the game. So Solisora is going to need to make some work happen. Cetra has taken a little bit of HP damage. Bombing run from the Gyrocopter is very nice. Tim, with the Scorched Earth being dropped on the Nahakar Warriors, doing quite a bit of HP damage, while the big old Cetra still trying its best to run away from the Demon Slayer. So the far side point very firmly controlled here by the Tomb Kings. Dwarves probably not going to opt to split push that. A couple Skeleton Horsemen Archers just teeing away where they can. And the Tomb Kings are getting a lot of momentum right here. We do see a bit of a resurgence, right? So it's going to be a lot of the Warriors here, as well as the Chariots, and Cetra maybe looking to sweep and capture this point, which would be a very strong play. In the meantime, the Catapult is still shooting into the Bolt Thrower crew. The Bolt Thrower crew is going to be lining up its sights on Cetra. So Tim is repositioning a lot of his artillery. A little bit clunky in terms of the positioning right now. Honestly, these Carrion should probably just turn and go after this Bolt Thrower if they can. Meanwhile, Screaming Meme Catapult with a beautiful salvo right there, doing a lot of damage. So middle objective isn't going to be flipping. Yep, the Tomb Kings do manage to steal it. And now, did the Tomb Kings steal? Yeah, they have their home objective. They stole the middle. And they also, of course, were able to get this objective against the Dwarves as well. So Solisora playing the objectives really, really well and outmaneuvering the very awkward movements of this Dwarf army. So the Dwarf army seems to be having problems with positioning. The Bolt Throwers are constantly moving and not shooting, which is tough. And now the Tomb King, Solisora, are going to be dropping a summon here. So there's going to be the Ushapti popping up from the metaphorical sands. And that's going to be shutting down a Bolt Thrower completely. That's pretty much a KO blow. While the Gyrocopters continue to try and shut down Cetra, it seems like the Dwarves are starting to throw the game a little bit, right? Because they don't have the tools to really kill Cetra. They do, of course, have the Gyrocopters, which are doing decent damage, but with the Quarrelers being offline, the Bolt Throwers being in a precarious position, I don't know what Tim was doing with his Bolt Thrower positions. It's very, very sloppy this game. We do see the Bolt Throwers here positioned. Like, they were just like, one of them had the high ground here, which is really nice, and then it like waddled down the hill, and now it just gets caught in melee by the Ushapti summon. And I think that the Tomb Kings are going to start winning this game. The Dwarves on the other side, with a little bit of split pushing, we do get Blasting Charges coming out, and they do have some momentum. That is going to be Giant Slayers, which are very killy. Even against infantry, they still have 50 melee attack, so they'll probably be able to chop through these Nahakar Warriors and these Horsemen. This objective could be in, potentially being grabbed by Tim. Right now, we see the Tomb Kings looking pretty favored. Overall, very, very up on points. The Dwarves are off the scoreboard, that is for sure. while the Demon Slayer popping glorious death and trying its best to take down Cetra. Probably has done a good job so far. Demon Slayer sitting at about only 500 value. The Gyrocopters are doing great work, and the Dwarves could still come back. If Cetra does get karate chopped, and the Bolt Thrower crews can get back online, surviving the wrath of the Ushabti, maybe, just maybe. And there also is a legion of fully erect Dwarves here, pushing through the bony mass, right? So the Dwarves have been a little bit resurgent in the middle. The Grudge may be going to be satisfied as the Dwarves surge forth towards the objective to meet the Nehekar warriors. Only in Total War. Look how cool that cinematic was. You just get the Dwarves charging in, axes up, blasting charges, the legions of undead phalanx just getting ready to fight. So freaking cool, man. Warhammer is so awesome. But they do get in and are making progress on this objective, but now we are going to be seeing Solisora reaching 1,000 points here, which is obviously, the Dwarves are way in triple cap territory. More Nehekar warriors coming out, chosen of the gods have run out of ammunition. On the backside, the Dwarves, though, for sure are going to get Objective 3 most likely. We do see some capture weight shenanigans coming in from Solisora. So this is basically the point in the game where the Dwarves are going to start outvalue trading you in the grind, but you're so far ahead on points you can still win it. So the Skeleton Horsemen going to be flanking into the Miners, trying to buy some time, but the Giant Slayers will most likely be able to get this point in tandem with the blasting charges coming up. But you want to get it for as long as you can. You want to just park horsemen on the periphery of the objective, so just like here, kind of like here, and just make sure you're touching it to keep the Dwarves from capturing it. It's going to really slow them down. Now on the outside, the Dwarves are also getting a little bit of play here. We do see the Slayers of Tim the Wilder arriving at the point. The Tomb Kings, man, really falling apart here. They are crumbling, metaphorically and literally. A lot of the troops are crumbling down. He's going to be broaching 1,100 here. I think at this point, the Tomb Kings just have to hunker down on one objective and hope that Cetra is going to be able to hold it. As far as this one goes, we do see some skeleton chariots coming across the battlefield, but Tim is persistent. He's moving up. He's getting really close to getting these points. We do see the legions of Nehekara holding in the middle, and I would imagine the chosen of the gods have been sent forth. Have they? We see the Ushabti here, and if Solisora can stabilize this objective from the Dwarves, that's going to be pretty big. Gyrocopters up in the sky, but Carrion are hot on their tail. So remember, Gyrocopters cannot shoot and move anymore, which was like the most bullshit thing ever. So basically, Tim has to move, shoot, and you see as he moves, he takes casualties. That is how Gyrocopters are balanced. I can't believe anybody thought that moving and shooting was fair on those things. It was so stupid. But is it going to be stabilized? Yes, it is. Man, big plays from Solisora as he arrives to the other side of the battlefield and is able to stabilize that objective. That is a crushing blow for Tim, as he is going to be losing that point. Now, Dwarves still have not been able to get the other side. Really good mitigation play here, but they are going to get it soon. We do see the Tomb Kings being buckled off. One unit is down, so Solisora needs to get both of these units and chase these horsemen off the objective. Meanwhile, more Dwarves are going to be surging forth. On the middle, the capture weight is starting to go Dwarf favored. However, the Ushabti were able to stem the tide of the Dwarves here and hold them at bay. And only one Slayer left. Demon Slayer's trying his best, but it looks like the Tomb Kings are just barely going to edge this game out. It looked like Tim was on the comeback path there for a minute, which, they were being pushed back on every front. Tim has the value lead, but remember, Tomb Kings do get a lot of healing from their lower passive and their army ability. But, this game's over. The Dwarves have probably lost it. They're too slow to get a triple cap at this point. They needed to stem the bleeding a little bit earlier on this side, and they weren't quite able to. They probably honestly overcommitted here, and Tim knows it. GG, well played. Cetra does not serve. He rules, and he got the job done. All right, so that is game one. Let's get this going here and find our boy Solisora with the Tomb Kings victory in game uno. All right. What an upset there. That's, I would say, a Dwarf favored matchup, right? Yeah, but the Dwarves end up losing it. So Cetra at 900 value. The Chosen of the Gods about 1,000. You usually don't get a lot of value on any units against Dwarves, but the Chariot play was good. 1,000 value, 900 value on that. Demon Slayer tried. Tim's positioning was just kind of sloppy. He's just such a good player, but that positioning on the bolt throwers and how his army just got compromised in that one alpha strike, if that hadn't happened, he was on a path to a comeback and getting the objectives, but losing all that artillery and all those like missiles and that really weird engagement there, I think cost him the game. So GG, well played, and that is going to be a victory for the Tomb Kings. All right, so on to the next game. The map is going to be, let's see, I believe we are on the Lustrian Narrows, and then we have the Changer's Madhouse for the next game. Changer's Madhouse is a really, really fun Vanguard map. I love it. So there's crazy Vanguard points on this one. You can grab the objectives immediately. And this is by Bob That Builder. So shout out to Bob. I think I've seen you in chat today, Bob. So shout out to you, brother. Thank you for the great map. And it's one of my favorites. We're going to see what's cooking. Are we going to see Zinch maybe? I don't know. GG, well played. Yeah, Solisaurus crushing it. I love seeing new players come on the scene and do well. It's very, very fun. Is Anakin going to become Darth Vader? Well, I mean, you guys know how Star Wars ended. I mean, Anakin threw Palpatine into the pits, right? And I know the retconning of Palpatine coming back as a clone. Screw that. That stuff's stupid. I mean, Palpatine got thrown into the pits by Vader. So, you know, if it were to be really lore accurate, Tim the Wilder would go up in the series 2-0, right? He would be like Force Lightning Solisora, and then like Solisora recovers and like picks him up and wins the next like 3 games and throws him in the pit. That would be the more accurate depiction if we're trying to like stay Star Wars lore friendly. But yeah, I think that's the circle is complete. He's not the master yet. Palpatine is like on the ground right now. He's like, I'm too weak, help me, and then he's gonna come back. You just wait. Yeah, the Vanguard zone's like literally you can Vanguard on top of each other in this one. Yeah, it's nuts. So I wonder if the players are practiced on this map. Yeah. Palpatine also lived in the old lore. Oh, did he? Okay, in that case, then whatever. Yeah. It was using clones in the EU books. Okay, cool. Well, are those books canon, though? Are they, like, part of the canon? I wonder. Oh, Extended Universe, yeah. Copy that. Palpatine returning was Legends as well. Yeah, but those books weren't... I mean, I guess, you know, Disney's kind of mangled Star Wars anyways, although there are some decent... I heard Andor was quite good. Haven't seen it, and obviously the early Mandalorian I heard was good too, but... Man, when I watched the new Star Wars trilogy, though, it just killed my Star Wars mojo. Like, I just lost interest so hard after that. Even though I still think Star Wars is awesome, it's just, it really just killed my mojo, man. I couldn't get hard for Star Wars anymore. Probably not the right analogy, but you guys get it. Yeah. Disney says they're not canon. Okay, copy that. The European Union books... Andor's worth a watch, yeah. Well, Rogue One was good, and Andor has that same character, right? It has that like intelligence officer guy in Andor. I think that could be fun. Ray's theme. Oh, the soundtrack? Yeah, I don't remember the soundtrack. Yeah. All right, so they're doing their picks and bans. I told them to try and keep it under 10 minutes once they get their picks squared away, so hopefully it won't be too long, but whatever. We're going to hang out. It'll be fun. Oh, I love The Expanse. The Expanse is one of my favorite shows. Yeah. I love The Expanse. It's an amazing one. Are they still doing The Expanse? I mean, I remember where it left off, but are there more seasons coming? Yeah, The Expanse is really cool. It kind of combines like cool sci-fi space combat with like sci-fi space culture. You also get like otherworldly alien threats too. Like it's very fun. It's very fun. Yeah, that's right, Melody. The Disney trilogy drove me into Warhammer's Waiting Arms. Yeah. The Warhammer universe is fun. You know, Warhammer 40k has a really fun universe. A lot of cool stuff. Warhammer Fantasy Universe is great too. Age of Sigmar, I have trouble getting into because of the layout of the universe. Like, I don't like the plane system. Like how they have these like, I just have trouble. Like I like there to be a finite, like a map of the world, and like those points on the map are like highly significant. Whereas in Sigmar, you get this weird like different planes of magic where people dwell, and like nothing really feels significant. Like there's not a lot of stakes to the battles. I'm sure that's completely wrong if you read the lore and get into like the really nitty gritty of it. But in like the old world, when like, you know, Prague was besieged, you're like, okay, I know where this is. I know who's there. I know what like the culture is. You know, I feel like it was more relatable. I like, but to be completely fair, if Games Workshop makes a Chaos Dwarf faction for Age of Sigmar, they're gonna lure me in. That would be the one thing that could lure me in, would be a Chaos Dwarf faction. Like I would do it. I would do it for sure. Because the community that plays tabletop Sigmar is great. The people are really nice. I played a couple of Sigmar tournaments back in the day, and everyone was really friendly. But I just can't get into the thematics of the game, which is tough. Yeah. Total War Warhammer was my first Warhammer experience. It basically is what got me into it too. I didn't before Total War Warhammer in 2016. I had collected like a Space Marine starter box when I was a kid. But I had never been into tabletop, so I got into tabletop from Total War, and now it's like my favorite hobby. So, an SFT is a single faction tournament. You only play one faction the whole way through. It's extremely confusing to imagine what it's supposed to be. Yeah, Spice, I agree. I agree. Although Magic was like a game that was rooted in the different existence of different planes, right? To me, like I don't mind the planar system in Magic. You know, you have these like beings who can travel between planes, and it's like you don't have like, I mean, occasionally planes will invade other planes via like Phyrexia and things like that, but overall, I don't mind it in Magic. I felt like the story was built that way, and it was designed around the planar system. Whereas in Warhammer, I feel like it was designed with like a planet in mind, like the old world, and then they just kind of like made up some random lore to reboot the game, and it was like it just didn't feel like it fit the setting. Age of Sigmar models are really good. I'll give it that. They're really, really good. Yeah. Yeah, 10th edition 40k is all right. I play once a week. I play Death Guard against my buddies Tau all the time. Death Guard are really fun. In tabletop they're very good. Yeah. One is a multiverse story. Yeah. The early Magic lore was very good. Like I love the lore of like Ice Age and the Legends, and the first. If you guys want like one of my favorites, the Brothers War is great in Magic. The whole storyline of Dominaria being invaded by Phyrexia the first time around with like the legacy weapon and Gerard Cassifin and Captain Sisse, and that whole saga was super good. I love it. And like it's really cool how Urza like gathers like basically the Avengers of Planeswalkers to like take down Phyrexia on the first time around, and then they get betrayed by Tevesh. Yeah, it's like it's such a good storyline. Yeah, Urza's rad. You want AOS Skaven? They're already there, dude. You have AOS Skaven. They just got like a whole new starter box. Yeah. Yeah, they've been hinting at Chaos Dwarves for like 7 years. Granted, I play Chaos Dwarves in Fantasy. So I play Warhammer the Old World and I play Chaos Dwarves there. So yeah, I get my pickle tickled there. The Old World. And I've been there's some great ways to play Chaos Dwarves. There's some great, files from other companies for Chaos Dwarves. But on top of that, there's some like nice minis. Like so basically what I do for my Chaos Dwarves right now is you can see these are the Blood Bowl Chaos Dwarves, right? So I just got these Chaos Dwarves. I actually ended up winning a tabletop tournament, and with my cash prize, I bought 4 boxes of these with my winnings. These are so good. These models are just god tier Chaos Dwarf models, right? So these are new. So they're super easy to kit bash. You see how all their hands are open on every model? You just stick a blunderbuss, a fire glaive, a halberd. You put an axe, and then you can put a shield on the other hand. These are like the easiest models to kit bash. And the hobgoblins are god tier. If you want to have hobgoblins, you can use them too. They're really, really good. And it's super cool. It comes with like a couple of these tokens, which you can use these as like little spell markers or whatever you want to do with them. So on top of that, you have I think his name's Qatar. Is it? They have bull centaurs too. Yeah, here you go. So these bull centaurs make for good kit bashes. They're a little bit pricey. So but if you have the bank for it, these are great bull centaurs for Old World. And then I use this guy for my bull centaur character in Old World. So I basically just have him, and it's like super easy. I'm probably gonna kit bash a shield onto his left hand, and it's a perfect model. No, I use square bases. I just put them on square bases. They fit perfectly on square bases. Yeah. So yeah, that's like the core of my Chaos Dwarf army, but I also like use Lost Kingdoms Chaos Dwarfs for a lot of my characters and artillery and stuff, and then Inferno Dwarves is another one that I use. All right, so Tim is going to be on High Elves, I think. Let me check. Wow. So it's going to be Dark Elves versus High Elves. That's fun. All right, you guys ready for an Elvish duel? It is going to be Dark Elves versus High Elves. Yeah, it's funny, pork chops. Yeah, no, I tend to repeat the same shit over and over. It's just life. Do you think the final Khorne unit, the new? I have no idea. Canon. So yeah, we do have Anakin versus Darth Vader. The actual like Malekith and his faction is basically Vader, right? Yeah. Oh, Solisora lives in Europe. Okay, cool. So they're not. I got it. So that's nice. I'm glad the time zones aren't too brutal, because in Europe right now it's like what 11 midnight, 1 a.m. depending on how far east you go. Yeah, so it's pretty easy. This is going to be fun. Duel of Fates, dude. Duel of Fates is one of the GOAT soundtracks. You remember how hype it was being like an 8-year-old or a 12-year-old or however old you were when that came out, watching like Darth Maul fighting against Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, and like that soundtrack comes on, and like the red dual-sided saber popped open. Oh god, that was such a epic moment. Oh, it was so good. We're in the grand finals. It is best of 5. It is currently a 1-0 lead for Solisora. Yeah. Currently 1-0. Midnight, yeah. It's getting dark. Yeah, you're getting there, huh? Yeah, sounds about right. 7 seasons? Yeah, I know, Hippo, we've been going strong, man. Hey, it was me. Has a recent quality? Yeah, so let me put a poll up, because I updated all my hardware and everything I was using on the computer, so I was using the wrong drivers, so it should be better now, but stream graphics. Yeah, so let me know. I'm gonna put up a poll, and if it might just be some people's I don't know. It's so weird because people said it looked good. Okay, 95. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna have to look into it though. There's probably something I need to change in the settings since I just updated all the encoder and everything. So yeah, it'll take at least for most of you guys. It looks good. I'll figure it out. When will we see Total War 40K? I think we'll see it. I think we'll see Total War 40K announced in like I would say summer of 2025. It'll get announced, and then I think it'll launch in fall in 2026. Would be my guess, or 27 at the latest. Okay. So most of you guys say the graphics look pretty good. There are YouTube problems at the moment. Copy that. Yeah. High Elves versus Dark Elves, though. It's hype. It's going to be fun. Let's see what the players are saying, making sure they don't have any questions or anything. All right. No problemo. So are we going to see Darth Vader? I don't think so. That would be very fun, but I don't think he'll... Fully zoomed in on my 1440p. It looks a bit fuzzy, like it's 1080. Got it. Okay. Like it's not bad, but the letters are a bit blurry. Okay. Yeah. So there's something to be optimized, which I'll hit up some buddies who know technology a little bit better, and we'll get to the bottom of it. I'll hit up some other streamers because I just updated like... So I had gotten this new computer a while back, shout out to Rando, and I was using the wrong encoding software, so I really wasn't benefiting from it until I updated it. And now everything's way better, but no, I still need to fine tune the new settings. Yeah. 1080 is better. Everything is a bit bigger. Yeah, got it. Those 40K $2,000 tabletop models are crazy. Oh, you're talking about like armies costing a lot? Yeah, well, getting your mini secondhand is usually what I recommend. Or, if they're really hard, if Games Workshop just doesn't sell them, or they're just always out of stock, just like find a third party representation, Yeah, sure, Spice. It's fine. You can even DM that to me, man. Overall quality looks good, but I agree. Letters and some details seem to be a bit fuzzy. Okay. I will investigate. Maybe I need to up the bit rate. I could up the bit rate by bits, but I would have to restart the stream to do that, so we'll do it for next time. Yeah. Looks like Tim the Wilder's ready. Solisora getting the final icing on the cake here. Tim keeps typing in the wrong section of the Discord. It's funny. He's typing in the pick and ban section. High Elves though versus Dark Elves. What do you see here? Obviously, there's going to be a lot of skirmish cav, a lot of light cav, a lot of dark riders, a lot of reavers, a lot of reaver archers versus dark rider repeater crossbows. I don't think we're going to see any Hydra or Charybdis. That was a truly forbidden build we saw earlier, by the way. That was just like straight up meme tier. If you guys missed the first tournament game on the stream, it was a freaking Charybdis Hydra build with Rakarth. Or not Rakarth, Lokir Felheart. It was so haggard. Due to internet, you have to... Oh, so you have internet issues. Got it. Yeah, 3D printing is great for the hobby. My wife and I, we have a plastic printer, which is terrible for miniature printing, but it's really good for terrain. So we could just print out any terrain piece. You're like, oh, you just want a cool battlefield? Just print out these houses or, keeps or whatever. My buddy, who lives 20 minutes from me, has a resin printer. So he can do high-quality miniature prints, which is just a lifesaver. Especially for, like, just testing things out, right? Like, before you buy a mini, you can, like, have, like, some sort of a proxy in place and then see how you like it. Yeah. Tyrion versus Malekith would be super cool. You did miss the Hydra, but, it was rough. Dark Elves just farm high elves and push with Murder's Prowess and completely folds them. We'll see about that. Tim the Wilder is not one to be folded easily. And he appears ready to go. Yeah. All right. I don't want to rush him because this is literally the highest stakes event we have, basically, aside from the CA events, Okay, I see your screenshot, Spice. It doesn't look that bad. Yeah. It doesn't look that bad, but it could be better. I completely understand what you're saying. Okay, I see it. Yeah. Spellthirster. Yeah, I think that we're going to get a 40K announcement like middle or end of 2025. And it'll launch like a year or two after that. You remember how we got that Total War announcement where it was like celebrating like 15 or 20 years of Total War, and then it had like at the very end it had like Karl Franz. You're gonna get the same thing but with the Space Marine, which is gonna be just so erect. Oh god, it's gonna be so good. Yeah. All right, guys, it's go time, baby. Let's have some fun. It's gonna be the Changers Madhouse, Morathi versus an Archmage of Life. Yes. The Changers Madhouse, again, very, very good Vanguard map. You have one central point with a home objective, so pretty good for defensive play as well. And here we are. All right. Look how cool this map is, by the way. It's so awesome. You get all these like big creepy spirals. I always thought if you had to be corrupted by one Chaos God, like the least crappy one would be Tzeentch probably. Sure, you might be a little bit insane, but at least you get to know like cool arcane secrets and forbidden knowledge. And you're not just going to be like some miserable... Like, every other god would suck to be subjugated by. This is best of 5. Finals are best of 5. I'm a doomer. Never getting a 40... No, we're going to get 40K Total War. It's going to happen. But, yeah, it's got to happen. Like, it'd be stupid. They're throwing away money. They already have the relationship. Unless something behind the scenes went wrong with them and G-dubs. All right, guys. So, looking at the Druchii army, front battle line of Bleak Swords makes sense. Backed up by a couple Corsairs. So Corsairs give you a little bit of killing power. They wreck Rangers. They can beat Spearmen. They can hold their own against Sylvarans and trade evenly. So a good infantry choice, in my opinion. Spears, Dark Shards are all the hotness these days. We've been seeing a lot of Dark Shards and Morathi as well. So Morathi is here with Melkoths and Pit of Shades, which is very good. So just going to be using Melkoths on Fireborn and Pit of Shades on anything of good quality. Oh, Khorne makes you, an angry... mindless brute, basically. And then with Nurgle, you're just going to be fat and sick and disgusting all the time, right? And with Slaanesh is probably fun at first. It's like Hellraiser, right? Like in Hellraiser, they entice you with promises of power, and Slaanesh is like, oh, you don't want to party in this brothel, you want to do this and that. And then eventually you're just like chained to the wall being whipped and stuff, right? It's like there's limits to it. And then at least with Tzeentch, like you get to be like an arcane forbidden sorcerer with like knowledge potentially. You know what I'm saying? He turns you into a chaos spawn, maybe, but all the gods potentially turn you into a chaos spawn, okay? They all do. Like every god will chaos spawn you. But like Tzeentch at least, like maybe there's a chance you're just like a cool wizard. Although Khorne, like being a big Giga Chad Berserker could be, potentially a decent option. But yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we looked at the Dark Elf army, and mostly infantry with Dark Shards and Morathi. Tim going to be taking advantage of the Vanguard on the map, so you can literally Vanguard on the points on this map. The players should know this if they practiced and prepared. So, double Ranger's going to be up on the point with Vanguard. He's also going to be grabbing Objective 2 out of the gates, and he's going to be using his mobility via the Reavers out here to grab the Objective 1. So, Tim really, really playing the mobile build, which is good out of the gates, but on that same point, it might be a little bit weaker in actual fighting. So he's going to have the initial objective advantage, but he could just get marched down by the Dark Elves and struggle to reclaim the objectives. On the backside, he does have an Archmage of Life, so the Archmage is going to be here with the Awakening of the Wood, that's what she said, as well as the Earthblood. So Earthblood is always a good spell when you have a dragon or a monster. So archers, archers, and archers on the backfield to put a little bit of pepper down on the Druki. And that's going to be it. Good luck, have fun. Rangers are okay in this matchup. They do beat Bleak Swords and Dread Spears, but they do lose to Corsair, so kind of a rock, paper, scissors there. But we are going to see all 3 objectives taken by Tim, although Tim accidentally moves off objective 3 right away. So a little bit of a blunder from old Tim in the beginning, and he's going to be moving one of the Rangers back because, you know, he's down a game. It is best of 5, so he has some cushion, but Solisora has not dropped a single game in the entire tournament today. So that is very scary. We do see the Power of Darkness being used on the Bleak Swords there. So Power of Darkness, very, very nice. Gives you some Winds of Magic and reserves at the cost of your troops' health, which is whatever. And Melkoth's being used on Reaver Cav. Interesting choice. I thought you would maybe save it for Silver Helms and more kind of threatening pieces, but, you know, might as well get the damage going and, you know, start living your best life. You know, as far as the objective situation goes, honestly not bad for the Dark Elves. I thought that Tim would triple cap Solisora out of the gates, but Solisora is going to get up with some infantry and actually get these objectives pretty quickly. So the advantage that Tim got is going to be not super significant right away. So in the backfield, the High Elves are advancing their archers and their spearmen. In the meantime, the dragon going to be getting a breath attack. Here it comes, and it kind of overshoots a little bit, but does melt some of the dark shards. So is able to take down 9 dark shard models as well as 12 bleak sword models. So not insignificant, but not the craziest breath attack in the world. So the High Elves are advancing back, retreating with their Illyrian Reavers, and we do now have Scourge Runner Chariots coming out. This is a unit I forgot existed, but it seems like Solisora is an enjoyer of chariots. We saw them using pump wagons, like, which are super off meta. We see them using Scourge Runner Chariots, which are not super popular either, but against like High Elf skirmishing and monsters, Scourge Runner Chariot could actually be, you know, a potential forbidden tech here, which I think is very, very cool. So, like we talked about, the Dark Elf army with the superior kind of infantry and shooting line was able to take the initiative on the battlefield. And now the Dark Shards are going to start wasting into the Rangers, but the High Elf archers do have the range advantage. So they're going to be shooting pretty hard downtown. And we do see Marathi's wand being activated. The Wand of Coridon, I believe is what it's called. Let's go ahead and double check that. I probably should know the name. Yes, the Wand of Coridon. Yes. So it is going to be getting dropped. You'll see the vortex opening up, or nope, looks like it got canceled. So all is good. In the meantime, Dark Shard's getting folded up pretty hard by Tim. So Tim coming to a little bit of an advantage out of the gates in an initial duel by wrecking the Dark Shards, also slapping them with an Awakening of the Wood. Rangers here taking a hard fight in a 2v1, and there's going to be a beautiful Pit of Shade right there. Really nice cast. That's going to hit the archers and also hit the spearmen, so you get a 2-for-1. I mean, they're both chaff units, so it's not the end of the world, but that still is a really nice Pit of Shade since it was able to take almost half HP off a spearman unit as well. So Dark Shards have rallied. Marathi able to, you know, kind of lure them back in. In the meantime, is Tim going to be doing a dive? It doesn't look like it. Looks like the Reavers are going to be flank charging, so one Reaver does flank charge here. And Tim's going to be trying to split through, but the Dread Spears are really, really heavily in their way here. Okay, Tim with some very cheeky micro, moving through the formation here and going through here, moving around the Spearman, but is he going to have the micro to finish this? That is a very high micro maneuver. He does manage to get on top of the Dark Shards, but probably not going to end well since the Spears are so close by. But if he can get the other Dark Shard offline, that's going to be a pretty big catch. Now, Solisora's infantry trading evenly. Bleak Swords into Spears. Corsairs, of course, doing all right. Marathi probably can hang with this dragon in a straight fight. She does have anti-large, and, you know, if she brought the Enchanting Beauty and the other debuff spell, potentially, you know, win that. But Tim does manage to steamroll the backfield here, so we do see the Dark Shards getting taken offline, while the High Elf Cavalry now going to be screaming into the back of this formation, but the Dread Spears are ready, and overall probably not going to be the best follow-up to that play. The Dragon character is nearby, but we do see the collapse coming into the Spears, and now the Reavers are going to be trying to escape, which, if they can get out without taking too much damage, that was actually a big win, because the Dark Shard lines did get, you know, hammered pretty good. These ones are on the run. We do see some Corsairs fleeing, as well as Dark Shards, but the Dark Elves really do have the High Elves pinned back, and it's only going to get worse when the Murderous Prowess gets activated. Here we have Dark Riders moving into the secondary. Tim has a very haggard blob right here, just a lot of like random shit stacked on top of each other. Now the Ranger on the call-in here, but yeah, Dark Elves are just getting that points advantage. Now they have started to pass the forces of the High Elves in terms of points. Dark Riders moving into the secondary, into the Archer line, but I think the High Elf Archers are mostly online. We do have an Archer unit in good shape here, one here, and one over here as well. As the old Reavers scream on in and getting a decent little charge against the Dark Riders. Dark Riders are going to be forced back, and now we got Narnia Lions being called in. So the Narnia Lions are going to get in and provide a lot of useful DPS against the Bleak Swords while also being a low-to-the-ground target. Melkoth's immediately activated. Does Marathi have her debuff? No, just going bare bones. I think it's a big mistake. I don't know why a lot of people do that. They cut her debuffs, which are insanely good. Soul Stealer here would also be God's here, but I don't think Soul Stealer is on the table. It was not brought, so no, we do not have Soul Stealer. But yeah, big heavy brawl on objective 1. I mean, this is basically just a land battle with reinforcements here, fighting over objective 3. Dark Shard's still pumping a lot of good cost-effective firepower in, so we can see one Dark Shard unit here shooting, the other one shooting, but Tim the Wilder is up a little bit in value. Marathi a little bit trapped up here. Dragons are still dragons, and the dragon might be able to get some work done, while Tim is going to be going for a mobile play, which I really like. So you see how Tim's gathering his mobility? I suspect he might make a play for the middle objective, which would be, I think, a god tier play. Marathi using the Wand of Koraidon, so it's going to be dropped on the head of the Archmage, it looks like, or maybe just some of the Rangers there. Rangers, and they do take some considerable damage. I think the High Elf Infantry Corps is starting to win. Rangers are dominating the Bleak Sword-centric army, so we see the Rangers. This is how cool of a shot is this? Yeah, Warhammer looks so nice. But yeah, Rangers will win that. Blackheart Corsairs will put up a good fight against them, though, for sure. In the meantime, we do see an Illyrian Reaver getting into the backfield, trying to shut down a Dark Shard unit, but it is immediately intercepted by a Coldwind Knight right there. So the Coldwind Knight's going to get a lot of value, and Tim did not go for that objective. Rather, he's just trying to brute force his opponent in terms of value, which he might be able to. We see the Dark Elf line starting to falter. So we see the Dark Shards and the Bleak Sword starting to fold up here. And in the backfield, we do see the Reavers compromised. But I think that the High Elves are in a good position to win this game. Another Scourge Runner Chariot being called in. Maybe when the fighting kind of falls back, the Dark Elves can kind of reform the lines, but their lines are losing. It's just a big line fight, really. Just Silverin and Rangers just slowly outgrinding the Druchii. Coldwind Knight's obviously not going to be very useful against these. The Archmage is still very healthy. Marathi is also quite beat up. 5.4 value against 3.7. Scourge Runner Chariot's going to be encircling a little bit, looking to maybe put some pressure on the archers in the backfield with their chariot variants. Tim running an intercept, though, uses some of his cav, and he does block up the chariot charge, which is very smooth. And now is going to be using his other Reaver to run interference and make sure nothing gets into his backfield here. Earthblood going down, going to be hitting the dragon as well as the Silverin Guard and the Rangers. So not bad at all. And a big erect Pit of Shades coming down. Not a bad one from Solisora, but there's not too many good value targets for the Pit of Shades here. But that's going to be pretty devastating. You guys are going to see the devastation left on this battlefield for sure. As yeah, just look at the carnage. Like look at the carnage on this battle line. Just the absolute slaughter that's taken place. This is pretty brutal, man. But again, you know, blood feuds will be blood feuds. And I do think one of the issues with the Druchii is they took the fight a little bit too close to Tim's deployment. I think that's given Tim really fast reinforcements, whereas the Druchii have to run from a little bit further down the field to get their troopers here. But there is a point to doing that at times because it stuffs them back and makes it harder for them to get the objectives. So if you're trying to win on points, it's a very good play, but otherwise it's dangerous. So Dark Elves, you know, starting to pull value back a little bit, 6.5 against 5.2. Another really nice Melkoth. Marathi shutting down some of the archer units. Scourge Runner Chariots running down whatever they can. And now the Druchii with the Murderous Prowess activated are getting a bit of a pushback, right? We see the Bleak Swords pushing back some of the Rangers. And Double Dark Rider is arriving, but you don't want to be sending them into the Spear units, that's for sure. Reavers being called out. No Fireborn, which is a smart play. Fireborn get hard countered by, you know, the armor-piercing bolts and also by Marathi's Melkoth. So I think that would just be a value printer for the forces of the High Elves if they were to give that up. So Dark Elves and Coldwind Knights here, able to clean up some of the High Elf mobility, or no, actually it looks like a pretty healthy unit. So healthy unit of the Illyrian Reavers are holding them back, but very, very tough to tell. This game is just such a knockdown, drag-out fight. Is there any press on the objective? So Dark Elves still controlling the middle. High Elves having trouble getting out of their deployment zone, but it looks like we're on the precipice of the Dark Elves back breaking in the front lines, and it still is a double cap situation. So as long as the High Elves can kind of roll up here, we do see the Scourge Runner just faltering on the side. Very dangerous, because the High Elves have super cost-effective reinforcements via the Reavers, right? So the Scourge Runner Chariot's going to be retreating, while we do see the Illyrian Reavers and the Reaver Archers chasing them back. Looking at objective number 2 here, the Dark Elves going to be holding it still with a Spear unit, but looking very, very tattered. But is Tim going to have enough time to get the objectives? You know, we kind of saw this in their previous match where Tim looked like he was on a comeback path with the Dwarves, but then Solisora was able to kind of bring the value back and hold the objectives and blunt the Dwarven counterattack. Marathi in a little bit of danger, though, getting attacked by Tim's Dragon. Okay, that's dangerous. Oh, she's also getting hit by Narnia Lines. And she drops the Pit of Shades, but Marathi potentially going to get munched on by the Dragon here. Epic cinematic slideshow there. Honestly, it's not too bad. There's very little lag in the series. But Marathi getting wrecked by the Dragon, actually. Wavering, she's sitting at 14 leadership, 1,000 HP. Really probably wishing she had Soul Stealer right now. That would have been very good. The Pit of Shades does kill the Archers, as well as some of the Rangers. And is Marathi going to be able to escape? If Marathi escapes, I think the Dark Elves still have a fighting chance in this game. But if she gets caught down, then that's probably going to be it. I think that the Dark Elves would probably fold. The leadership, you know, would be too much of an issue at this point. Yeah, Tim has a lot, too. He's got Rangers here. He's got a lot of Cav who are going to be flanking into the back of the Corsairs here. Multiple units of Archers ready to press up. And are we going to get the middle cap? Marathi does go down. The Archmage and the Narnia Lions able to get the pick. And now the Narnia lines are going to be heading towards the middle objective. So here they come, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to be getting to objective 2, and I think that Tim is going to be able to grab that. We also see some spearmen, some blue, silver, and guard from Tim threatening the back objective. But Tim needs to focus on the objective a little bit more. He's got to be careful, right? Like if he plays the game a little bit too wild, I can see Solisora kind of weaseling a comeback. Although, no, probably not. With Marathi being dead, I think Tim's just going to be crushing most of these fights. The leadership penalty is really substantial. Silver and guard trying. It's going to be another heal right here. And I think when Tim gets this, after maybe another 2 minutes, we're going to be seeing Tim the Wilder claim victory here. And the High Elves will be getting the dub. And that would actually be a 1-1 in the series between Darth Vader, or Anakin, Darth Vader, whatever, and Palpatine. Tim being Palpatine, of course. So, yeah, Black Ark Corsairs slowly being folded up. A lot of mobility. Tim has a lot of control in the battlefield. Beautiful breath attack right there. That was a nice one. Cooking a lot of the Druki. As the civil war between the High Elves and the Dark Elves is going to be settled here this day. As the Awakening of the Wood pops and the dragon moving in. Super cool looking. We're going to be seeing terror routes going down. You can see Druki fleeing the field, running past their Black Ark Corsairs, which of course you're going to be seeing their buddies running away and not enjoying that too much. Panic checks have been failed. They rolled too high and failed their leadership check. So Tim gets this one, and on the backside, I mean, he doesn't need, I don't think, this point. He does not. Tim will win on just 2 points right now. I don't know if Solisora knows this. I'm pretty sure, unless my math is just completely stupid. It should be the case. And yeah, we're going to see the Reavers move over there. Tim has got this game in the bag. A couple infantry still perusing around the battlefield, some Black Ark Corsairs, but overall, the grind at the back point, it did not go super well. You can see the battlefield is littered with the remains of the Druki troopers as they fought in the High Elf territory. A valiant fight, mind you, but it was not enough. And they paid the troll toll. So Reaver is going to be stealing this objective. Couple spearmen heading over there for Solisora. Solisora basically completely crushed in this battle at this point. A little bit of play left with some Dark Riders and some chaff units, but it's not going to matter, right? You're going to see everything get folded up here. These Bleak Swords going to be killed by the Narnia Lions. A couple Rangers are lurking. Tim could do some housekeeping if he needs to. The last of the Corsairs being focused down by the archers on the outside of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Objective Uno is, just some Dread Spears. I don't know if he's got any breath attacks left. If he does, that would be pretty impactful for sure. Reaver Archer's going to swarm these guys, and it looks like the Dragon is going to be landing. Dragon's OP, just like in Tabletop. Well, in Tabletop, Dragons are way worse. They're like the most broken, stupid shit ever. But, yes, big attack there. It's going to be 400 HP immediately off the Dread Spears. And another attack right there. We got Illyrian Reavers coming across as the Dark Riders here prepare to fold. Negative 15, that is going to be about 10 to 12 capture weight heading to that objective right here, which is going to be easily crushing the 10 capture weight of the Druki. With terror on the table and no lord on the field, we're going to be seeing Solisora pay the troll toll. So that is going to be it. Bleak Swords on the other side trying, but they tried so hard and they got so far, but in the end, it did not matter. The big cav charge coming in, the classic bait and switch. You send something in to bait the spears to move, and then you charge them with cav while they're not braced. That is Warhammer Tactics 101. Has more Coldland Knights coming in? Yep, Coldland Knights will be cute, but they're not going to be able to effectively cut through all the chaff units. The Dread Spears are routed. Dragon plus Spear or Rangers will be able to handle them. A couple Dark Riders coming in from the wings. But yeah, a valiant scrap. It's the Grand Finals. I understand people taking their shot, trying their best to get in the game and stay in the game. But yeah, this would be, I believe, a razor-close victory for Tim, even on just the 2 objectives. So it's quite literally impossible, but when you're in the moment, you don't notice. Like, you look at the score, you're like, okay, maybe I can still win on 1. You're not doing the math in your head in that moment. But, as a spectator here, we can safely say that it's over. Objective 3, controlled by the High Elves. Objective 2, also cackling with the High Elves as the Archmage of Life chases down the Coldland Knights. Coldland Knights being harried by these infantry. And we are going to be seeing the flip. And with that, I would wager in the next maybe 30 or 40 seconds, Solisora probably will tap out, realizing that Tim is just going to be getting to the point very quickly where they can just win comfortably, even if the objective did get retaken. And yes, GG well played. Cool civil war between the High Elves and the Dark Elves. Marathi, Archmages, Dragons, a lot of the core units being used. No Medusas, nothing terribly fancy here, but that's pretty normal, right? The backbones of these armies, the Dark Shards, and of course the Archers and Reavers, Coldland Knights. Dark Elves do have a lot of weird, funky units that aren't like super usable. But Medusas are actually not bad. Medusas are good in a couple matchups. I think the Hydra and Charybdis are just absolute meme tier, unfortunately. They just don't seem to synergize well with the rest of the army. And we see a little bit of desperation capping here. So, Solisora wants to see if Tim's falling asleep at the keyboard, but Tim is not. And Tim is going to be responding with the War Lions of Krasis, which will be able to probably rip him up and push him off. I would imagine Tim will have enough for a Reaver here in a minute, as long as he's done his ample unsummoning. He does not, so he just calls out a Spearman, which is going to take a minute to get there, but it doesn't matter. Like, Tim's going to pass him in points here. I'm really, really quite shocked he hasn't tapped out yet, you know, because this is like a very, very obvious GG here. Yeah, it looks like we got ourselves a series. You know, I was kind of worried that every match today would be just a 3-0 or a 2-0 or a 3-0 stomp, you know, because we did have that in the earlier rounds. We had pretty decisive series that weren't very back and forth. But now it looks like we're going to be getting a good grand finals, which is really where the bread is at. You know, that's what it's all about. So Narnia lines do arrive. They're going to be hunting it down. So the big kitties being the best cats. Yeah, they're pretty freaking cool. Look at those Narnia lines. Do Hives have them in tabletop? I don't know. In tabletop, they have the chariots being pulled by them, but I don't know if they have the actual lines as individual units. Maybe they do. All right. Solisora hoping for Tim to, yeah, he did not. Archmage was a beast, 2,900 on the Dragon. Marathi, still 2,800 on her with Melkoth spam. Dark Shards did okay, but the archers were able to counter them pretty effectively. And we did have a Manticore in there, not called in, Cold No Knights. I think Solisora's big mistake was pressing the High Elves so hard on their home turf. That just gave Tim a massive advantage, right? They could have just fought over the middle and hunkered down on the middle objective and held that. I think that the deep overextend there was what probably cost them. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be a 1-1 series here. So we are going, and we're going to get the next one fired up as soon as the players do their picks and bans. Uno to uno, ichi to ichi. And now let us go ahead and see what the map is going to be. Borderlow Landing, one of the OG classic maps of domination mode. I think it's a fan favorite. It's beautiful. And Borderlow Landing, of course, made by the great Bob That Builder. Shout out to our boy Bob. And all of our map makers for making domination mode viable, because without you guys, it would not be a thing. So we are here with that. Are there any builds where a Charybdis could work? Maybe against Greenskins, maybe, because the Greenskins are low leadership. They have a fair amount of, like, you know, trolls and boar boys and things like that. So the Abyssal -8 leadership maybe against Greenskins could work. Assuming they didn't go too Daka heavy, if they went more melee focused, I could see a Charybdis being fringe viable there, but probably still not. The Hydra would probably still be better because it regenerates. Charybdis against Khorne, perhaps, probably not. No, Khorne's just going to outmaneuver it and kill it with throwing axes and Minotaurs. Yeah, maybe against Greenskins, it's fringe viable. Maybe, oh, Norska. No, Norska's got those javelins and horsemen that are just going to pepper that thing down. Will you guys be doing a tabletop style tournament for Warhammer 3? We thought about doing it. It's not the most popular format. We could. Maybe I'll do like something like that someday. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure. What about a Grey Knights DLC? Grey Knights would be pretty OP in a fantasy setting, for sure. I mean, all the Space Marines would. All right, cool. So let's see what's cooking. What's going on? Okay. Where are we at? And the picks will be coming up soon. Borderlow Landing, a pretty dynamic map. It allows for a lot of back objective play, which is one of my favorite parts of this map is special operations ambushes. So you like deploy in the woods on the side and then like attack their home objective. It's really fun. I love the tactics that this game mode brings to the table. You know, those type of things is really fun because then you have to like partition your forces, right? It's like, how much am I going to send on the ambush? Is it too dangerous? Am I going to get overwhelmed here and then lose a ton of value? Really makes games pretty interesting. Let me see. FP, did I get your tip? Let me double check, brother. I don't see your message, so go ahead and type your message. I'm checking right now. Okay. Where are we at? Let's go to this. And yeah, I do see that. Thank you, Felix. Thank you for the 23 euros. Although I didn't see your message come through, so go ahead and just type it. Whatever you got to say, I'll be reading right now. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, Felix. That is greatly appreciated, man. That'll be helping to pay the prize pool for the players. We got $350 in prizes today, plus a qualifier spot. So if there wasn't a CA qualifier spot, the prize pool probably would have been like $500-600. But with that, that's like big. That's a big one, right? Because that's the chances of getting something there is pretty substantial. What were the starting factions for the OG Total War Warhammer 1? Was it Empire, Greenskins, Vampire Counts? Empire, Greenskins, Vampire Counts, Warriors of Chaos. There's a couple other. Was that it? Was it really only 4? I think we had like 6, right? God, so dude, I was like 27 when that came out. I'm 36 now. And the moderator's rant. Yes, of course, Frost. Of course. Let me see here. I'm looking for your message, FP. Sweating and stuff. That's the first match. Yeah, Solisora, that's our first loss for the day. They haven't lost the match yet. So we're checking here. So here are the factions on the table. Tim has sent them to us. So Tim has chosen Nurgle, Tomb Kings, and Wood Elves. And Solisora has chosen Skaven, Lizardmen, and High Elves. Man, we are getting such good faction diversity. Oh, Dwarves too, right? Yeah, Dwarves also. Dude, the faction diversity today is amazing. Like, it's not like there's any one faction that we're just seeing nonstop, right? Like, we're seeing cool, different styles. It's really good. FB says, love for my most watched content from 24. 72% of your watch time. Let's go. Let's get it. That's right, man. The old Warhammer is going strong. Thanks to you, Felix. Thank you, man. There's a substantial chance we see a Lizardman here. Probably substantial. So they're doing their pick and ban right now. What's it going to be? All right. Yeah, just typing GG well played to each other. All is smooth in the realm. All right. Sorry, I was just reading some messages in the old chat there. Fun times. Someone play Cathay? We did have a Cathay game today, right? Didn't we? Yeah, we did. Yeah, Berserk played Cathay into Tim. It was rough. The build was not designed to kill the Skaven effectively, I don't think. He went with triple Iron Hill Gunner. Or not Iron Hill, but triple what the hell are the Crane Gunners? Against Skaven, and Skaven just had no good targets. It was just like a super wide Clan Rat army with, like, you know, Storm Vermin and stuff. So the Gunners just got swarmed, and it was really hard to defend them. Hola, skinks. Oh, did you guys see the new plastic Krieg models for 40K? That is an army I would for sure start. I love the aesthetic. Yeah, I think we can check it out here. I don't know about this website. Did they reveal it on Warhammer Community, or do I have to go to like some shady website here? I'm not sure. Frontline Gaming is legit. I know them. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so check this out. It's the Astra Militarum are getting a codex finally, and yeah, here we are. So they are releasing new Krieg models. Yeah, so you could see they have like these like emplacements and the new mounted cavalry. Look how cool that model is. Oh, that's so good. That World War I aesthetic is so brutal, like with the barbed wires and the skulls. Horse is like all like gaunt, and look at the horse has like mutated claws. Yeah, and they have like dude, they're so rad looking. Probably honestly not that hard to paint either. Yeah, the Wolf Rider AOS models, yeah, they look good too. Look at that turret. Oh, that's so cool. I would love to just put like 10 of those on the table. You know? I would love to just put like 10 of those things on the table and bombard, yeah. Oh, heavy mortar quad launcher, yeah. And then you have this one too. Yeah, it's pretty rad. All right, back to the game. I need that in my life. Yeah, Frost wants it. If I manage to win a tabletop tournament and I could use my prize pool to get you the starter box for that when that comes out, yeah, I'll send it to you. Yeah, it's very fun. Death Unicorns, basically. Yeah, there's a new Doom Diver catapult. Yeah, the Greenskin's got well, it's for Age of Sigmar, but you can use them for Old World too, obviously. Let's see how the progress is going here. Still waiting. Yes, yes. And looking good. So we're almost down to the final part of the pick and ban. Lizardmen are still on the table. High Elves and Nurgle. Nurgle is for sure going to be played, probably. So it's Nurgle versus... No? Yeah, I think we're going to see some Nurgle action. Big Stinky's coming. Horses have been... Yeah, I mean, horses, even in modern warfare, I mean, in some parts of the world, horses are used for logistics and, like, you know, transporting things, and obviously less of a combat role in modern warfare, but, you know. Yeah, they do their thing. Horses are pretty cool beasts. Oh, these horses aren't horses. They're made in a factory, a flesh construct factory. Oh, really? Oh, so they're actually like creepy flesh constructs? Okay. So that's how they get around the PETA thing. They're like, our horses aren't. Yeah. I think you're going to see Papa Nurgle. Yeah, Dark Reapers are still in 40k. Yeah, they're Eldar unit. Yeah. I don't know if they ever got new models. They might just be really old, janky ones. So game 3 is coming up. Very close to being done. This is a very sweaty series, so these guys are fighting for the bread here. This is a legacy for these guys. What do you think about Highlander remake with Henry Cavill? I'm excited. Yeah, why not? Henry Cavill's awesome. Give it to me. I want to see his 40k stuff. He would be a really fun Inquisitor. Granted, I mean, he could obviously play a Space Marine or something too. He's got the physique for it. I mean, the physique of the actor doesn't really matter that much for Space Marines. It's more like the facial structure, and because like they're going to be CGI'd, right? So they don't need to be Giga Chads. Granted, it would be super badass to get like half Thor Bjornsson and like Eddie Hall and like these like mega huge bodybuilders. And half Thor Bjornsson, Eddie Hall, Brian Shaw would be like the ultimate Space Marine. He like already is like Space Marine size. Glorfindel for the prize pool today in the community. Hey, thank you, man. Been traveling for work a lot. This is my Zen time. Hey, thank you so much. I'm glad the Zen time is there. Have you guys seen Brian Shaw? This guy is giant. How tall is that guy? Brian Shaw is 6'8", and then half Thor Bjornsson is how tall? He's 6'9". Yeah, that's the guy who plays the Mountain in Game of Thrones. Those guys are basically Space Marines already. You know? You don't even need to CGI. Just put some armor on them, you know, and put them with normal actors. Like, if you just put, like, Brian Shaw and half Thor Bjornsson next to, like, a normal 5'9" actor, you're going to think they're Space Marines already. You know? Save the CGI budget. Yeah. I don't know what the deal is with the 40K show. Henry Cavill, are you in chat? You want to tell us? You want to give us a little heads up there? I'm hopeful, though. You know, I believe in the Henry. He actually plays the game. He paints miniatures. Like, he knows the aesthetic of the universe. Yeah, that's big. Alan Rickson would be a good Space Marine too. Yeah, the guy from Reacher. Yeah. Yeah, but Space Marines are supposed to be 8 feet tall. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Well, like if you put these 7 foot tall bodybuilders in a power armor suit and then just like did a little bit of CGI on their height, you would only have to do their height, right? Granted, I still think the Space Marine suits should be mostly CGI'd because their movements would be really hard to capture with actual actors because Space Marines are like uber fast and athletic, and like it would be hard to capture that with people just in suits. Yeah. Yeah, they're close. Primaris are 8 feet tall. Yeah. They're close enough, guys. Come on. It's the 3rd time I've asked you for Strongman Space Marines. I know. Well, there'll be a 4th time. You just wait. Skaven vs. Nurgle. 2 of the stinkiest factions in the entire game duking it out. Let's go. Tim said he's playing Nurgle for all of you guys. All of us. So we got Big Stinky Nurgle versus Skaven. This is a fine matchup. It's very even. I think that Nurgle can go super wide and just spam lore passive and be really hard to get off objectives. But Skaven do also have great killing power. You know, they can use their Doom Flayers to wreck your infantry spam, and they can also use mortars if they want to just obliterate Plague Bearers. So this is going to be a very stinky matchup here between Skaven and Nurgle. Bautista, yeah, he's definitely not going to be doing any of those kind of roles. He's trying to, you know, I've heard like people criticizing Bautista for like losing size, and I'm like, dude, the guy's in his 50s, like carrying that much steroid weight around in your 50s is going to like lead to an early death, you know? I was happy to see that he lost weight. The Bautista guy, yeah, because he's a promising actor. Like I really liked. It's a small role, but I thought that Bautista was really good in. I thought he was really good in the Blade Runner. It's a brief scene where he interacts with the Blade Runner with Ryan Gosling, but he was really good in that. And obviously, Guardians of the Galaxy's, you know, it's a fun kind of kids thing, but he was still fun in that too. Yeah. Yeah, The Rock. I think everybody's a little sick of The Rock for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, Bautista's in Blade Runner. Yeah, he's in it. Yeah, he's He's like a retired android, like, super, like an android soldier that was like retired to a farm. He was so good in that scene, yeah. He's good in the Blade Runner short film. Oh, I didn't know there was a short film. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, Villanueva knows what Batista's worth. Oh, yeah, and in Dune, he was such a good Raban. I mean, Raban is like this cowardly, like, opportunist, right? In the movies. And he played it well, He played like a lunatic, bully. You could see him being a bully, right? The classic bully where he's going to bully those weaker than him, but when he's faced with like real opposition, he folds, which was like Bautista nailed it. Oh, the Scorpion King with the rock. That movie was so bad, but I love it. Yeah. Timothy Chalamet as Rabute Gilliman? No way. Timothy is like... No way. Timothy, if anything, would be like a gene stealer cult. He would just be some like little like... No way. Timothy is not like... He doesn't have the presence to be a freaking Primarch, He has the acting chops for sure. But, no. They would have to like enlarge his face. Like his face is very gaunt. He's very lean. No way. Sure, sounds good, Frost. Let me see what's up. Okay. Let's see. So sorry for buying. So I saw you in turn. And button on the advanced. Oh, okay. So hang on, Frost. I'm going to respond to you real quick. Okay. Cool. I just responded, boss. We're good. So yeah, Nurgle versus Skaven here. You just couldn't resist, yeah. Yeah, Timothy would be a good Eldar. Yeah, if you put Timothy as like a really like lean Eldar kind of guy, like a Farseer or something. Yeah, I don't think it's physically possible for him to have the physical presence to play a Primarch character. I mean, I know CGI could... His head, if you CGI'd Timothy Chalamet's body to make it like huge, and his head just wouldn't look right on like a big body. He's got the facial structure and like the head of like a small person, Yeah. Jason Momoa, he's not always the best actor, but looks wise, he would be like a perfect Khan. Yeah, he definitely has that look. It'd be fun to do a casting video. Steven Seagal was the Emperor Man. Oh God, Steven Seagal sucks so freaking bad. He's just such a terrible person, I've heard. But Steven Seagal would be like a Nurgle something or other, like some sort of a betrayer Nurgle, some evil chaos character that you're supposed to hate would be Steven Seagal, right? Turin wants a real meat. No, it doesn't even have to be a meathead to play like a Primarch. It just Timothy just does not have the presence, I don't think. I mean, he was really good as Paul Atreides though, man. He was God tier for that. Steven Seagal is Fulgrim. Oh my God. No. Oh no. Steven Seagal is Perturabo. Oh, he's Perturabo or Erebus. Yeah, those are probably the good choices. Lorgar. Yeah. Lorgar, Perturabo, or Erebus. That's Steven Seagal all day. Yeah, let's go. Dude, imagine just big, fat Steven Seagal sitting in just massive Iron Warriors power armor. That sounds perfect to me. Yeah. Mel Gibson is a Primarch. Mel Gibson could play like Angron or something, just like give him the butcher's spikes. And Nicolas Cage as Angron would be great too, just like an absolute lunatic with like the rage. Kavak, thank you, man. That's huge. Thank you so much, dude. That is way too generous. You guys are going nuts today, man. Thank you. It sounds good to me. Sounds good to me, my friend. Yeah. By the way, if you guys want to support the channel and also get something cool for yourselves, I really appreciate the donations, but you can go to my wife's website, astrosnouts.com, and that's her clothing line that she's working on. So she's going to have a new design coming up in the next couple days. It's going to be, she's doing a t-shirt that is, it's a D&D alignment chart with dog breeds, which is really funny. So it has like the pug is like neutral good. I think the poodle is neutral evil. We have a chihuahua as chaotic evil. Pomeranian, I think, is lawful. Well, you can spoil some. Lawful evil. So yeah, check it out. Ron Perlman would play some Space Wolf. Yeah, Ron Perlman would be a good Space Wolf for sure. Yeah. Yeah, Nicolas Cage does a lot of like smaller like indie movies. Yeah, there's so many random movies. Okay, let me check here. All right, I will. Let's keep the building around 10 minutes. Okay, just doing some admin stuff. Perfect. All right, so we're all set here. Back to the nonsensical rambling we have. Bulldog is true neutral. Are they though? I don't know. I got the Do It shirt in the laundry at the moment. Nice. Yeah, the Do It shirt was, I think, the most popular one for sure. Nick Cage is Conrad Kurz. Oh, that's perfect. Warguts, you nailed that. Nick Cage is absolutely Conrad Kurz. Yeah, Cavill would be the Emperor, 100%. Come on. If we're doing like the full epic of like the Horus Heresy, I think Henry Cavill has to be the Emperor. Yeah. Yeah, they do international shipping. I think on the website it should say when you're doing like the checkout. But yeah, if you have questions, you can also message us in Discord. But yeah. Yes. Okay, checking. This player is taking a long time. I told them let's try and keep it under 10 minutes. Hopefully, sometimes IRL stuff comes up for the players too. I don't want to like bully them if they're dealing with some stressful thing IRL, but we got places to be. Watch Jake and Logan Paul being cast in the show. Oh my God, no. Oh no. By the way, that was the most like depressing shit. The Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight. God, that was awful. So I was watching it with my neighbor, who's a we're good friends. And, we're both like millennials from the 90s. So there was like a glimmer of hope that like Tyson would just like, clean the floor with him. But like, God, it was so depressing. It was so depressing. Oh, it was like, it just felt like almost like part of me was like, is this staged? Like Mike looked okay for the first round and was like putting pressure. And then after that, he just flatlined. But you have to remember, he's almost 60. The dude had like, I think he had like a heart attack or some like gnarly health condition like a month prior to the fight. He had to pull out in July. Like the dude, he apparently almost died in the hospital. And then that started to make more sense. Like he might have had enough like gas to go for the first round, but the dude was like recovering from like a near death experience, Yeah. I don't know. It was depressing. It just looked like Mike was going to like throw a lot and then he just wouldn't throw. He would just kind of like, it did feel questionable. Like it was staged. It did. I'm not one for conspiracy theories, but like that really felt questionable. Yeah. Oh my God. Is that actually true, darling? Is that actually true, really? Well, that's a win-win because at least one of them is going to get knocked out. One of those guys, I'll take that. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in Game 3 of the Grand Finals of today's tournament. Sorry for the long downtime in between games, but it's cool, It's just like watching UFC. You got these like commercial break, except we just hang out instead of that. But it is going to be Festus the Leech Lord, which is a good choice against Skaven. He's a good enough fighter to hold his own against the rat hordes, and he has a Mortis engine. So if the rats are swarming you, he can drain their health with his Harbinger of Pestilence. We got Bile Trolls, Marauders of Nurgle with Pestigors in Vanguard, Plague Toads, and another unit of Bile Trolls. Now, you might be wondering, why are we seeing Bile Trolls? Well, it's because of Doomflayers. If you don't have any mass, either whether it be Toad or Bile Troll, then the Doomflayers are going to annihilate your infantry. So mixing in Bile Trolls with their regeneration against the pitiful Skaven melee DPS, I think is a really nice tech. So it's going to be 2 Bile Trolls as well as the Noxbringer. Noxbringer is there to help deal with weapons teams and slingers and various other mid-range threats. On the backside, there is a loose Vanguard. We have the Frolickers Bubonic, so it is going to be the Arwar Nurglings getting very cheeky in the bushes. And it looks like they are going to be creeping up. Yes, yes. So looking at the Skaven army, it's going to be a couple Night Runners looking to play the sides and more Night Runners here just to grab the objectives. We got Ogres, and the dreaded Storm Vermin meta is upon us. So really just a classical Skaven army. Clan Rats, couple Storm Vermin with Poison Wing Globadiers to kill the infantry, and a Grey Seer with the dreaded 13th spell. Yes. Yes, the dreaded 13th spell is upon us, which basically one-shots a unit of Nurgle infantry. So, yeah, really cool build by the Rats. You know, very standard, nothing terribly avant-garde or weird. Just, you know, just waves and waves of rat bodies using their slingers and their dreaded 13th spell to do work, and that is going to be it. Yes, yes. It is best of 5, correct. The Volatile Aura is pretty good, and Nurgle can stack some nasty debuffs if they want to. I think the Skaven are going to have an incredibly hard time taking the back objective from Nurgle, because Nurgle is pretty resilient. So it's just going to be a big fight on the middle. Like, both sides are just going to be coming for the middle and getting ready to do glorious, glorious battle. So let us know who you're rooting for. 1-1 in the series, RTK Civil War in the Grand Finals. Up and coming rising star Solisora here, trying to get their first major tournament win off Tim the Wilder, who has won a major tournament and has also been second place in like 5 of them. So Tim trying to break his track record of getting second place in huge major events. Granted, he has won some, or won one, but you know, he's looking to establish that legacy. Like, hey, I want to be in the discussion for GOATs in Warhammer 3. So we're going to see what he can do here today. Advancing up are the Night Runners. So we got Dose Night Runners on the objective. The Grey Seer going to be supporting. He does have the Unholy Clamor. What other spells do we have? So we have Vermintide, and it looks like the Noxbringer ripping a shot into the Night Runners. Solisora manually juking them. Noxbringer's trying to get closer right now to get a point-blank shot. Look, they're playing World of Warcraft Arena. Oh, look at that. So they're lurking around here. I'm friends with both, but I cheer for Tim, says Elvio. It's hard. It's hard. They're both great people, so it is what it is. So there's going to be a Scorch going down, and it's going to be cooking some Pestigors who want some rotten steak. And on the backside, I really like this. Like, this Nurgling trolling is really good, because look at Solisora. He's committing so much to deal with this one Nurgling unit, and now the Nurglings just scurry back in the trees like a little rat. I think that's absolutely hilarious. Now, what is Tim going to call in? We get more Marauders. He needs more frontline. Otherwise, the Trolls are going to have a bad time versus all of these Skirmishers. Stream of Corruption going down, but Solisora once again dodging very well, and Tim is certainly struggling to find a home for a lot of his spells and missiles. I think shooting the Storm Vermin with the Noxbringer would be a good call, you know, just wasting these expensive rats. And they're relatively slow. They only have 34 speed, right? So if you're able to get the Noxbringer to just bombard them, they probably won't be able to dodge you. We'll have to see. Until now, I thought Dreaded 13th Spell is just what I called it. No, it's actually called the Dreaded 13th Spell. It's like the Dreaded Duelist for Lokir Felhart, right? It actually is a thing. So Tim is pulling back, which makes sense, because he probably feels he doesn't have the adequate front line to envelop and break this Skaven all at once. So he's going to be gathering up reinforcements. We have Plague Bearers. Are we getting a Spec Ops Plague Bearer unit? Oh, you know, this is like investing in your 401k. It's not going to pay off till you're 65. So basically, he is taking the Plague Bearers on a special operations mission towards Objective 3. That's going to take like 45 minutes for them to get there, but when they do get there, it's going to be a substantial threat on that back objective that is going to be very, very tough to get rid of. Tim using the boomer tactics. Yeah, the old school investing methods. You got to love it. All right. So here comes more Marauders, and more Marauders, you know, Grey Opens included as well, but the Grey Opens want to avoid the Slingers. Solisora going to be advancing up with the Slingers, pushing back Tim, as the Skaven are very, very happy to just get a points lead against Nurgle here. But the Plague Bearers, are they going to get there eventually? Yeah, they've made it to the tree line, ladies and gentlemen. The dreaded 27 speed. So these fat, chunky boys, these are the neckbeards of the... These are the early 2000 anime neckbeards moving through the woods. They're ready to bring their foul stench to every Magic the Gathering event you can imagine. So they're moving up. I do, man. I play a lot of tabletop tournaments. I've played in maybe 10 Old World tournaments, maybe 9. I haven't run into a single opponent who stinks. I have been to probably, I don't know, 10, 15, 40K events, maybe 15, give or take, tournaments, and maybe there was one stinky person there that I remember, maybe like 2 or 3 stinky people, but Magic the Gathering, oh my God. I played Magic my entire life. I used to play F&M every single week. That is the Nurgle fan base. I mean, I'm a big Magic enjoyer, but I think the stinkiest player base was probably Magic the Gathering. You know, at least, I think it might have to do with the fact that you're in close proximity. A lot of times at tabletop tournaments, like, you're in a bigger open space, and, You know, you're not like sitting right across from them. Like, because when you're playing at a Magic the Gathering table, like the person is breathing on you. Like they're close enough that you can, if they have like really rancid breath, you can smell it, you know? Whereas in Warhammer, it's not as much the case. But I think Magic is probably the most Nurgle player base for sure. So Tim is doing the bump and grind. He's like literally waiting for his Plague Bearers to make it to the back objective. And he's going to do a full surround. He's going to pop out of the bushes with these units. Let me get the arrow here. He's going to pop out like this, right? And he's going to come around the outside here. He's doing a full envelop of the Skaven, which is a slow process, but eventually he will get there. Yeah. Magic the Gathering, go. Magic players don't shower. Yeah. Rancid breath visitations. Absolutely. It's absolutely true. Yeah, I wonder like what gaming community is the stinkiest. It would probably be vintage World of Warcraft. Like I think that probably the stinkiest gaming community is probably the early 2000s World of Warcraft gamers, and I was culpable in that as well, you know? Like I used to go to the gym, pump iron for like 2 or 3 hours, like probably like 2 hours, and then just like not shower right away, just go play, like grind WoW all night, you know, and just you would take a shower before I went to bed, but you know, definitely was very stinky in the moment of gaming. For sure. Yeah. Melee players? Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay. Smash players. Yeah, no. Super Smash Brothers take the cake. Yeah, I've heard horror stories of that. Yeah. Super Smash Brothers. Yeah, no. I've heard that from a friend. I have a friend who was a competitive Smash player back in the day. And he mentioned that they're very stinky. Yeah. Melee players created the BO clause. I love that. It's like chemical warfare. Showing up to like a tournament. This is what we talk about while Tim is doing his build up. Showing up to a tabletop tournament just smelling like rotten. That would take some people out of their game, right? Because then your mind is going to be like processing the smells instead of like being hyper focused. Yeah. Okay. Fair play. I get that. Anyways, guys, back to the action. It has not emerged yet. Tim is doing his build up strategy. So Tim is the godfather of the build up. He's got Bile Trolls coming out. Dude, he is just doing this is the most Nurgle strategy ever. In lore, Nurgle is very much about like long plans coming to fruition and beating you in the long run, right? And that is totally how Tim is playing right now. He's got just literally, if you look at the map, you draw like a full circle all the way around. And he is like encircling the Skaven army, which the Skaven, I love this tech by Solisora. The Blight Scab's Plague Pack, Censor Bearers are going to crush Plague Bearers. And he's got 2 of them over here. So I think Solisora is very ready for the demonic split push, right? That is such a good tech, and they're also probably going to perform okay against the trolls too. We'll have to see. Okay, so we got 2 of those. We do have the Blight Scab's Plague Pack as well as Plague Monk Censor Bearers here, and Tim has not sounded the horn of war yet. He's basically just using his skirmishers to poke. And on the backside, have the Nurglites advanced out of the trees yet? They haven't. And looking at the score, though, it's getting really dodgy for Tim. Tim is going to need to win all 3 objectives here. And look at that. The little rats are moving into the trees. We actually have the Plague Censor Bearers. They've caught the Pestigores and the other demons. So they're going to be fighting in the trees, which is dangerous, because they could get surrounded and killed, right? If the Nurglings and or the other trolls pile into the back. But yeah, man, Plague Monk Censor Bearers taking these Pestigores to Pound Town. But probably not the best trade for them. It looks like they're taking a bit of an HP loss as well, as the Blight Scab's Plague Pack and the Skirmishers stand at the ready. Looks like the Bombardments, Nurgle is going to be trying to use its Soul Grinder to nuke the Censor Bearers, but they do manage to dodge those shots, so that's very fortunate. We also see Doomflayers being called out to deal with better quality infantry. Meanwhile, in the front, we have the Gracier just kind of playing with Festus, tickling his triple chin, and yeah, not much else. But okay, it's coming. The Nurgle push is on the way. We got Bile Trolls coming in. We got Plague Toads getting ready to battle Rat Ogres. Bile Trolls going to go attack these guys as another unit of Censor Bearers is coming out. So this is a really, really cool tech here for sure. I love that we get to see Censor Bearers in play. In the meantime, Nurgle is like being very cagey on the far side objective, but this one Censor Bearer unit crushes that Pestigore and now is probably going to even trade reasonably well into the Plague Bearers and the Trolls. I love seeing Censor Bearers in action. That's so freaking cool. Nurgle is advancing in the middle. Plague Toads have crashed into the front line and immediately do some decent damage against Clan Rats, but the Clan Rats are enduring, and the Furies are now going to be jumping on the Globadiers, but behind them there are Ogres coming in to support, so the Ogres should be able to peel them off. In the front, the dreaded 13 spell is going to be going down, and here it comes. From the depths they come. The bell tolls for the 13th time. And the Marauders do take a lot of damage, and now there's going to be a fair amount of the Storm Vermin Halberds here at the ready. On the far side, we do see Nurgle getting an envelopment as well. The Skaven holding their own, but they are being swarmed. A lot of leadership breaks. A lot of the chaff units are starting to run, but the Sensor Bears have gotten in, and now we're going to see what they're made of. Can the Sensor Bears push back and beat down the forces of Tim the Wilder? We're going to find out. I mean, this is, in theory, they should be good against most of those units. Now, back in the center, the Grey Seer trying to hold it down. He is afflicted by the Harbinger of Pestilence, and he does have his Clan Rat summon, which is going to be providing buffering for him. But are the rat lines holding? Yes, they are. I know it looks like a lot of stuff is running, but the Storm Vermin and the Sensor Bears are enduring, and that's really the important thing. Unholy Clamor activated, so the entire Skaven army is going to be getting 16 leadership. And on the backside, we see the Sensor Bears in the bushes taking Tim the Pound Town a little bit. So this Plague Monk Sensor Bear, look how badly they're wrecking the Plague Bears, right? They have like super high stats, 53, 46. The weapon strength is lowered by poison, but even still, the magic damage is also just crushing these Plague Bears, and they're going to crumble even quicker because of the contamination. So really, really seeing a big performance out of a niche Skaven unit, which is really, really fun to see. In the meantime, Night Runner is going to be peeling back here. We do see the objective potentially flipping here to Tim. But if the Night Runners get on the objective, it should potentially be a hold. And the Skaven are slowly pushing Nurgle back here. We do see another dreaded 13 spell being popped. I don't know if that was a worthy spot to pop it. Hard to say. We do see Furies chewing down the Poison Wing Globadiers here, which are going to be eating it. And the Rat Lord needs to be careful, man. If Solisora, the Skaven are not a faction that can afford to lose their Lord. Curse of the Slug activated. Festus and the Trolls are looking for that booty. They're coming in here. He does get clobbered again and is going to be retreating back. But on the flanks, we do see a big Skaven victory. The Skaven crushing through the Nurgle forces on this flank. The Plague Monk Sensor Bears eviscerating pretty much everything. The Doom Flayers coming in to help as well. And now there's an opportunity for Solisora to go ninja the back objective of Tim the Wilder, which would be a huge, huge play. That would certainly get them back on the board in terms of momentum. On the backside, this objective is in flux. We do see Night Runners here, and the Plague Monk Sensor Bears have come back. In the bushes, we do have the Blight Scabs Plague Pack, value trading pretty well. They were able to kill that Plague Bearer to the last unit, and now they're going to be engaging versus the Bile Trolls, which in the tree line, I believe the Bile Trolls should be penalized. Oh, he just punted that rat. Okay. But the Contaminate is so freaking good. When Plague Monk Sensor Bears hit you, it lowers your leadership, right? So against a Troll unit, this Troll unit is just going to be routing off the battlefield. Talk about Bread City. That is very, very good. Now, are these Skaven going to be getting a Special Ops Ninja on the other side? Yes, they are. We see the Doomflayer and the Clan Rats getting a grab, which is definitely going to help keep these Skaven in the game right now. Skaven, of course, do have a points lead, but Nurgle has been doing pretty well in the objectives. Nurgle looking a little bit worn down here. Bile Trolls are being taken out, and the Marauders of Nurgle also being worn down. Festus going to be trying to get his Mortis Engine back in there, which, of course, is probably generating good value. Let's take a look. Festus sitting at about 1,200, which is very good. We got more Toads coming in and Pestigores on the flank. It looks like Nurgle did kind of stabilize, but not before they lost their home objective. On the backside, is Nurgle going to be holding on to this point? It looks like the Rats are starting to get some momentum, and now Big Daddy's coming home. Dad went home for a carton of milk or a cigarette. Now he's back. He actually came home, and he's pissed. 1,000 value on these Sensor Bears. They're going to obliterate these demons. And the objective still, wow, the Skaven managed to hold the objective. Oh my god. Wow, that's huge. That is honestly a game-changing play. If that objective had flipped for Tim, that would have been brutal. But the Skaven managed to hold on to it, which is pretty big. And we do see Solisora with a pretty big points lead. A lot of Vermintide coming back. Classic Skaven tactics. So there are going to be a lot of these bad boys coming back. The Battletoads are going to be crumbling down. And the Furies and Nurglings are going to be next under the wrath of the Blight Scabs Plague Pack. On the middle, is Nurgle going to find a way to hold this? They are holding on to it. Festus the Leech Lord draining down his AoE really clutch here. Also, of course, going to be turning on the heals as needed, but the Harbinger of Pestilence currently is the activated play. Rats are anchoring on the back objective, so it is just a single Clan Rat unit, which is going to die pretty quickly. The Flayer looks like it left, so the Flayer came back to the middle. Here it is right here. But yeah, this Clan Rat unit will die rather quick because of the Furies. Furies are infantry size, so they don't care about spears. And the Toads are going to be enough shock damage because they're not braced to finish them off. But the question is, looking at the points, we do see Solisora is up, and it is going to be a triple cap situation. So the Rats are going to be able to just hold on to 1 point and win this game, which I think is going to be the end for Tim. Potentially, because Tim is, doing well in the middle, but he still has a lot of Rats to get through back here. There's a whole bunch of Clan Rats. We have almost a rather healthy Plague Pack right here, and he's just going to be sending reinforcements. The Skaven player should just be doing some housekeeping on his beat-up units and then just mass sending to Objective 3. Meanwhile, he's still getting points from the backside, right? So this is a triple cap. Tim is going to have to get all 3 objectives, and this is where he could potentially be punished for his playstyle, which is kind of that build-up style, right? Trying to alpha strike this Skaven. But again, it's a very viable tactic. It's a tactic that has gotten Tim to the grand finals of many tournaments and has performed well for him in the past. But Nurgle is going to be grabbing that back objective here, and they will have a double cap, and then the Rats are just going to Helm's Deep on their home point, which is going to be very, very tough to get through. The Plague Pack is going to be here. If the Grey Seer were to die, though, that would be a huge win condition for the forces of Nurgle, because that would be Skaven leadership would just start to be, fold up. We got massive Plague Toads coming in, so big Plague Toad action. Plague Pack is going to be tasked with trying to stop them. The Curse of the Slug is activated, 1100 HP on this Lord. The Noxbringer trying to hunt this thing down. It does club it. Shaken and stirred, ladies and gentlemen. 824 HP. If this big rat goes down here, that is going to maybe be, I don't know if it's going to be the end for the Skaven, but it's going to give Tim a very, very big chance. Back objective has not been recaptured yet. Man, Tim needs to get that quicker. I mean, not that there's anything he can do about that, but does he have Wolf Rats? Wolf Rats are going to be big for getting up here and providing capture weight. So the Noxbringer is hunting down the Grey Seer. 495 HP. We see the Troll sprinting onto the objective. Tim has the sense of urgency, ladies and gentlemen. Looking at objective 2, though, the Rats have a lot. Okay, so Tim just went balls deep for the back objective, right? And in doing so, he abandoned the middle. And the Rat Storm Vermin were able to stay. So there are some Storm Vermin, some Doom Flayers, a couple Pestigores going to move back onto the objective. I don't know if Tim is going to be able to contest all the points. The value is not even great for Tim, right? He does have healing, so it's probably even-ish. But the Rats are going to reclaim the middle objective, and he does do a desperate balls deep push for the back objective. But ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the Skaven are going to endure. We do see some Wolf Rats arriving to reinforce the back point here. Plague Pack is going to be in with its nice magic damage to melt down the demons. And honestly, these things are, even though their value wasn't insane, you have to remember, they made demons disintegrate. So there's probably like 800 to 900 value on this unit that isn't shown because they disintegrated demons. So huge performance from the Censer Bearers, and Clan Moors and the Skaven are going to be emerging victorious using their Plague Monk tactics. Very, very cool. GG, well played. Yeah, Lord got killed, but too little too late. Correct. Fun play on both sides. Really, really fun match. 2200 on Festus was great. And yeah, just a solid scrap. Solisora, showing that the Skaven have teeth. Skaven are actually quite strong in the meta right now. They're sitting at a very comfortable, I think, 56% win rate. So very, very good performance. Nurgle's also doing well too. So yeah, that was some nasty stuff. Very, very good match indeed, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are going to be switching on over to the next game. What's up, Battlesea? How you doing, man? You enjoying the old Dom? Yeah, Dom's fun. It is. I know there's some player haters out there, and I completely understand where you're coming from. If you're like a Total War purist, it must be a weird switch to come over to Dom mode. But as someone I'm an RTS guy more so. Yeah, it's my jam. Time for the nude camo god. You can actually set goals on YouTube now, darling. I don't know if I ever told you that, but on YouTube I can put up like a donation goal with it'll list the goal and how much time you guys have to meet it, and then like the reward, right? So you can do some fun stuff with that. So yeah, well maybe we'll set a goal for a hot dub stream. That's what you guys are really here for, anyways. So what did well in the Skaven army? Globadiers did good. Yeah, Censer Bearers performed. Some of them did, some of them didn't. But for the most part, I think they were what made Tim play cautiously. Yeah, it's best of 5. Correct. It is best of 5. So we're gonna update the score here, and all right. So that's gonna be 2-1 for Solisora. Tim is on the ropes. He's down, but he's not out. If Tim loses this game, it is over. If he wins, it is going to game 5. Turn OnlyFans, oh God. OnlyFans is what we were going to call it. We're going to call it OnlyFans. Shirtless hot dog stream? Yeah, let me just get like overweight, sit in a hot tub eating hot dogs would be great. Yeah. Hey buddy, I lived on. It's what I mainly played. Yeah. I bet you'd be pretty good at it. Like Battlesea, you have the fundamentals to be a really good player, competitive. I feel like if you started playing actively in our tournament circuit and like putting in some work, you could probably get some nice tournament wins eventually. Yeah, you have the skills, and you have like the way I've seen how you approach campaign. If you use that same mindset for multiplayer, you would definitely be a contender. Yeah. Nurgle? No, Nurgle's good on large maps. Nurgle's a solid faction. What could Tim have done differently? I mean, I do play Nurgle. I think Tim needed some foot characters, like cultists. If Tim had rocked double cultist, that would have given him crazy grinding potential in the middle objective, Because the cultists like debuff the rat blobs, and they also summon plague bearers. They're just so disruptive. And Skaven don't have good ways of killing them. Although the Censer Bearers kind of do, I guess, if they get caught. $50 donation, you have to dip a hot dog in the hot tub and take a bite. That's so disgusting. Oh my God. You're just like eating chlorine water. Fat mullet. My hair is really long. Yeah. It's very, very long. I have Jesus hair right now. I do. They better not have married him for his looks. Oh my God, it's funny. It's pretty close. It's like pre-Bible, you know? Like it's not like Bible hair, but it's close. Yeah. Prince Charming hair, got it. Yeah. He did wait a long time to engage, but he wanted to get a full surround, which I completely understand. I think foot cultists are the way. 100%. Let's see. Yeah, I believe it. Very cool. And here we go. Oh God, Jared, is it just me or is Jared Leto a little creepy? Doesn't he have like a cult? I don't know. Jared Leto creeps me out. He gives me like lunatic vibes. Like I feel like he has a cult. Like or like worshipers. Wasn't there some weird thing where he like had some weird thing in the desert of California? I don't know. He creeps me out, dude. Yeah, everyone thinks he's creepy. Okay, it's not just me. Yeah. Dude, Joe Dirt is one of my favorite movies of all time. I love Joe Dirt. Yeah, he was a cult leader. Yeah, nice. A lot of accusations against him. I'm not surprised. Yeah, not surprised to hear that. Some people just have that cult leader look, and he has it. You know, he kind of has like the soft Jesus appearance. You know, instead of handsome Squidward, it's like handsome Jesus. You know, just like creepy and yeah, yeah. In the Morbius squad. Oh my God, Morbius was so bad. Oh my God, it was terrible. All right, I better pay attention, change the map for these players so they know what they're up to here. And what's it going to be? The map is going to be the Shambling Bog. Another fun map. Definitely really good for defensive gunline armies, this map is. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, this is like the zombie map. Okay, this one is... Okay, I thought this was a different map. Well, whatever, they're going to play it because it's what they prepared for, but... Yeah. Yeah, Ezra Miller's a little creepy as well. Yeah. Well, didn't he like kidnap someone? There was like a full scandal with that. That's the Flash, right? Leto creepy. No, he only has an island where people pay him money and fawn at his feet like a god. Oh my God. He's actually on an island? Something about it being on an island makes it even creepier. It's like the whole Dennis Reynolds bit from It's Always Sunny about like being on a boat, you know? The island definitely adds creepiness to it. Dwarves, what else next? We'll find out. As soon as I know the picks, I'll let you guys know what they're thinking. Yeah, I'll let you know. We don't have it yet. Yeah, he's the Flash, yeah. Yeah, Hollywood's got a lot of creepiness in it for sure. And I would know. I have firsthand accounts. My dad was a TV actor. I've heard. Thankfully, I wasn't like raised around it. My parents divorced when I was like 6 years old, so I was raised by my mom mostly. But you know, over the years, I had heard horror stories from my dad about some of the creepiness in Hollywood. Yeah, there's some good ones there. There's two types of people who have islands: creeps or Bond villains. Yeah. Yeah, Bond villains is definitely the most apt description. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could live on like a really small island. Like I think Hawaii is an amazing place. I've been there once when I was a kid. But like I'd have trouble living there. I feel like I would get island fever. Just feel like I was trapped, you know. And if you want to go anywhere else, you just have to pay thousands of dollars in a plane flight, you know. My dad is Steve Buscemi. Yeah, my dad was Steve Buscemi and Tom Cruise. Yes. The implication, yes, Stuka, yeah. Oh, speaking of Dennis Reynolds, the actor, I forget his actual name, but the guy who plays Dennis Reynolds in It's Always Sunny, he has a new show on Netflix called AP Biology, which I've been watching. It's not bad. He's very much Dennis Reynolds in that show too. So if you're a fan of It's Always Sunny, it might be worth a watch. I can't recommend it yet. I've only watched one episode, but yeah, it's fun. Yeah, there's global bans. So this series, Demons of Chaos and the Empire are banned. So this factions are up. They're doing the picks and bans now. We have for Solisora, we have Norska, High Elves, and Wood Elves. And for Tim, it's going to be Beastmen, Tomb Kings, and Skaven. Yeah. So they're doing it. Glenn Howerton, that's right. Yeah. I love It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's so good. It's Always Sunny in Philly is one of the greatest comedies of all time. Oh God, the rum ham bit. I think I love the episode, and It's Always Sunny. Any episode with Rickety Cricket is my favorite. I love Rickety Cricket episodes. Like when they go to the high school reunion and then they like rip off his priest gowns and he's just like covered in ringworm. Or when they make him fight in the they make him fight in the ring. Remember with Danny DeVito's the trash man and like and they dress Rickety Cricket up. Oh my God, I love that. It's so good. And then like you just like see him in an alley and he's like blind in one eye, just like some creature. Just like how the crew and It's Always Sunny like takes Rickety Cricket from being like a pious man of God to like this like degenerate street creature. It's like the downfall of like that whole arc of his downfall is so funny. It just makes me cry tears of laughter, those Rickety episodes. Oh my God, I love it. A hot dog cult? I would start a hot dog cult. Sure, why not? Let's go. Yeah. No, I haven't heard that, Siegs. No, I'll have to look into that. That's funny. They call them the Mantis. Oh man, It's Always Sunny is probably my favorite comedy show. There's not a lot of good comedy out there anymore, and I even feel like a lot of stand-up comedy is very overrated, you know. But I really like Bill Burr. Bill Burr is probably, if I had to say my two favorite comedians, it would be Bill Burr and it'd be Shane Gillis. I really like Shane Gillis' stuff. It's really funny. And then yeah. As far as like TV shows, that's really good. I haven't seen the newer seasons. I'm really behind on It's Always Sunny. I'm really behind on it. Yeah. I love when they restore Rickety Cricket and then they bring him even lower before in one episode. Yes, exactly. That's like what's so funny, just how awful they are as humans. All right. So big thinking coming down to the other side. Sounds good. Oh, let's see what's cracking here. Eastbound and Down is a great show, yeah. Will Ferrell is my favorite part of that. When he plays the used car salesman guy. You know the whole thing that we always say, like the let the boy watch thing? That's from the let the boy watch bit is from Eastbound and Down. Yeah. Oh, he's found Sopranos? He found Sopranos TV show to be funny? Well, Sopranos has kind of evolved into a bit of a meme culture for sure. But the Sopranos TV show was amazing. Oh my God, it was so good. In its peak, yeah, it was just great. The only thing about Sopranos was that ending. Man, it was like, that's like one of those classic endings where you're like, it wasn't like awful, but it was just like, oh, like, you know, they leave you hanging like that. I hate it, you know? Yeah, it was rough. Bearing down on my sweet wife, Donna. Oh, dude, you're nailing it. Nevada knows. Norska versus Skaven. Okay, they're switching. So now Tim is going to be playing the dreaded Skaven, and Norska is going to be picked by Solisora. Very cool, yeah. Skaven has been killing it in the meta lately. And cool to see Norska being represented as well. Yeah, the Unga Bunga is upon us. Sopranos and Lost, two of the most... I heard that the Lost ending was worse. I actually didn't watch Lost. But I heard Lost was worse than Sopranos. Because Sopranos, you can at least infer what happens. You know, but Lost, yeah, I heard worse things about it. Yeah, if you guys want to see what Eastbound and Down is all about, there's like a scene where Will Ferrell is giving a like there's like a face-off between Danny McBride and I forget the other actor's name. He's really funny. It's like his nemesis in the show, and like Will Ferrell's giving like a pep talk and talking about the boy watching. It's so funny. Oh God. Polly and Christopher lost in the woods. Oh, yeah, that's really funny. Yeah, the episode where Polly and Christopher like hunting down like the ex, like the Soviet guy, like the Russian guy, and he's just like eluding them and stuff. It's so good. Yeah. From is a really good show, Andrew. Yeah. From is a really good show. Yeah, my wife and I are watching that right now. We both really enjoy it. What hurts? How long the games are taking? Yeah, no, I hear that. It's all good, though. Just consider it a hangout with a little bit of action splashed in between. Yeah. Lost was the last show I listened to all the podcasts and played, and I never trust the show again. It betrayed you, huh? Yeah, From is really good. If you guys want like a cool kind of horror show that's very, very embedded in mystery and otherworldly stuff, it's really quite good. From is filmed. Yeah, where is From filmed from, Pace? Where is it filmed? My wife and I were talking about that. We were watching it. We're like, I wonder where these woods are. This looks really... Must be somewhere in the central states. Yeah. Lost was 1,000 times worse, yeah. That's what I've heard. Yeah. From is a horror show, for sure. Nova Scotia. Oh, okay. What is From about? So From is, well, it's hard to explain it without spoiling it, but basically in the TV show From, there's a group of people who essentially find themselves driving down a forest road, and in said forest road, they come across a fallen tree, which has like, I think, crows or ravens on it. And when you discover this tree, the people always turn around. But once you've seen this accursed tree in this like spot in the road, basically, the people become trapped in a purgatory. So anybody who turns around then, well, it's not really a purgatory, but it's like an alternate reality or some sort of otherworldly like area on Earth that you're trapped. So you then become trapped in this small 1950s village that's surrounded by woods. And what happens is in this village is every day at night, these humanoid-looking creatures come out. They lure people out. They look like humans, but if they catch you in the open at night, they basically will violently kill them. So what the people do in this village is they have to stay inside the buildings at night, and they have to put these talismans that they found in the woods on the doors to their houses, or else the beast will get in every single night, right? And there's no escape, because if you try and take the roads out of town, it just leads back into town. And the only thing they can explore are the woods nearby. So, and there's tons of mystery as to like, why are they trapped here? What are these creatures? There's tons of like, there's clearly people been getting trapped here for hundreds of years. Like there's like ruined villages nearby. There's tunnels underneath the cities, like where the creatures live. And there's a lot of like mythos to all that. It's really interesting. So there's a group of like 50 to 100 survivors, and there's a character who's the sheriff of the town who like leads them, and is trying to help them escape this essential damnation or purgatory, metaphorical purgatory that they're trapped in. But beyond that, no more. If I tell you more, it's going to be a spoiler. But it's a really good show. If you like horror and mystery, it's really good. Yeah, really good. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the rants. Yeah, the progression is slow, Adrian. I agree with you there. Okay, let's see here. And they're both doing their build still, I think. This is ultimate sweat. This stream, if they had like done their builds fast, it would be like literally an hour shorter, but whatever. Podcast time. Yeah, it's a curious one, Evanuel. It is. Do you like The Last of Us TV series? It's good. Yeah. It was good. I didn't play the video game, so I don't have any context for that, but The Last of Us was quite strong. All right, Solisora is ready. I hate to penalize people in such like give people warnings with builds, because like it's the high stakes tournament, right? Do I put a timer on? Like, I feel bad doing that in this situation, right? It doesn't matter. You guys don't mind hanging out, right? Okay, it looks like he's almost ready. But, like, in the future, what I would do is put a 10-minute clock on, and maybe if they fail that, I give them a 2-minute warning. And if they fail the 2-minute warning, then they just get a game loss, which is really brutal. Like, nobody wants to see that happen. Yeah. It's tricky. I heard the Halo show sucked. I haven't seen it. I heard it sucked. I have not seen it, though. So I can't draw conclusions. How can I convince Falcon Paladin? I don't know who that is. Is that like another creator or YouTuber or something? No. Let me know. Well, yeah, 10 minutes is more, but so there's a unique situation here, guys, with these two players, okay? As it pertains to them taking a long time, these guys are training partners they share every single build with one another. So normally you would have your builds ready and you would just be plugging in. But since these guys are intimate training partners who know they share builds, they practice together nonstop for this tournament, it's kind of unfortunate because then they have to kind of change their game plans because they know the builds of the other player. So that is why I'm also being a little bit more laxed on it. Notable StarCraft YouTuber. Oh, that's cool. Well, he could hit me up if he wants to play. I'll teach. If there's any other, folks who play other RTS games, like, I would happily teach them this. Yeah, I'll happily teach them. All right. Okay, let's see here. And here we go. If Solisora wins this, that's going to be closing it on out, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Throg the Troll King with the mighty Warshrine Mammoth facing off against Throt the Unclean. Throt's pretty good against Mammoths. He's going to run from Throg, obviously, but yeah, he's good against Mammoth. The Artosis Turin stream would be wild. I'm a big Artosis enjoyer. My favorite streamers are probably to watch that I actually sit down and watch are Artosis streams. I usually watch his streams in like small bursts because sometimes the spam from chat can get a little too crazy, like the voice to text thing. But I really enjoy everything it's just hilarious. And then Grubby, I watch Grubby play as well. Yeah, I Grubby playing Warcraft 3 is like just awesome. It's my favorite. Tiger Crab, thank you for the tenor. Finally caught a live one. Been watching you for years. Really grateful for your videos and streams. Gym, lunch break, folding laundry. Yeah, man, right on. I feel like Grubby would enjoy this because he's played Total War. It's a big learning curve, though, this game, compared to other RTS games. Yeah. Throg would lose to Throt. Throg would beat Throt. God, the names are so confusing. Throg would beat Throt. He's just probably more robust. We can get the job done there. All right. So here we are, the fate of the old world to be decided in this menacing Sylvanian bog. Oh, look how cool the Vampire Counts aesthetic is. Oh, it's so good. But looking at the Rat Army here, it's going to be Night Runner. So we got triple Night Runner, backed up by Ogres. Plague Monks, makes sense. Plague Monks will actually trade very well in the Norscan infantry. So if you get the Plague Monks against like Marauders or whatever, basically just Marauders, they'll be able to win. And they are ITP while their Frenzy is active, so that's pretty nice. We got more Ogres on the outside, a bunch of Skaven Slave Slingers just to pepper down big targets like Mammoths. And Throt the Unclean is going to be looking to hunt down probably the Mammoth, I would imagine. On the other side of the battlefield, what do we have? We have the Warshrine Mammoth. So this is actually a really good pick on this map by Solisora because this map has a very funky objective like right over here. This one is like where most of the action happens. There's sometimes flanking action here on the outside, but really this is where the magic happens, So Burning Head, which is great against Plague Monks. If Solisora is able to get good Burning Heads on Tim, it's going to be disastrous for old Tim. We got Marauders into the Sunset, and yeah. So really the big epicenter is the Burning Head Caster, Throg, and a Warshrine Mammoth with mainly Chaff Infantry. Against Skaven, you never want to bring good infantry because they'll just obliterate them with their weapons team, slingers, war machines. It's very, very tough. All right. Now on the other side, looking at old Tim the Wilder, he's going to be trying to see if he can win with the Rats. So Rats so far having a very good run in today's tournament. They've been cackling all the way to the bank. And by the way, speaking of, so these will all be timestamped afterwards. Thank you so much. I believe, William, you've been doing the timestamps on all these videos. I don't know if you're in chat, dude, but seriously, it saves me the effort of having to click my old man hand. So thank you so much, dude. Thank you for doing that. This is a funky map. Yeah, it is. But I like it. It's fun. It's cool to mix up the maps, even though many players might not consider this the most competitive map. I think it changes up the meta and the build styles and makes for some interesting engagements. What's always really cool about this map is the tussling that takes place like out here in this area. There's always a lot of like weird skirmishing in this area. While the main fight takes place right here, you get like this big one here. You know what would have been good, man? And I don't know what it is, but Skaven players are allergic to using weapons teams. Like Jezzails and Rattling Gunners nowadays, it's mainly just Slingers. But God, man, on this map, like a mortar, like just sitting back here would just devastate this army. It would just be a brutal amount of damage, Yeah, having terrain be a factor is fun. Because in other, formats of Total War competitive, usually it's not. Like land battle terrain is usually kind of something that isn't very common. Most maps are very open. At the very least, you'll get some trees, right? But here we do get skirmishers throwing at the Mammoth and throwing at Throg, and Throg will regenerate through that. But every morsel of damage that Tim is going to be able to do here is going to be pretty big. And it looks like the rats are not going to be engaging on objective 2. Tim is going to be yielding this objective. I would love to see some freaking artillery or weapons teams, so like a warp lightning cannon. Okay, it's going to be ooh, that's a good choice. Oh, that's really good. If Solisora doesn't notice this is a flensing runecaster, okay? So this thing nukes blobs. And if he keeps these 3 characters together and they just keep getting tagged by flensing runes, that's going to be a huge win for the Skaven. Skaven look like they're going to be going for mobile play. So they're going to be trying to press the side objective. Because Norska very much deployed in like I'm going to unga bunga and just wait for you on objective 2. So Skaven are going to be coming across and looking to try and steal objective 3 from Norska. Which then if Norska comes this way, to deal with that, the Skaven can call in some fast units and like ninja that objective, right? There's a lot of different tactics that you can employ here. So we will see. Warlock Engineer still hiding in the tree, and Throth the Unclean is... Oh, he's looking for that fire. He's looking for the Balefiend. Is Tim going to go for it? The Spec Ops mission? Doesn't look like it, but the Balefiend is taking some damage, so he's taken some slinger fire so far. Plague Monks on the call-in. Tim is Stormvermin Halberds. Okay, not a bad choice. Do you know how bad Norska would be getting karate chopped by one Jezzail unit right now, okay? If you had one frickin' ROR Jezzail, the Natty Bubo sharpshooter sitting back here, like, dude, this would be so bad for Norska. Their Mammoth would be at like half health. You would be buttering them up really bad. But Skaven players, a lot of them are just allergic to those weapons teams, and I don't know why it is. They just like to use slingers, ogres, flayers, and, really keep it simple, which again is a proven playstyle, but overall it's risky. To not have that, I think. So Throg going to get in, and he's going to get some work in. Yeah, immediately, does he get a nibble? No, he runs away because he sees Throg. And we do see the Mammoth pounding through some of the Night Runners, so only 3 Night Runners do get taken down there. Throg, better be careful. Condom Wolves are coming in. Oh, he's wheeling around. Okay, he just did the wheel. Good thing he's closed an open order unit. And he does summon out a Rat Ogre out of desperation. So I think the Rat might have just blown his load a little bit early here, as the Rat Ogre call-in isn't really going to be terribly impactful. Sure, it will help you maybe fight some of these guys, but overall, that was, I think, a panic move from Tim that is unfortunately going to cost him a little bit. So Skaven look to be advancing up, and we do have the Flensing Runecaster coming right now, so we can see him on the edge of the map coming out. Meanwhile, Throt is kind of luring... okay, is this going to be a lure here? Night Runners are poisoning, right? Do they have the poison? No, they're not the poison variant. And we do get the Storm Vermin coming out. But Norska has kind of gone a little bit deeply into the rat territory. So Norska is basically in the Skaven spawn right now. Is Tim going to try and pin these guys in? That would be a very, very good call. We do see some Norscan Ice Wolves in here. And now Throt's going to be turning about face. Slinger's able to get some nice salvo fire. And is that Flensing Runecaster going to get here in time? The Warlock Engineer, of course, is on foot, so it's going to take him a hot minute. But Throt does start attacking into the Mammoth, and the Ogre's, of course, getting taken to Pound Town. But is this going to be a decent conversion for the Skaven? Are they going to find a way to squeeze some value out of this? I really, really don't like the... I feel like he needs more urgency here, like, right? Like this, I mean, I guess if he can get a good pick here, maybe. Mammoth is kind of low. Flensing Runecaster is getting ready to cast his spell. Tim is probably ravenously clicking on this Warlock Engineer. Okay, so he's forcing a blob fight because he wants to get the Flensing Rune. We got the Storm Vermin Halberds coming in. Throg is eager, but he's getting beaten down by Throg. So Throg gets his big beaten club. And now, is the Flensing Rune going to be cast? Something needs to give. Otherwise, the rats are just going to lose this game. The lack of weapons teams, the lack of artillery, he needs something to pressure this Norscan army that isn't just melee. But I don't think he has it. The Jezzails would have been his best bet for sure. But no Flensing Rune there. Tim, a little bit trigger shy on that one. Maybe he was out of range. Hard to say. More Storm Vermin Halberds are on their way over. And the Condom Wolves are going to, eventually get in combat maybe with these Storm Vermin, but overall, we do see the Norscan army putting the full press. The full court press, which I don't know if I like the full court press from them, because he's moving into Tim's kill boxes. I think if he just sat back and continued with this skirmish over here, that's the win con. So even though maybe a small, some small mistakes from Tim over here, I think that this engagement for Norska is a disaster. Why move into the Skaven battle lines when they have layers of slingers and are just kind of waiting for you with a bit of a chub, right? Oh, man, Burning Head coming down. Is it going to cook? Depends on which way it goes. Okay, it is going to be cooking a little bit, so we do see one of the rats getting melted. Oh, no, it ends up being really good. Oh, man, Tim loses so much HP on those Skaven slaves and also against those monks. That is a tough one. So the rats are fighting in the water. This is a map where aquatics are actually relevant as well. And on the backside, we see Norska kind of just steamrolling. Granted, the Stormvermin Halberds here should have some decent fights if they can catch any of the big boys. Although I think the Mammoth is just going to be plowing through. And yeah, Solisora is just playing so well. Solisora does, of course, have the Marauders with Great Opens, which are going to be able to pound down these Stormvermin Halberds very effectively. So overall, even value trading, we do see the Skaven crushing the Norskan advance here. So the Norskan Ungabunga, the Marauders did get taken out. Oh, man, okay. This is a potential game-winning opportunity for Tim. I don't know if he sees it, but the Norskan reinforcements are really far away. Throt needs to come and try and assassinate this Balefiend. Although, there's Condom Wolves coming in, so I don't think it's going to happen. So overall, yeah, if he had stayed there with the Famir Balefiend, it might have been okay, but yeah, not going to play out here. So now we got the pit fight once again. The rats are being pressed, and the Night Runners are being caught in melee. There's Marauders all over the battle lines here. What is Tim going to be calling in? He does have 2 Stormvermin on the battlefield, and a Flensing Rune is activated. Okay. Not bad at all. Going to be hitting the Warshine Mammoth as well as Throg Daddy. So Throg taking a little bit of a beating, but the Skin Wolves get in and immediately break that Ogre position. So that is all Ogre now for those guys. Another Burning Head going down from Norska. Going to be cooking some of the rats. And are the rats going to be making a play for the home objective of Norska? Maybe an opportunity for that. Send the Stormvermin Halberds here, play the long game. I think that's what needs to happen. Norska could just probably call in some Marauders to screen them out, because Stormvermin have very pitiful killing power against infantry units, but yeah, we'll have to see. It looks like they're going to be used to stabilize back here, try and just value trade. So Tim is trying to value trade, but Norska's keeping it very, very even right now. Looking over here, we do see the Stormvermin Halberds able to finally maybe push through these Marauders, but man, the Marauder Great Opens are just up trading into the Stormvermin Halberds so hard. And on the other side here, we see the 2 Stormvermin units, or one of them, and the Ogre unit losing horribly, right? Like a baseline Marauder Great Weapon for like half the cost of a Stormvermin Halberd is going to probably, trade evenly, if not beat them. So that's a really, really disastrous part of using all the Stormvermin here. It seems like they kind of really practice with those, and they're not paying off super hard. In the backfield, in the meantime, Throg Daddy and the War Mammoth. Dude, this is such a nice combo too, right? Because the War Shrine, who would have thought a War Shrine would be doing something, right? But it's giving physical resist, it's giving vigor replenishment, it's giving leadership to all the Norskan Ungabunga here. So Throg, the Marauders, the Beast of Tashnar, the Skin Wolves here are all just doing so good, and the Burning Heads have been so disruptive. So more calling some Norska. It's going to be the Marauder Hordes advancing out to provide reinforcements. And we're not seeing too much for the Skaven here. They're really, really struggling to get out. Norska is just kind of pinning them back. Value trading is actually starting to go up for Solisora. The Mammoth is really doing it, and we do see Throg. Is he going to get attacked by the Wolves here? Throg is going for the Wizard Assassinate, which is a really good call. Killing that Balefiend would maybe be an avenue back in this game, but the Skaven are not happy with this at all. The Stormvermin are really struggling, I think. Unless there's an overextension here. Okay, Flensing Runes plays like this could maybe get Tim back in the game. It's going to do a metric ton of damage here. We see the Winter Truth Crown activated. So once again, the Norskins are unbreakable in this blob. Really, really clean play by Solisora here. Not making too many mistakes, honestly. The build was clean, and the execution was really good as well. Meantime, on the other side, Stormvermin maybe finally going to get through. We do see some wavering. Tim finally getting some counterpunching momentum with the Doomflayer. So the Doomflayer is probably coming out a little bit too late. If they had been stacked earlier, that's a really nice combo, right? Because with the Halberds, they take care of anything big. Not anything, but most things. And then the Doomflayers kill the infantry. So that 1-2 punch of those 2 units is really nice. So Flensing Rune activated. We do see the Warshine Mammoth getting very, very beat up. Stormvermin Halberds have saturated on top of the target and are doing well. Throt the Unclean hunting down the Balefiend, but he does get caught by some Skin Wolves, but he should be able to win that. So they're going to get terrified, and they're going to waver. So Throt is going to go get that booty. He wants it. So he's waddling. He does have 95 speed. Going to be intercepted by the Horsemen, so he's going to try and tear route those. Tim needs to put more urgency on the objectives. He needs to do something. Okay, he does have some Skaven Slave Slingers heading there, but that's not going to be a whole lot. And in the back, the rats do have a lot of clan rats and various cheap spears, which are chasing down the Skin Wolves. Are the Stormvermin going to make ground? Is Tim going to be able to come back here, ladies and gentlemen? He is getting some nice picks here. Granted, the value does favor Solisora. All right, so now we're back in the open field here. Here it comes. So Throt the Unclean hunting down its prey, killing the Burning Headcaster is a huge win. Negative 19 leadership. Throt is an excellent assassin character with 95 speed and really good monster stats. He is no joke. Negative 9 on that character. And now Throt's going to be trying to capture this objective here. So he's going to be popping on that. Granted, Norska's Ungabunga blob is coming. Oh, look at the route. Dude, the Mumakil have arrived at the Pelennor Fields. And we see the rats just getting straight up run down. The Gondorian rats not having a good time as the Warhammer Mumakil arrives. And the rats get absolutely freaking folded on that point. Skaven obviously not known for their leadership and staying power in the face of a giant war beast. That's why, like, I think a Rattling Gunner or a Giselle unit would have been such a breadwinner. Flensing Rune, of course, getting close to killing the Mammoth, but still, some time is necessary here. And Throt's going to be trying to capture this objective while killing this Famir unit, so he might be able to, but we're getting pretty close to a situation where Tim is not going to have enough time to come back. We do see, Marauder Chariots. So baseline Marauder Chariots being used. That's really interesting. Cool to see that. So Warlock Engineer and his Skaven slaves are going to be trying to fight through the Norskins, but good luck with that. The Rats do actually manage to take Objective 2. A huge resurgent wave of Rats do get this. Tim has a little bit of time left, ladies and gentlemen. And the one good thing that Tim has going for him is that this is his home objective. So that means it's going to be much easier to put pressure on this rather than putting pressure on the home objective of Norska. Oh my god, if Tim doesn't get this objective, though, that's going to be a disaster. Tim needs to get Objective 3. And these freaking wolves over here are just, another wolf unit's coming in. See, this is a super good awareness play here. As the wolves fight on the point, if Throg gets this, the Skaven are in the game, in my opinion. But if Solisora is able to hold this point from Throt, then I think that's going to be probably a GG situation. So Tim needs to split up his forces and get some pressure going here. We see massive amounts of Rats consolidating in. This is becoming a pretty tight game here, but I still think that the Norskins are in an advantageous position. Dealing with Throg and that Mammoth is going to be so incredibly hard. I don't know if Flensing Rune is even on the table anymore. So waves and waves of stinky Rats coming in the back objective. It looks like the Skaven are going to be going to take the home objective here. Throt does get stopped here by the Norskin Ice Wolves, though, and the points are almost at 1,400. You see, if Tim had gotten that point another, 2 seconds, maybe 5 seconds realistically, it would stem the bleeding, but now he's bleeding 2 victory tickets per second, right? A lot of Vermintide coming in. This objective should be safe, and now he needs to find a way to get this from this Mammoth, which is going to be hard. Is there another Flensing Rune? One more Flensing Rune could break the Norskins here. We see a lot of capture weight for the Rats arriving. Norska is in the process of breaking off here, and wow, this is actually close. This could go either way, guys. Hold on. Yeah, a lot of Rats arriving, mostly Skaven slaves, and the Norskin Wolves are going to be piling in, but they should get routed off. Storm Vermin here need to get on the objective for their capture weight. On the side objective, it looks like Norska is not going to get that. Although, the resurgence of Norska, the swelling hordes of Marauders, the hordes of Chaos advance on this, and Tim is going to need to re-rally some forces over here to hold this, because this is 15 healthy capture weight coming here right now. Tim is really, really stretched out. But he's at 1446 here. Is he going to have any chances of getting this objective here? I don't think so. We have Condom Wolves. We have Marauder Chariots. What a good attempt at a comeback, though, right? It looked really bleak for Skaven, but, his scrappiness. Yeah, he needed a weapon team to pressure Norska at distance. So he does get this objective. This one is going to be taken. He's going to need to leave some stuff here. Throg is going to be heading to the back objective here. And this one is held by the Rats, but he has 20 seconds to get this objective from Norska. And Norska's terror and the War Shrine Mammoth being so low is really bad, because it is giving the Norska the staying power it needs. Really love to see a War Shrine unit do well. Granted, if you put it on a Mammoth, that makes sense that it's doing good. And Norska is going to be coming in with the steel chair. And ladies and gentlemen, Solisora is going to be our Season 7 Grand Champion. Certainly bringing home the crown for RTK, but unfortunately having to team kill one of his allies here. But congrats to Solisora, a newish player to Domination mode. Has not been playing, in my knowledge, super long in Dom mode, but has been absolutely crushing it lately and comes in taking down one of the best players in the world in a best-of-5 series and proving that they are here to stay. Tim the Wilder, still a great champion, but today, as he said, he will be Michel Kwan. The dreaded second place calls, and I'm sure he'll be back next season. Tim, forever a champion. Don't you worry. So Solisora is also going to be earning a spot, not only the cash prize, but they will be earning a spot in the Creative Assembly special event coming up in December, which is going to be hype. So there will be a big prize for that. So excited to see what they bring to the table there. So, yeah, it's going to be great fun. Very hyped for that. Dov Plays, of course, will be having his qualifier tomorrow to see who qualifies. He'll have 2 people qualifying in his. We have 1 qualifier here, and we have 1 other person who qualified a long time ago but wasn't able to participate, so they're getting their mulligan here and will be participating. So, all right, GG, well played, guys. If you enjoyed the stream and the podcast, which it basically was, drop a like on the way out. Well played to Solisora, Tim the Wilder, and all of our champions. And congratulations to RTK for bringing home another major event victory. That is going to be it. You guys take care of yourselves. I'm going to go hang out with my smoking hot wife. Glorious, glorious game series there. The games were close. Despite it being a 3-1, it was still a pretty contested series. Tim was behind in a lot of those games, but looked like he had a comeback on the horizon. So maybe it was slightly cleaner play. He could have gotten those. But Really good stuff. I think, too, just one Jezzail would have been so punishing. The Norscan army, I mean, could have dove it, sure, but that would have put them in an overextended position, I think. So, yeah, that was really fun. GG, well played. We'll see you guys around. You guys take care of yourselves. Drop a like on the way out if you guys enjoyed this. That's how I kind of gauge what you want to see. Tomorrow, there's a small chance of an off stream tomorrow of like a different game, but maybe just going to be chilling out. We'll find out. But I appreciate all you guys. And if you want more action, Season 8 is in effect. So Season 8 of Total Tavern is live. And it's going to be a short-ish season. When we get the next update, we'll probably have another season final. So Season 8 is going to be a very short season. And then we'll launch a new season and everything with the update whenever that is. So, yeah. What's the stats on the Mammoth? The Mammoth was more of an anchor, but even still, 1,300 value on killing clan rats is a lot of clan rats. So basically, the Mammoth killed, like 4 full clan rat units worth on its own, which is really good. Throg about 800. The mobility, of course, very strong as well. Yeah. The Mysterious Swordsman won the tournament. I know. That's right. Crazy stuff. Yeah, the Pocket Man score is very good against Skaven. If they have like a cheap character you want to assassinate or you need terror on a spot, on a stick, it's good. The Stormvermin aren't bad in that matchup. I don't hate them. I think more Flayers, weapons teams is for sure the clutch. The Mammoth costs, let me check. So the Mammoth is, I think it's not terribly expensive. Norska. I almost never play Norska. Norska is a good faction though, man. They're actually very strong. Oh wow, 1900's a lot, but Mammoths are really good. You know? Wait, why is the... Hang on a sec. This can't be right. Oh, okay. So the regular War Mammoth has like a Howdah on top. I was like, are they the exact same? But no, this thing has like more combat capabilities with the Howdah. Okay. All right, guys, take care of yourselves. See you around. That's it for tonight. You guys rock, man. That was a really fun tournament. Sorry about the delay in between games, but for those of you watching it back, there will be timestamps, I am sure. And yeah, that's it. I'm going to go paint some chorfs and hang out with the lady. See you guys around. Adios and GG. Well to the played.